I'ma put my name with the greats. Sweat, tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats. Blood, sweat, tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats. Sweat, tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats. Blood, sweat, tears on my face. Never leave it up for debate. I'ma give whatever it takes. Cause I'ma put my name with the greats.
Yeah, I can't change the culture. I see the hate, so say what you say, cause I gotta watch for the vultures. Boy, I'm too nice, you see the ice, plus I'm only getting colder. You just tryna flex like you got next, really you know that it's over. Yeah, hey, I don't need no co-star, been gone like so far. Plus I'm catching all the rays from the sun, give me power like I'm solar. You cannot catch the drip, yeah, that is unless you a coaster. And we up, yeah, way up, yeah, they gon' put this on a poster. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. Walk tall, see the car, do another smile, I'ma be the greatest.
Vibes, everybody, and welcome to the conclusion of the ESPN Esports Rocket League Invitational. It has been 3 days of solid action, and now we get to give away $25,000 among our 6 remaining teams. Arda, Lawler, and Shogun with you here on the pre-show for the next half an hour as we get set for our playoff action. Every single matchup from here on out will be a best-of-7 affair. The round of 6 will start promptly at 3 p.m. Eastern with our first matchup, which will be Alpine taking on NRG. Of course, like I said, best of 7, single elimination. The teams move on. There are 2 teams that are awaiting our round of 6 winners in the semifinals. Those were the winners of the respective groups. So let's talk about exactly how we got to this point. Group A shook down, maybe how people might have expected, except for some placements. We got Rogue taking first spot. They advance automatically to the semifinals. NRG and Rat Enterprises moving on as well. Lawlers, we take a look at the standings here. Rogue with a perfect 3-0. NRG dropping the first game to Rogue, a 3-0 there. But any big surprises for you here?
That my mic doesn't want to stay standing up, apparently. Everything's falling apart, man, just like we saw in Plot Twist. Oof. 0-3. They had some pretty good runs and got close quite a few times, but it just seems to be that those counterattacks, man. I thought they almost had a chance in round 2 against Rogue where they went 2-3, but it's just for some reason they just fell susceptible to the same things where they moved up a little bit too hard and they got punished with really big clears from I think it was Gimmick on the last one that just blasted off the back wall. So there was numerous times that they were getting punished for the similar issues. As for Rogue, I don't think any of us expected them to come in that strong, but if one thing remains true, when things are on the line and Rogue is going the distance, they are winning, and that is wild. And then of course you got to bring up the fact that they 3-0'd Energy. That was kind of a weird start to the day. I think Shogun would agree with me on that, even though there was 2 OTs and it was very close. Both of us kind of looked at each other and were like, Energy, are you okay? Like, are you guys awake? Like, what's happening? So yeah, it was kind of weird, but that's the exciting thing about Rocket League. It all comes down to who's playing the best on the day. And for the day, it was Rogue. So congrats to them, automatically guaranteeing themselves some money as well as top 4 spot.
So Shogun, going through Rogue's progression here, they did 3-0 NRG every single game except for one was a 1-goal game. Actually, every single game for Rogue in the group stage except for 2 were 1-goal games, including the games against Plot Twist. All of them were relatively close. The last one went to overtime. They were able to pull off the reverse sweep there, and then going 3-1 against Rat Enterprises in the final game. What were your thoughts coming out of Group A?
My thoughts coming out of Group A were that it's going to be very weird to get used to the fact that Rogue are suddenly clutch out of absolutely nowhere. They've never had that necessarily be a tagline going with them. But I think the main thing coming out of Group A is that Rat Enterprises did look pretty decent outside of their first game where they got, I think it was like 8-2, something like that. It was a pretty brutal scoreline that they ended up facing down. But they moved on from there. They looked much better with the way that they were playing, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they can pull out today, because they have already outdone what both me and Lawler were expecting of them. Any win from the for the round of 6 from them would be outperforming anything that we could have expected.
Yeah, 7-1 was that first game, and that did not set the tone. However, they were able to rally very quickly.
When we can't even count the goals against you anymore.
Yeah. Just like it was bad.
It's even a Brazil, and we still don't remember. Yeah,
It was a Brazil, exactly.
Yeah.
A cool storyline, and we're going to preview the playoffs a little bit later in the pre-show, is that now we get to see AXB of Rat Enterprises face his former team in the round of 6. But for Rat Enterprises, the new trio with AXB in the lineup here from the group stage, what were your takeaways? That first game aside against Plot Twist, did this team look good to you guys, Lawler?
I wouldn't say good, but I wouldn't say bad either. I think they're still kind of finding their footing, and that's expected when you have a brand new roster. There's still left to be desired, and I think that could have been said about all the matches the past couple of days. I don't think any one team came out and was just absolutely dominant like we've seen, Energy over the past couple of months, or G2 previously before that. So I still think that this one's entirely up in the air. I think anybody has the opportunity to, take the games today, which is kind of telling of a game or a day 3 where it's just like, who has the hot hand today? That's going to be the one that really comes out ahead. So that's exciting for everybody, but it also is nerve-wracking at the same time where, I don't know if any team has that overwhelming confidence that's going to come through in the matches today. So I do agree that Rat, after that first game, kind of got out those early game issues, and they got rid of all of them in the one game. Apparently they just stacked them up. But after that, yeah, like a little bit more solidified as a rotational team. I think Torment is definitely feeling a lot more comfortable and looking better. Somewhat reminiscent to his MVP status in season 6 of the World Championship, where his involvement is consistent. It's not just hey, he's sitting back doing nothing and just waiting for an opportunity. He's involved with the team. I pointed out yesterday or 2 days ago that you're starting to see him go for solo plays. He's not just afraid to dump it off. He's going to take it for a solo or go for an air dribble or try for a double touch, which when he's capable to do those things, or when he's enabled to do those things from his teammates, it's just one more thing you have to worry about. So I do like his involvement and what it's doing and how he's transitioning into the team with the new rotational style, because again, like I've said, you can't just rely on 2 players and have one on defense anymore. Everybody has to be involved. Otherwise, you're just going to get overwhelmed.
By the way, if it was a true Brazil, there would be an elderly man in the audience clutching a replica World Cup crying. Shogun, when you saw this, obviously coming out of this group, a lot of people were talking about NRG, how dominant they are, their previous results, and even going into the playoffs, I'm looking at some of the comments on Reddit, and overwhelmingly the conversations are about NRG and Rogue, even though NRG have one more round to go through. So Based on their group play in this particular tournament, would you still place NRG as the favorites?
Based on their group play? Absolutely not. They were not up to standard, especially when they played against Rogue. But we've seen what NRG are capable of with this roster, and we've seen how many days they've been on compared to that one day now that we've seen them off. So, as Lawler was mentioning earlier on, this is an any given day sort of game, and most days do tend to belong to NRG. So I don't expect to see the same thing from them today. If we do, then it starts to become a bit of a headline at that point that NRG were bad 2 days in a row when it comes to their competitive play. But them coming into this, they are still the favorites. That has not changed yet. They're going to get a little bit of a warm-up as well, saying that they do get through the round of 6, which I do expect them to. And then the semifinals onwards, we'll see what we get from them, but I'm expecting good things.
To tie a bow on Group A, plot twist obviously not progressing to the playoffs, but they had some competitive results against Rogue and NRG, taking both of them to Game 5. What do you think their big takeaways are, Lawler? How do you think they look back on this tournament?
I think it's a great learning experience. I mean, obviously, these are teams that they're going to have to compete against if they want to make a name for themselves moving forward. They are probably, in my opinion, one of the 3 or 4 most strong contenders when it comes to the players that are going to be having the chance in these open qualifiers moving forward. With day 3 buys in the regional events for RLCSX. Other names like Plot Twist are alongside of Stromboli and Omelette and some of these other guys that, you hope when you start to see these guys in regular regional events, they get picked up. They have an organization to back them, which is only going to make them better. So I think really good early foundation. The big surprise for me was the fact that Alpine in Group B was really stepping up as well. And that's kind of the exciting thing is we have a lot of these rosters, whether you are RLCS or RLRS. As Garrett mentioned in a recent interview, you have to show up to every single match now. There is no limitations about how well some of these teams can do. And the fact that you're now seeing the RLRS teams of the past being exposed to the high level play consistently, it is only going to make them better. So I'm really looking forward to seeing their development in the future. But this is a good start. I think they should be proud of the fact that, technically, yes, they have 3 losses as compared to Rat. But their game differential is only 1 off. So they're in there. They're close.
So for those just filing in, you are in the right place. We will be beginning the playoffs at 3 p.m. Eastern, right at the top of the hour. For the remainder of this half hour, this is going to be the pre-show. We're going to preview everything that's coming up. And also, we just got done talking about Group A. We're going to talk about Group B in a second. But let me go through exactly what's going to happen today. We have $25,000 up for grabs here on our ESPN Esports Rocket League Invitational. First place will take 55% of that, $13,750. Second place, 25% of that. $6,250 is the prize for second, and third and fourth each will take 10% of that, $2,500. Out of Group A, Rogue get a bye into the semifinal. They are guaranteed money. NRG and Rat Enterprises are seeded in the round of 6. Again, this is all going to start at 3 p.m. Eastern. You're in the right place. Don't have to move. Lawler and Shogun will be handling half the commentary duties, and Lief and Sleegi will be handling the other half of commentary duties. So now let's talk about Group B. A little bit more surprises there. We do have Team NV, Space Station Gaming, and Alpine Esports moving on. Alpine is the name that sticks out here. They are very happy about this on Twitter, as they should be. They are leaning into it, Shogun. They are excited to be making it to the playoffs. Not many people predicted them to go far, and here they are. And they started with a massive statement, beating Space Station 3-0 in the very first game of that group.
And that's the insane thing about it, is that if you looked at them and said, okay, you speak to anyone in the community, anyone that's watching this, say, okay, Alpine are about to go 1 and 2. Which one of Envy, Space Station, and G2 do they beat? Very few people would have turned around to you and yes, Space Station, that's the one. That is an insanely good performance for them. They'll be overly chuffed with it, as they should be, and looking forward to seeing what they can do today, because they've already outperformed what we expected. A trip to the semi-finals, though, that would be great. They want to be the next Omelette. They really do. They saw how much people were getting behind that team. You'll want to have that feeling as well, especially when at this point there are no expectations upon you. But coming out of that group, we're circling back to the same story as we've had from every single off-season tournament so far, Lawler. What is going on with G2? They have dropped out of another tournament insanely early.
Yeah, whether it was goals for or game differential, it doesn't matter at this point. They lost both of them. The 1-2 record, obviously, their big win coming up against Alpine. So they had the head-to-head in that sense. But the difficulty is, like, we saw moments from them. I mean, you and I mentioned, Rizzo's accuracy and this and that, but like JNaps just felt lost, like he wasn't a part of the team. And you got very brief moments where his involvement was there, but just as an overall, it just felt like they were lacking something. The one good takeaway, Chicago's playing out of his mind. I think Chicago's playing absolutely phenomenal. Being able to be on 12 ping again, I'm sure he's feeling it. And being back in the house, I think is a very much so needed thing. So Carlos, if you're listening, do whatever you can to port the boys back there, because I don't know what else to say about them at this point, because it hasn't been good. I don't know what's causing them to be so off. But we all know the capability is most definitely there. On the other side of that, Alpine, without that statement that they put against Space Station right out of the gate, would not find themselves in this position. So they've got another big test coming up next against Energy in our first match of the day. So Alpine, you got to prove it again. You have to find a way to do it. And honestly, the first match of the day, I think, is their best option, especially with a sleepy Justin at the helm. So Justin's usual wake up time is like 4 p.m. So hopefully they can catch him off guard with that or something. But I know Energy is going to come to play, and it's going to be a different approach for Alpine. I think Alpine's going to be surprised on what they may receive. I know they are slowly trying to start scrimming against the bigger teams. It's something that they were not able to do for a while. So again, really good exposure to them. I do like their approach to the game. I talked about it a lot yesterday about how their delayed challenges and the ability to win possession, I think, will be a very big deal against a team like Energy, but they're going to have to deal with like an overwhelming amount of pressure. So it's going to be interesting to see on how they adjust to that kind of play style, because again, that's something that we just haven't seen enough of. We haven't gotten to see Alpine play against the top tier teams because they usually get beat out in the open qualifiers. So big opportunity for them. Shogun, like I said, or like you said, with the omelet situation, they have that chance to be that next omelet and get a really good fan base behind them. So fingers crossed for them, man. I'm rooting for them. I hope it goes the best of their abilities. But again, there's a lot of teams that just need to kind of have that bounce back performance. And I mean, you look at all these matchups, there's no real way to favor anybody, I don't think. Based upon results.
Yeah. Envy move on to the semifinals, so they're guaranteed money as well. They had a 2-1 record in Group B, but they moved on differential over Space Station Gaming, also having a 2-1 scoreline in Group B. You mentioned Carlos and G2 between Rocket League and their LEC League of Legends team right now. He's not too much of a happy camper at this point in time. But let's just tie a bow on that, though. Like, for a team that had so much success in RLCS Season 9 to the results that they've had since the off-season, I know you mentioned there that they're not gelling well together, but is there something to be said about other teams improving? Is it them not taking these tournaments as seriously as the RLCS? Like, what would you attribute this to?
Shogun, you can be as brutal as you want on this one, buddy.
Oh, okay. Let me start off with this one whilst giving, let's get the excuses out of the way first. And the excuses, can be accepted because this has happened on both sides of the ocean, or Europe as well. We've seen our RLCS champions over here also a bit of a drop off, but that one has been mostly due to a roster move. And they haven't had the same results since then, still putting up decent fights, especially in the spring series for Dignitas. On the other hand, I feel like, and it's difficult because I really don't often want to comment on mentality. I feel like the fact that we had no LAN completely took the wind out of G2 sails. They got that regional win and they went, cool, we did it. I'm going to go and relax for a few months. And whilst they've been doing that, whilst they've been, recharging their batteries, every other team has got better. And I think, it has given them what was an opportunity to sort of say, all right, now let's establish ourselves. We've managed to, beat everyone out for this one. We've got ourselves this regional championship. Let's now cement ourselves as the best in the region. And now they couldn't be further away. I think this is as far as where they've been from being regional championship contenders since they were in the relegation tournament a few seasons back. It has really got that bad. The thing is, though, is that when we do hit the RLCS, as long as they get a good first few tournaments, it will all be immediately forgotten. That's the great thing about esports and sports in general, is that it's always remembered off your most recent results. But on the flip side of that, they have got to perform in those first two tournaments. I saw Jorby earlier on saying, oh, who's the one that's got the most to prove? if G2 don't perform well in that first 1 or 2 regionals, they are going to have a lot of questions being asked.
Yeah, that certainly doubles down too. I mean, then comes with that mentality shift as well. I do think that they've become adjusted to the fact that being that house and being able to have that chemistry and, you know, zero delay on communication and having a coach literally right behind you, it puts you in a certain state of mentality, almost similar to that LAN environment. I think that's what allowed them to kind of sway into that winning status, because yes, there was no LAN, but they still got the experience of being with their teammates and kind of putting themselves in that position. So I think getting back to that is going to be a really big deal. But I mean, as Shogun and I have both said, the past 8 weeks for G2, which is a long time in esports, 2 months of competition, especially with how many community tournaments that have been, their results have just not been there. So back to the drawing board at this point, trying to figure out what the heck's going on. I know Jazzo is going to be doing absolutely everything he can in their coach to try to get them back on track. You know, he is one of the coaches that will always be in their corner, no matter the situation, which is absolutely fantastic and why he is such a vital part of that team. But at the same time, I mean, everybody else, it just goes to show of how difficult this next season of RLCS is going to be. I mean, you're talking, it is 22 events. If you go to every international, if you go to, you know, the World Championships, every regional event, and then you're also coupling that with 27 weekly tournaments. That is a ton of Rocket League. It is more than any of these teams have ever played at one given time. So by all means, G2, if you needed to take a couple months break to reset before you get ready for the long haul, that's fine. But as Shogun stated, if you do not show up in these first couple of regional events, I'm worried. I'm very worried for the mental state that they're going to be in.
At the top of the hour, 3 p.m. Eastern, the action will begin with Alpine versus NRG. 6 teams remain in our ESPN Esports Rocket League Invitational. Let's take a look at the bracket one more time, just to show everybody watching right now exactly the matchups that will unfold. A reminder, they will all be best of 7 from here on out. Let's focus first on NRG taking on Alpine Esports. Alpine Esports squeeze into the playoffs with a 1-2 record, beating G2 on differential. They had a very impressive first game in Group B, defeating SpacestationGaming 3-0, and then 2 close 3-2 matchups against G2 and Envy, not necessarily going their way. But let me ask it this way, Shogun. Did Alpine show you enough to at least be competitive in this matchup against NRG?
No, I'm sorry. No, and that's not even a knock against Alpine. That is just how good NRG have been lately. Even Alpine, when they did take G2 to game 5, me and Lawler both remarked at the end of it that we thought, okay, well, G2 probably should have got this done in 3, to be honest, because they were very much getting outpaced in that matchup. Alpine would have naturally done a little bit better against the other two. I think that pace sort of suited them a little bit more, but NRG are going to have something to prove today, and I think they're going to look to try and make an example of Alpine. It's up to Alpine, really. If they can make this look competitive, not even win, if they can make this look competitive, I will consider that a major upside for Alpine, because they are taking on the team that is supposed to be the dominant one, is supposed to come in and run roughshod over this tournament. And they've had a little bit of a stumble, and now Alpine have got the job of trying to beat the final wall that completely puts the brakes on them.
Lawler, any team can beat any team in Rocket League. We've seen that time and time again on any given day. Make the case for Alpine here. What positives do they bring to the table? What can they do in this series to pull off the upset?
That's a great question. I want to give them benefit of the doubt that
I thought you were going to end it there. That's a great question, Arda, and then silence for 30 seconds.
It wouldn't have been a bad idea, probably. I don't know. I think NRG has Envy in their sights. They want that rematch for the Brawl 10K. And I don't think anybody's going to get in their way for that. For Alpine, I do think that they had some moments and some things that I do enjoy. But at the end of the day, I think at this point, they're taking a little bit more than they can chew. They're slowly trending in the right direction, which is more than I can ask of them. You know, from going and just barely being able to even qualify for the main events of any tournament during the offseason to now finding themselves in the top 6 and going up against the team that we consider probably the best right now in North America, despite their stumble on Friday. So I do feel there's some things in the midfield that I've been liking, the ability to kind of change their pacing, but you're going up against a team that in G2 you struggled to retain any sense of possession, and G2 overwhelmed you, and Energy is an even faster and more clean version of that. So at this point, they've got to find a way to control some sort of pace, some sort of possession, but Energy is just probably not going to let that happen. Realistically speaking, if they can catch an Energy that's just not looking good, maybe. But realistically speaking, I think it is a massive uphill battle for Alpine. And I wish them the best of luck, because if they win this one, everything that they've had, like Shogun said, recency bias. If they win this first match, everybody's going to forget about the offseason. Going into RLCSX, they're going to have a lot of fans and a lot of support behind them. So make it count, boys.
Man, am I glad you got that question and not me.
Oh.
I'm so... dodge that, my goodness.
As a host, I have to choose, and I guess I choose correctly. You're lucky you, Shogun.
I tried being nice on that. I tried being real nice and kind of tiptoeing around that one, but Alpine, realistically, it's gonna be rough.
If Alpine somehow win this series, I'm gonna clip that and throw it up on Twitter.
I'm just sure they'll clip it too and put it on Twitter and tag me.
It'll be like the top thing on Reddit, Rocket League Esports, I'm certain.
Lawler just did the version of analysis Minesweeper. Just keep on. How do I get over it? Oh, there's something over there.
Little tiptoeing through landmines, putting little tiny flags down. Like,
ooh, a 7. This is great. So the rematch, as Lawler was saying, would be the Brawl 10K, that epic 7-game series in the final between Envy and NRG. If NRG are to get past Alpine, that one was a slew of 1-goal games and overtime contests that Envy ended up winning, and so that would be a great rematch there if that is to happen in the semifinal. Let's end the pre-show talking about the other side of the bracket. Space Station Gaming, AXB, as part of Rat Enterprises, has an opportunity to face his old squad. Let's preview this one. Shogun, how is this one looking to you?
This one is looking difficult if you are XB and Rat Enterprises, but you almost have the same story for them as we have for Alpine. We're not expecting anything from Rat Enterprises as of late. So if they can come through that one, and I feel like, I'm going to see a good performance from AXB. It mostly comes down to Gimmick, in my opinion. I always feel like I can say good performance Rat Enterprises whenever Gimmick is playing good, and offensively flat performance when Gimmick is not showing off what he's capable of. So he's the player to watch for Rat Enterprises.
How has Rados looked on the squad, on the Space Station squad, Lawler? Has it been a good fit so far?
Not in this event so far. I think yesterday was pretty sloppy, a lot of mistakes and whiffs. Pretty characteristic. There was ones like on the backboard where you expect a big clear and he just completely misses it and it falls into the lap of the other team. So I know they'll be kind of ready to go today. I think there's going to be a lot of refocus and re-energize based upon, the first game jitters in the event. And then after that, they won all their matches. So other than that, I think Space Station will be good to go. I think Redos is a fantastic addition. So I expect strong performance from Space Station today.
So that's it for us here on the pre-show. Shogun and Lawler, as well as Sleegi and Lief, will be handling commentary duties for the conclusion of the ESPN Esports Rocket League Invitational. $25,000 up for grabs. 6 teams remaining, and it begins with NRG taking on Alpine in a couple of minutes. We'll be right back right here on the channel. Don't go anywhere. The action is set to begin, and enjoy the conclusion of the ESPN Esports Rocket League Invitational.
Word to my mama, I'll cover you up like a tombstone. I was in my past, now you see I'm the one. They say work, never work. If you work and it's fun, we on a winning team. On top where you find us, we can do anything. Non-stop till our time's up. We on a winning team. On top where you find us, we can do anything. Non-stop till our time's up. We can do, we coming up from the dirt. They trying to get us to fall. I don't even gotta flex now, boy. It's only win by the fault. Taking off with the ring, ain't nothing left, man. We the kings, ran with the team, ran with the dream, ran with the one fan in the seats. I pay my dues, check the receipt. Looking at you already peaked. Way back then. You can't follow in my tracks, man. In my past, now you see I'm the one. They say work, never work. If you work and it's fun, we on the winning team. On top where you find us, we can do anything. Non-stop till our time's up. We on the winning team. On top where you find us, we can do anything. Non-stop till our time's up. We on the winning team. On top where you find us, we can do anything. Non-stop till our time's up.
team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business.
Yeah, look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high time. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the ESPN Invitational. I am Shogun, joined as ever by top lad Lawler, as we are ready for the round of 6. As Arda was mentioning earlier on, we are going to be going best of 7s for the entirety of today, which means we are starting today off with a best of 7 between NRG Esports and Alpine Gaming. Definitely a uphill battle here for Alpine, but for NRG, this seems like a chance for them to prove that maybe their loss against Rogue was just a hiccup.
Yeah, a little bit of a fluke, and I think that's kind of how they closed out the rest of Group A, where, yeah, rough start at the beginning, but when they bounced back, it looked a little bit more convincing, a 3-0 sweep over Rat, and 3-2 against Plot Twist to close it out, but Plot Twist was also that team that seemed to be a thorn on everybody's side, where consistently we're just doing everything they can to make sure they didn't go away. But for NRG versus Alpine, I think there's a lot of factors that come into this. Overall, though, I think you and I are pretty heavy favorites when it comes to NRG at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be getting into this as soon as we have got the players good and ready to go. I think, yeah, have we got stage 2 of Percy? Percy Peng.
Yeah. We'll see how that one plays out. I'll be messing with servers and making sure stuff gets going.
Yes.
Still waiting on NRG to join anyway, so.
Oh, yeah. No. The energy can take some time on occasion. I found the last one was because Garrett was after toast. He just really wanted himself some toast, so good on him. You know, at least he knows what he wants from life. Coming into this, though, we have got obviously 6 teams remaining. Rogue waiting on the other side of the bracket, but the winner of this one will be taking on Team Envy. So, in an ideal world, Lawler, how much would you be looking forward to an NRG versus Team Envy rematch from the Brawl Finals?
Man, I would love to see it. I think the players kind of have that feeling as well. The difficulty, I think, for Envy has been recreating that level of performance where it's just so stellar. But I think some things remain true, and it's just Miss's capability to set things up. He's been absolutely crucial in their victories. I mean, in almost any series that they play. And the fact that Turbo is now doing what he does best, which is that positional play style and then putting away some of the shots, I think they've been looking better and better. So getting that against a energy that I don't think is at full strength right now, still very talented. But again, it comes down to how the players play on the day. And that was the exciting part about that grand finals, is you got both teams really giving it their all for those moments. So I'm looking forward to it. I hope we get to see it even on the other side of the bracket too. I mean, the fact that we get immediately right out the gate a rematch of AXB versus Old Team, I think is absolutely fantastic. So I think storyline's developing here quite nicely, and it looks like we have a server that is going to do the best for Percy, and I am making him deal with it. So so far so good.
Saying, yes, this is so good.
And it's gone.
No,
yeah,
no,
we'll see what happens.
yeah.
I don't know.
He is got to unplug it and then replug it, I reckon.
I don't know, man. I think he just needs new internet altogether. Just
Yeah.
start over, man.
Start over. Yeah, I don't think that's the easiest thing over there, is it?
Yeah, it's like I tried to swap through all these servers and find a central one for the guys, but it just easier said than done.
Yeah, there's only like so much you can really sort it out. The rest of it has got to be like a good input for it. But he's saying it's fine, so we should be able to jump in soon enough. Alpine already doing what many of us expected them not to be able to do, and that is actually qualify to this spot of a win against Space Station Gaming. For them, if they want to make it into the grand finals, they've got to hit the best three performing off-season teams over in North America, where they would have beaten Space Station Gaming yesterday. Now they would have beaten NRG, and then next round they would have to beat Team Envy. So
Tough one.
definitely a tough one, but also weirdly not unheard of in this esport. Maybe not
Very
quite
true.
to top 3 level, but we have seen very similar stories.
Yeah, I think we harped on this pretty good in the pre-show about how it's pretty much that any given Sunday kind of mentality where when you get down to the grand finals or when you're on the main event last day single elimination, I mean, you're talking a best of 7 swing either way. It's very viable to do it over and over again, especially if you're having that day. So all in all, I'm excited to see how it goes moving forward. I want the action to start. It's just Squishy needs to ready up, my dude. Otherwise, the server may crash. So please, Squishy,
He's
I
trying to
beg
sabotage
you.
Percy. We're on
He's
to your
onto us.
tricks.
All right, we should be good to go here. Shogun, let's tell these guys they're good to go.
Yep, and then let's
get into it.
Let's kick
yeah,
out
I don't
the
want to waste any
shall
time.
we?
Yeah, we got a best of 7 coming up. It's the first time we're gonna be seeing that, so curious to see on how that makes an effect on any of the players. I think Energy definitely benefits from a best of 7. So here we go, Shogun. The main event finally kicked off here for the ESPN Invitational.
And we have got ourselves game number 1 of the best of 7. Alpine will want to kick this off well. They want to try and make sure that NRG do not start to ramp up in the way that we know that they can. It's going to be difficult, though, when they've already laid it off to the talisman. Justin looks to just try and dance around the entirety of the opposing team. Talking earlier on about how I think gimmick will be an important factor if Rat Enterprises are to succeed today, but you know, even more so Justin. We know how good Garrett is. We know how good Squishy is. And that speaks even more for the fact that I can turn around and say, if Justin's on today, he's the difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, we've gotten to see that a couple times in these recent events where he just takes control of everything. Where, you know, we joke about his multiple name choices, about how he's in a slump or this and that. And then we got to see what, like, his true capabilities were in these past couple of tournaments where he just performed absolutely phenomenal. So hoping for that same level of quality here from Justin as the ball plays in the midfield. Early aggression, and this is what I was talking about in the pre-show, is they're going to be facing a different type of speed with NRG, where challenges are going to come early and often, but a play from Magic Bear over the top. Alpine off with a great start.
Well, you want a little bit of individual brilliance. Magic Bear, the one that is happy to provide it. And that is fantastic play from him. Not exactly his first solo effort that we have seen this weekend. He was providing many of them on Alpine's way to at least making it to this stage. Against NRG, that is a whole different sort of one as Percy goes for his own shot. Very well placed. Even better save to keep it out. But Alpine Esports currently up in the lead. Game 1. How long is that going to last? If it's up to Justin, not very long at all.
What a play from Justin. It all starts with Squishy using that ceiling to trap it behind, but fakes the first jump and completely baits out the defender and Jordan. And then a flick over the top. That is the juicy Justin we know and love.
Just ripped them apart. And that is the terrifying part of all of this. 2 solo efforts. And they have both managed to go in. Jordan would like to add himself to the tally. Goes for the double. Ends up setting up his teammate. Percy also off the backboard. Just want to keep pulling out different defenders from NRG. As it's going to be a shot from Magic Bear. Not going to get the same success that he got earlier on. And that's something that... Oh, wait a second. Magic Bear, you're going to have to help your team out. Oh, oh dearie me. Magic Bear tried to scramble to help out. Unfortunately, Jordan had done a little bit too much work for the enemy.
Yeah, pulling on his Rizzo cosplay from yesterday, unfortunately, on that one. Just trying to rotate back and help clear that out of the possession. Ends up pinching into his own net. So unfortunate start for them, and what could have been a good swing. But I will say, even with that mistake, this looks like a much more confident Alpine than we've been seeing lately.
Alpine did have a tendency yesterday to allow their opponents a little bit too much space across the field. Got stuck on their own side of the field numerous times, especially against G2 was the most pronounced I saw it. It's off the wall. Magic Bear waiting downfield, might get an option. Is from Justin. He hasn't got an infield passing choice though, so forced to let Justin play it. Halfway gone now in game number 1. Nobody for Jordan to go with, so he's got to try and go solo. This might be an issue right now. Alpine are not going to get many opportunities down the other side of the field. They need to make sure that that second player is positioned well to come in immediately afterwards. Otherwise, they get situations like this, where they might be giving away too much possession to NRG than they actually want to. Jordan levers it. No one really available as Justin finally clears their lines. So far, so good for Alpine. That being said, they still need a goal. Got 2 minutes to find it, and more importantly, they need a bit of boost. Jordan's got nothing with him, and also does take out at least one player. Might be the double tap, but Justin reads the backboard and continues to play the ball afterwards. That gives NRG plenty of chances to move their rotation back into position.
Yeah, you're starting to see the plays develop on both ends, and Shogun doing a great job so far, bumping actually players off that are waiting. You saw Squishy on that top right corner of Alpine's defense, waiting for the play to develop to go for a dunk, but Jordan, when he rotated through, actually get it a bump and completely disrupted it. That's what I think you need to see most out of Alpine, is a way to cause this rotational play from NRG to be disrupted in any sort of capacity. Because when they get on form, you even saw it. Squishy played a pass perfectly downfield to Justin, and luckily was a little bit behind, so it didn't play off. So again, starting to see this development from NRG as they move back onto Alpine's half. First he plays in the corner, right over to Magic Bear, but Garrett there, able to read it perfectly. And they swing it the other way. Justin on top of the ball. Going to see if he can pinch this one down. It goes underneath the net where Percy's there. And Squishy's aggression blocked out by Jordan. Another touch from Garrett. A demo on the back end. Only one to beat. They're able to stop it out as this one's going to fly really far wide. But even still, NRG able to get multiple touches and keep it on offense.
Only 40 seconds left now. Alpine cannot afford to hand the ball away quite so easily, especially when it's in a position that Justin can control it in. Takes it the whole way. Almost pinched it with the floor. Alpine have had 1 minute to put themselves together, one passing play or any sort of offense, and they just haven't even seen the other side of the field at all. Ball will temporarily travel to the blue as Jordan's going to keep going. First touch too heavy for him. 14 seconds now. Alpine have got to get at least one goal scoring opportunity. They haven't seen one for a while now. Jordan picks up the 100 boost. Looks to go as high as possible. Has got Magic Bear turning to try and support him. Magic Bear will try and follow, but the ball is too far away from him to really take too much from it. And this has been the Achilles heel for Alpine. I don't think they really committed to a single passing play that entire 5 minutes. And they're going to have to find a way to do that moving forward in the rest of this best of 7.
Yeah, a little bit weird attempt there at the very beginning. You know, super aggressive in the face of NRG, and it worked out, you know, coming out of the gate, swinging, even if it is just a solo play from Magic Bear. But ever since that one mistake where, you know, Jordan tries to get a little bit too involved and it goes into his own net, they completely back off, only sending one. And then you talk about the issues that they had, Shogun. The exact point that, you know, if you are going to create challenges in the midfield to stop them, you need that follow-up. But they both have two players sitting in the back just kind of waiting for it to develop on its own. And it just kind of gives away that possession in the long term. NRG, I think, is welcoming that space that they're being provided. So, again, Alpine, they really need to take it to NRG, because if NRG gets space, I don't think you're going to be able to stop them in the slightest. So, It'll be interesting to see how they bounce back here in game 2. Obviously, this is a best of 7, so a lot of time to adjust. But overall, energy right now looking like the better.
And it's certainly a thing that we do see a lot of teams struggle with against NRG is how many players do they really want to commit? How much space do they want to leave on their own side of the field? Should it be cleared? And, you know, so far we have seen Alpine definitely take the more defensive approach of that. In game number 2, Magic Bear is cleared just as far as he hit the ball himself. Garrett looks to follow. It's going to be left. Chooses to take the shot. It's going to be slightly awkward, and that's the sort of thing that NRG did that I think Alpine are going to have to take to as well. It feels to me, Lawler, like from the first game especially, it feels like the shot has to be in the perfect spot, otherwise they're not going to take it.
Yeah, you really got to pick a more
spot. It'll be better.
Oh yeah, 100%. If you're not making these guys stretch for it, I mean, case in point, Garrett comes across and tries to go for a demo, and immediately after, Squishy puts a shot almost top left. Those things, even though they aren't going to get, you know, a goal, despite being characteristic, I mean, you're forcing so much boost and so much repositioning out of the defense that if the team does have the ability to commit and go for that follow-up, making some of these touches awkward, are going to just eventually setting up a teammate, and they do it here. Energy on the board.
Justin just hounding the ball the entire way. Nobody capable of getting over to him, and Percy finds himself far too close to the ball to really be able to play it. Good start from NRG, and despite a promising opening few minutes from Alpine, they have definitely started to look a little bit further behind, but one thing that they've had as their saving grace all weekend long has been the kickoff plays.
Yeah, fantastic kickoff. Magic Bear, I think that one's just something that is so crucial. I mean, obviously, I know you spent a long time learning ones as well, and you just know how crucial it is to just be super consistent in the kickoffs, and I think that's their bread and butter right now. Magic Bear on these kickoffs. Another one here. Perfectly neutral, able to set up his teammate again, and at least gives them pretty much a free shot and an automatic opportunity on offense as they rifle 2 at the net. Squishy having to save multiple. Able to clear the downfield with Garrett's help, able to get it past midfield. It's going to fall in the lap. Squishy was probably going to go for the boost tonight here in the corner as shot after shot comes in, and so far the defense of Alpine able to hold on, but it's not over yet. Squishy playing himself on the corner. He's going to play at mid. Unfortunately, nobody there, but luckily for Magic Bear, he's going to be able to pinch this one out and get it clear for Alpine.
And Magic Bear's going to have to be so good at these sort of plays this entire series long. Has got a great transition for his team. Leaves it for Jordan off the backboard. Double tap is off the post. Good opportunity, though, from Alpine. And Magic Bear continues to be one to watch, especially when he's got the ball on the wall with at least 100 boost, or, you know, even a little bit less than that. He's still making magic work. As Jordan over to the corner, Garrett G will find a clear. 3 minutes now played. Garrett G wants to try and get that lead back, but a very soft touch. I think he got a little cute with that play. Wanted to see if he could maybe bring the ball back down with him, as his teammate is faked, and he then covers.
I mean, you're talking about bringing the ball back down with him. I mean, case in point is Garrett goes for a musty here. Squishy's been doing that quite a bit. Seen him trend where numerous times he's taking the ball very high and resetting off the ceiling to reset and get back down quickly, where he's not even touching the ball. He's just trying to trap it down and draw a defender up. It's been expending a ton of boost here from Alpine. And he's been able to make it work once where they got that pass play after he had the 50 where he went flying. As we approach the 2-minute mark here, energy's still on offense as Justin getting another set. Fortunately, it's going to go all the way across. Alpine has a chance here. Pass over to the side. Magic Bear's shot is going to lead to another one. A good pass play starting to develop. Something they weren't able to do earlier without the commitment, and you're seeing what it can do here. Blocked by energy and cleared the other way as this ball is going to go high and far into the midfield. Another touch for Jordan, unfortunately for him. A little bit too far to the left. It's going to kill it out, but offense pressure still here for Alpine is another and multiple shots. A bunch of demos coming out as well. Doing whatever they can to clear out these defenders on target, but energy just seems to have an answer. As Alpine again, another touch off the ceiling, drops it straight down, nobody there. And those are the complications we're talking about. There needs to be a player willing to commit at that point, especially after that hard work of setting it up in the first place.
Yeah, we've only seen them really have one player in front of the ball at all this entire series so far. They have got to be more willing to be aggressive. You know, NRG are a team that are very good at locking you down, and if you don't have options, they are going to be very aware of, okay, boom or solo play, and they've got different ways to counter that. Only one that's really had any sort of success going solo, as we actually see Percy getting a little bit of his own, has been Magic Bear. They need more than that. We do get a double commit from NRG. Still all tied up at 1 each in the scoreline. There's Garrett removed from the field, and there's where you need the follow-up. It ends up being completely wasted on the demo.
Yeah, multiple times we're seeing it, and it's like if they would just play that aggressive play, I just think they're so worried and almost respecting energy too much at this point. Not that I blame them, but it is a thing that we see from a lot of these teams that promote in where, you know, in early weeks when they're starting to be exposed at this high level, they respect their opponent too much. They need to realize that they promoted into the RLCS. They are talented enough to be here. So again, use those mechanics. Show us the capabilities of this team that they have and commit to what you're trying to set up. Otherwise, you're just going to let energy keep clawing back into it. As we get to the final last seconds, this one's going to drop down relatively soon. No, Justin's going to try to keep it up and plays in the middle. Opportunity here for Garrett if he can play it over. Sets up for Justin. It's going to go the other way. Can they keep this one up? Can Magic Bear get a wide open net? And no, we're going to have an overtime.
Just needed that to fall on him. He couldn't quite reach it. And we have got ourselves over to another overtime. Seen so many of them over the last 24 hours, Lawler. But Alpine will desperately want to see this. Otherwise, they're going to have to win 4 before they see NRG win 2. Not a position at all that you would envy. Garrett G looks to follow. He's got the shot, but wasn't too much power on it. Justin keeps that pressure going. Has the flip reset off the ceiling. And Percy had to be quick. If he wasn't, that was going to be very dangerous for his team. They have started double committing now. NRG choosing to play back, giving a little bit of space, and that has pulled Magic Bear out of the play a little while longer. And there's left nobody back as well. Huge opportunity. Squishy's got to try and recover, and he's managed to do it. Tried to go for the initial ball. Justin called him off, and he still makes it work.
Oh my God, what a play in the pre-jump from Squishy. Just absolute faith that he knows Justin is going to play that there. And even if he doesn't, Garrett's still going to recover and be on back. And that's the commitment we're looking for. NRG just with a doomsy dish kind of weird pass situation, whatever you want to call it. It's almost like an alley-oop. They put it away, and Energy wins here in overtime, going up 2-0 in the series. Absolutely phenomenal play to close it out, and Alpine getting a taste of their medicine. That is what is capable if you just commit to the play on offense.
And when I was talking yesterday, Lawler, I feel like this is a great time to bring it up. When I'm talking about teams sometimes having to pull away from the offensive lockdown just to get an actual goal-scoring opportunity, that's what I meant. NRG pulled themselves to their own side of the field, waited for Alpine to try and transition, and that's when they caught them. They managed to then just immediately pile the pressure back on after 2 players had gone for a ball and gave themselves the opportunity on net. Fantastic play.
Yeah, I mean, as we see, I guess, Rocket League in general develop, teams are getting too good on defense and in overall. So you have to find unique ways to pull teams out on defense. Obviously, bumps and demos have been the kind of go-to in the past couple of seasons, but now you're starting to see teams just pick and choose their battles. And I think that was something that Justin, for a very long time, actually struggled with, where he felt like he had to challenge everything. But now he's starting to use that mechanics and that game sense to really set his team up for success, and you're getting that from everybody on the field. So again, perfectly noticed, Shogun, drawing out the defense, letting them, you know, kind of approach through, give that false sense of security, and then send the house on a counterattack, and it works out well for Energy. But at the same time, if that doesn't work out, I mean, you're sending everybody definitely susceptible to a counterattack. So Energy again finding themselves on offense, gonna see if they can resemble something here. This Magic Bears 50 does allow Alpine to break on out. Hoping the follow-up is going to be there this time. Percy trying to follow it through. Gets a couple touches and going for a bump on Squishy, but of course Squishy's already up and is going to bring this over the top. No issues there as we get through our first minute. His Energy touch here from Justin. Plays it perfectly down. Unfortunately for him, a little bit too high as it goes off the crossbar. And a chance for Alpine. Can they play this in? They're going to do it on the counterattack. Well striked by Alpine.
And Alpine again making it count. Squishy all by himself. It's a horrid position to be in. But Lawler, we look at, I'm going to take 3 examples here. The goal that they got in game 1, the half chance they got in game 2, and the goal they've got here in game 3. All of them have been counterattacks. One of them was Magic Bear. The other one was the one they just slightly didn't get before the overtime. And now we've seen them score that one. NRG has got to start being aware of this because we haven't seen Alpine, outside of a kickoff, score any other way.
You say that.
About that.
And then they have a beautiful play that just cross field and working with space. I think it's
At
just
least
a
they've got
testament.
a little bit more in the tank. Good
Yeah,
to
like
see.
this is a testament to how good Alpine truly is. But I think it's definitely a mental thing, and I hope that's what Mystic's working on with this team, is getting them to realize they deserve to be at this place. They have earned their capabilities of, we are very mechanically gifted. We have a lot of flash on this team. And more than anything, I was always wondering, how are they going to get Magic Pair more involved? That question's been answered. So at this point, now it's just a matter of trusting themselves to work together as a team to play up on offense. And yes, the counterattacks initially against Energy, I don't blame them. I would be a little intimidated as well. But they've proven that they can do it otherwise.
This is the point typically in a game that I would say, oh, well, I don't want to see a team turtle up. This point, I don't really feel like that would look too much different to what we've seen so far. Already had a lot of defenses. That is a good save from Jordan on Alpine's side. Garrett decides to pop long. Challenge for too long, and that's going to give NRG a chance to start setting up, and Percy will be very glad to have avoided the Garrett bump. Play to the midfield. Garrett takes hold of it. Just need to see Alpine see this one out. They cannot afford for any mistakes here. Otherwise, they face down 4 match points. Or sometimes you don't even need mistakes. Justin will still get you off the backboard. Huge touch there from Jordan. Make sure that the rebound will not be available for NRG. Justin will clear one more time. NRG hunting as they have been for the vast majority of this series. Not getting anything though. Alpine holding so strong.
Yeah, doing a great job on a lot of these challenges. And you talked about it. Sometimes mistakes aren't even enough, as Justin's just capabilities when he's on point to make people miss. But that same can be said against the other side. Alpine has players plenty capable in every single player, and you don't really get to see it showcased. Obviously, Magic Bear is the one that comes to mind for most, but both Percy and Jordan. I mean, Jordan had a couple of those double touch setups earlier too. So every player at this level has the capabilities to break out something, as Percy tries to go for another one here. But backboard defense, and the defense in general from Squishy has been pretty on par today.
Very much keeping an eye on it. NRG still 2 goals down. Might go down to 3. Especially if Alpine can make this work out from here. Didn't quite steal the 100 boost from Jordan, so it's going to make Alpine's hold a little bit more difficult. Magic Bear pops it up. He is one of the only players who had full boost. He might make this work. Goes for the block. That is well played from Justin. Chose to maneuver his car to the side, so that way any challenge would go over to the corner. And now just a minute left, and NRG have had no opportunities in a good while. Garrett over for Justin off the backboard. That's Percy out of the play. Squishy would prefer a shot to run onto. And you saw the power that he got from it. A little bit more, and that would have gone in. Now 35 seconds left. NRG still down by 2, and at this point, Alpine should be taking it.
Still plenty of time though. 30 seconds remaining as Squishy tries to dribble this back down. A good defensive touch from Percy's going to throw it the other way, but possession still in favor of NRG. Just have not been able to find the back of the net. Everything thwarted here by the defense of Alpine, bringing it up on to offense as well. As good efforts here. Allow this one to get back in possession. At this point, look how little they're committing. It's just that initial touch to cause disruption, and then they all back off. They all reset, ready to go yet again. So playing it really smart, just waiting for a good opportunity for those counterattacks. But at this point, with a 2-goal lead, that's all they need to do. Alpine strikes back.
So 2-1. Alpine with a crucial game win to keep themselves in the series. And from what we're seeing on that one, Alpine, that was the most territory we've seen them had in any of these games so far. So a very positive result for them, not only in scoreline, but in gameplay as well.
Yeah, they've been doing a phenomenal job, and I kind of touched on it very briefly at the very tail end of that. Once they get that lead, they're actually playing it really smart. They're not overcommitting. They're making sure that mistakes are minimal, but they do that by showing aggression, which forces NRG to make a play. But then immediately after they cause that disruption, they all back off. They get the boost and kind of reset, and then make it through. It's up to NRG to work the field at that point, but it's very difficult because you have someone in your face, and it kind of leads to this false sense of, okay, they're aggressive now. We have the ability to open something up, but they don't. They just kind of sit back and wait on it. Something that you can only kind of do when you have a lead. So again, Alpine is making it kind of confusing on how they want to approach the game, and it's up to NRG at this point. They do have the space to work with, especially after they have that initial challenge and that follow-up. But Alpine's been answering well. It's been very difficult for them to work it around, as again, the tried and true Alpine, right off the kickoff, back up on offense.
Over to Magic Bear, takes the first time shot. Not going to get much for it, but he has got no 100 boost on the other side either. So Magic Bear not getting as much out of that play as he would have liked. Squishy clears, has got Justin available. Good first touch from Justin. Garrett starting to move in. That was the option, but Justin's always got another option, and that is just to play himself. The danger if you're on the other team is you've got to figure out which one he's going to go for. Squishy up very quick. He has cleanly won it. And RG do not want to be going down yet again. They have seen how well Alpine play when they have got a lead. So you don't really be playing around that yet again. This is going to be a chance. Squishy again quick enough. Defensively, Squishy has been phenomenal today. Only one goal really against him, and that was a 2v1. Not really much to be said against you there, as Garrett will pinch the ball in field. Justin forced to smother it. Now 2v1. He's going to just flick. Make it awkward. Just Jordan puts the ball into his own corner, and that is a huge save off the top of the goal for the next shot. NRG closing in closer and closer now. Justin will take it all the way for Garrett, who turns it in.
You know, you've been seeing Justin get a little bit more selfish with it, and I think it's the best idea. These pass plays just have not been working. Rely on the mechanics, and you see exactly why. Able to just thread it past a couple and set it up perfectly for his teammate as Justin. And finally, Energy gets on the board after kind of having a difficult time last game. Might be something that they worked in even more is a couple of these solo plays. Is Garrett going to try to pinch this one past Jordan? If he lands on it a little bit differently, might have been able to have the goal as they did catch him backwards. Ball played into the midfield, shot and read by Percy. So it's going to stop out. Garrett finds himself in a tough spot. Is going to position well. Energy's able to back away, so possession back in their favor. Plus Magic Bear, who's been a bully relatively early on in game number 4. Kind of going for that pressure on that back end, but I mean, I want to talk about it a little bit more. Squishy on defense, very decisive, as well as positioning-wise, has been absolutely stellar to keep Energy in this.
Yeah, he really has been the most difficult player to get past out of NRG. Not really putting a foot wrong so far, and making life very easy for his teammates as well, because he keeps not only saving it, but he keeps putting them into a position where his teammates can play it as well. So not only defender, but also architect for future opportunities. Garrett will be the one fully in charge of launching this, and he will launch it as long as he can. Send Justin hunting, and he might very well punish you for it. Launch the ball to the air and see what Justin will do.
Oh, that's so difficult as well as a defender. Garrett's sitting there and he's coming across his car's body, but with that air roll is able to play it with so much power to the other side of the field. And then at that point, Justin does what he does best. 2 goals up here at halftime, and Energy. This is what we were hoping for in their first day of groups.
What a pass it was from Garrett as well. Just had to make sure it was in the right area. He allowed Justin to take the shot as he's still rising, which makes the next part of the play just that little bit easier. And we're not saying that that play is easy at all, but we've got Alpine looking to try and put it back within one, and they have done so, and that is so crucial for their series.
Big moment for Alpine. A lot of bit of awkwardness on the defense here as you see a synchronized, I guess, attempt of trying to make a save, but it all starts from before that with Jordan dribbling downfield, has all the possession in the world, and he gets 2 to commit for free. Ends up going past, and they're able to contain it.
Credit to NRG. They can at least try and qualify for the Olympic gymnastics synchronized teams. But Justin will just go for the solo events if he has the choice in it. My goodness. We have started to see him at his very best, and it is lethal.
It is getting more and more dangerous, but what a statement that is too. You know, you just get scored on immediately off the kickoff, which primarily has been won by Alpine. You take a solo effort and you bring it in and just slam it down in their face. Squishy wanted to do some of his own as well. Could have been dangerous here, but everybody backed off. They're going to launch this back in, and Energy at this point just turning on everything, getting ready for an opportunity. But Alpine's not done yet. Ball on offense here. This ball played in the corner. Garrett's going to try to get a touch pass. He does. It's a wide open net. No, the defense able to rotate back in, but it's a very awkward positioning. It's Energy just over and over again off that corner. Slamming it straight down, and Alpine going to be fine here as Jordan tries to go for the fake, but not falling for it at all. A demo coming out. Going to open up an opportunity again for Energy as they find themselves on offense, trying to pass this through. Unfortunately for Squishy, it's up a little bit awkward. So a chance here for Alpine. And it's gone.
Anymore. Yep. Again, those pinches just not going Alpine's way. They've already conceded off one of them this series. Squishy already rotating back, so Jordan lays it off. Over to Percy. Garrett just there so quickly. And that is another goal on top of it. Just so quick right now. NRG outpacing the entirety of Alpine.
It's not only that, but Squishy just a brick wall at this point. When he has his eye on the prize, just the ability to get to it so quickly and winning just about every challenge in the air. Sometimes up there even before the player can get there, like that one. Again, despite not getting many of the goals, he's been absolutely crucial in this team's efforts. As that one could have been on target, could have been possibly another goal for Energy as Justin went for the bump on the goalie. But Garrett up on top, going to be read out. Deciding not to go for the bump on the last one there. Probably the safer bet, trying to sustain the offense instead of getting the immediate goal. Throwing Energy, and Justin put another shot on target. The follow-up there from Garrett. Alpine just fighting for their lives to stay alive in this one. It looked like they had a chance to claw back in. Energy has definitely opened up the wound. All of the Alpine defense. To approach our final 10 seconds here. Energy looking to put themselves at match point, and for Alpine, I don't know what else they can do.
I think they've just got, honestly, Alpine at even like an 8 or a 9 out of 10 of their best is still going to struggle with what NRG are putting on the table right now. It's one of those situations where you almost have to hope that NRG drop a few levels.
So laughing a little bit on Justin on that one. He knows he's up by 3. Just pre-jumping on the back wall. He's like, if you shoot, I'll be here. But if you don't, you get a free goal. So
just he wants to go for the highlights at that point. He wants to get the clips. And there is no player that gets more of them than that. I want to, go back to Squishy on this, though, because it feels like his decision-making is the best I've ever seen it this series. Phenomenal. He has been so good. And if he can just get the execution to go along with it as well, because on the offense, he's had a number of good opportunities that he's not quite made the contact he wants with it. If that starts to become a factor, though, if he starts hitting the shots that he wants to hit, this is going to be a terrifying time.
I mean, that's what makes Energy so scary, is even though, we just saw the result that we did with the high flashiness, there's still room to get better. Squishy, we've been talking this entire series how good he's been on defense, but again, a couple of these shots have been off the mark, and if they do kind of clean that up, just one more threat that Alpine has to worry about, and even that still makes it even scarier for what comes up next. Winner of this going on to play Envy in the semifinals. Obviously, I talked about it in the pre-show. Energy wanting that rematch for the Brawl 10K Grand Finals, and Justin, in Justin-like fashion, going to be there to pad his own stats, as we heard in the RLCS. Garrett just wanting one good week, and Justin stealing it away every time. Yeah,
Justin is... Well, he's greedy in a way, but any good sports coach will tell you as well, they want greedy people. I'm not going to turn this into a whole thing because it was just a bit of him saying, oh, this is already in, but I might as well have it. But Justin, as we have seen this series, can turn that little bit of greed on where he'll start going for more solo plays over passes. And that has been where NRG have really started to open up the gap.
Yeah, the kind of doubling down on that. The best players want the ball in their hands. When everything is on the line, they want to make the play. Case in point, look how many times Justin has clutched an OT goal. It's a great shot here from Magic Bear. Gonna get saved out again, yet again, and again by Squishy.
Squishy is just having a great time at the moment, adding maybe a part to his game here that he doesn't necessarily get too much credit for. For Alpine, need to find themselves a goal though. 4 minutes to do it. Pass over to Magic Bear. Look to lay it back off, but there was no one over there, lads. And Alpine trying to get creative, but not necessarily knowing how to do so. As it is clear. Justin already rushing. He'll be there a country mile before Magic Bear was, but the angle wasn't available. Garrett G turns around. That second goal could be the end of Alpine. They've got to avoid it at all costs. Off the ceiling, Squishy does get a second touch. I don't think he quite wanted it though. Would have preferred to just start dropping with the ball, getting more power from the shot.
Just been watching them kind of individually on how they take finesse on the shots, and there it is. After all these direct plays, they finally throw one in mid. It's just so much room to work with. Squishy with a perfect pass here inside. We're Justin, bottom right. Not a whole lot you can do about that one.
Absolutely not. I mean, they have been so direct that we saw everybody either try and challenge the ball or on the backboard for Alpine. Unfortunately, at that point, the infield pass became an option, and it was something that NRG were not going to give up on. It's good to see as well, because over the last few days, we've seen a lot of those infield passing plays executed passing-wise, and the shots being so lackluster. So it's been refreshing almost to see NRG hitting that one.
Yeah, they've basically conditioned Alpine to go on that backboard almost every single touch, especially with Squishy and everybody else now starting to work in those solo plays. We talk about that three-headed monster potential of NRG and why we respect them and why we consider them so dangerous. I mean, case in point, their counterparts in that is Vitality. I mean, we've seen what Vitality is capable of where every single player, you know, as soon as the ball tishes up, they take another air dribble and it's a flip reset or a ceiling shot or just one more thing that you have to be worried about. Energy's at that point now as well, and then you're coupling it with, you know, the thing we've been harping on, Squishy's defense. That applies to everybody. So, again, Alpine trying to do what they can as they get down to the last 2 minutes here. Has not been easy as Energy just looking to get stronger and stronger as this game goes on.
Well, Magic Bear would have preferred to get the passing play. It was already spotted. And Percy bumped into, well, Magic Bear was bumped into Percy. So the plight of Alpine just getting more and more difficult here. With 100 seconds left on the clock, Squishy tries to add number 3. Off the backboard, Percy will clear. They need the ball out this side of the field at the very least. Garrett G will be beat to the ball by Percy. Squishy's got all the time in the world, though, and he uses it to give his team time to get themselves back into position. Garrett G now on the goal line. That means Squishy has succeeded in the job that he wanted to do. Bump attempt just over the top of the car. Alpine, they need something big here. None of them have really got going. None of the players are even over 200 points. Just have not seen anything of the ball to really make use of. Magic Bear gets the ball to the corner. Jordan's going to need a third player, though, with them. And that third player is all the way in their back corner. Justin has got all the time in the world.
Well, it's like Percy wants to move up. He makes 2 absolutely clutch saves to keep the ball out, but immediately after, he's trying to find some boost, and Garrett's just being a bully on that entire half. Just knows he's the only one they really have to worry about, and that's been kind of the shift that we've been seeing where players and Garrett alike just trying to control any possession on this one. Killing the clock down. Where they try to go for that last player, the biggest threat, or the only one they need to worry about is this one's going to be a wide open net here for Squishy. He's not going to miss the mark on this one.
Absolutely not. So 3-0, and that should be it here. NRG. They were tested in games 1 and maybe a little bit of game 2. But outside of that, they have looked like the better team. Alpine able to take game number 3, but nothing else really going for them. And as we went further and further into this series, NRG widened the gap. Has been very much an exhibition of what NRG are capable of. And as you said earlier on, Lawler, they can get better than this. And against Envy, they will want to play better than this.
Yeah, Envy's going to provide definitely a different dynamic on the approach to the game as we count down our last few seconds here. Energy, obviously, with the 3-0 lead, is going to secure it and give themselves a rematch for that Brawl 10K final. And an exciting one at that. I think I'm really happy to see that play out. But to give credit to Alpine, obviously, expectations of living up to them and more, you know, making themselves in the top 6. A team that has struggled during this offseason to even qualify for any main events finds themselves against the team that looks the best right now and able to take at least 1 game off. So credit to Alpine here, and back to the drawing board they go. Either way, credit where it's due. They do put up a pretty good fight.
Yeah, for Alpine, they come out of this and we'll say they got beat, but that's really as bad as the criticism's really going to go for them because no one expected them to really be winning this one. Nobody that will be judging them based on, you know, how we expect them to do in future performances is going to look at them versus NRG as any sort of indicator of what they are going to be capable of. So this has been a good experience for them, I think, and they have had a great tournament getting into top 6, as we will take ourselves a quick look at how the bracket stands right now. NRG moving on to the next round, and as we see, it is that juicy Brawl 10K rematch. Best of 7 between them and Team Envy, where Turbo looks to try and double up his win tally. But on the other side of the bracket, Rogue are currently waiting for our next match, which is Space Station Gaming against Rat Enterprises. That should be very interesting indeed. I think Rogue, more than any other team, would like to have a finals opportunity. They'll feel like they should have got themselves a finals opportunity during the summer shuffle, but end up losing to Omelette. Trust me, a lot of people and a lot of teams would have very much felt the same way. Omelette, phenomenal on the entirety of that run.
Yeah, but before they do that, obviously, we got Space Station versus Rat, XB versus Old Team. Going to be an exciting one at that, and I know, based upon that, if Space Station, like I think we kind of want to give the nod to, ends up making it through, Rogue gets their chance at a rematch as well. So, a lot of fun storylines here before we go into the next match, but it's all coming down to the wire, man. These best of sevens are absolutely brutal. Single elimination is not an easy one, so energy, you know, it took a little bit to get going, but with that momentum going into Envy, it's going to be an exciting one. And I hope Envy steps up to the plate because that last best of 7 we got between those two is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, it really was. Envy, especially when they do get their chance to set up, you know, in their play style, we saw it was a whole bunch of 1-0s. You don't want to go into a game against Team Envy and say, okay, we're going to win this based on mistakes, because Envy are not going to provide them for you. But when we come back, it is going to be Space Station Gaming looking to try and join the semifinals, but they've got to try and get through Rat Enterprises to do so.
No modesty, I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one son, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up.
It's the arrival. I came in the league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on a Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since I old. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out, they flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. mindset. Ay, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Ay, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Ay, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe, I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say, if you ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Yeah, got no time to waste, can't be with me if you're not at my pace. You're not at my level, you're not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they was scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Yeah, by any means. I gotta get it, the mindset. I gotta get it, the mindset. I gotta get it, the mindset.
Hello there, everybody. Welcome back to the ESPN Invitational, and welcome back to our second match of Top 6. I'm Shogun, still joined by Lawler. We have Lief and Sleegi on later on today. But up next, we have got ourselves Space Station Gaming against Rat Enterprises. Winner of this one moves on to the semifinals to take on Rogue in another best of 7. But for Space Station Gaming, Lawler, I feel like this one has got quite a bit of importance because as good as they have looked throughout the offseason, a tournament where they would come out with a loss against Rat Enterprises and against Alpine would not be in their best interests.
Even more so with the recent roster change and kind of the easy storyline to pick apart. They're playing against their former teammate NXB. They feel like Reddles is the better addition, and so far results have spoken that way. But again, when you're going head to head, it's kind of the direct 1-to-1, even though it's a completely different style. It will be interesting to see on how it plays out. I think Space Station as a unit has a lot of potential with this roster, and it could be something that we find out in the future is extremely dangerous. But yesterday left a little bit to be desired. Wasn't exactly the full form Space Station I wanted, but the same thing can be said about Rat Enterprises. So again, this will be an interesting one to see on how it plays out.
Yep, so already seen on the other side of the bracket a couple of players who seem to be stepping up. We've got the players currently in the pre-match warm-up, so it seems like this one is good to go. We don't have the Percy ping this time around, which is always nice to see. But what should we really be expecting out of this one? What was different to this Rat Enterprises compared to what we've seen from a lot of the off-season?
I'm talking with the players to make sure server is good, so if you want to repeat that question, that'd be amazing.
Okay, it's amazing. This is the lovely part about the whole juggling act of all of this. Especially,
I heard literally
right
nothing
now.
you said. I'm just being honest.
No. All right, well, Rat Enterprises, how are they looking in this tournament compared to other ones from what you saw yesterday? Why are they getting better results now?
I think it's a little bit more so with that honeymoon phase we talk about. I think it's a new addition, which I think teams in general yesterday weren't as clean as normal, but as they settled in, I think they're really happy with the addition. I mean, they, as a team, tried out pretty much everyone. I mean, when they Reddles, Illusion, Wondam, they tried so many different people. So the fact that they settled with AXB, I think, was a welcome difference. I think that's what they wanted. So again, I think the fact that they're able to get a player that they're happy with, and now that they're able to kind of settle in and just kind of start gelling with a player that they know, like, this is our roster moving forward, I think it provides a level of confidence. And because of that, they're able to translate that onto the field. So I also think AXB is a player that allows Torment to become more involved. And that, in addition, I think is going to make them a better team.
Yeah, I think I even saw Torment actually go for a flip reset yesterday. That was
went for a couple.
I know, it's been nice to see. Torment and teams that he's been on, they've always had best results when he sort of breaks out from his own half of the field. It's, always been seemingly a trophy winner for him on occasion, but he's got to be able to keep showing that. And that's just as much on Gimmick as well to allow it, because, especially in season 8 was the worst I've ever seen it, where Gimmick was just all over the place. You know, he was on every single ball and was doing nothing with it. So he's got to make sure that he's respecting the rotation of his team for them to have any chance.
Yeah, especially with the players that they have now. I mean, you don't have the high-flying squishy to kind of bail out some of these situations like we've seen him do so many times on Energy. It is going to have to be a true team effort, and that's the exciting part about this, is you're now getting to see a fully fledged Rad Enterprises, who I'm excited to see when they lock up that new org that I will not name here on broadcast. But I think they've got to be feeling pretty motivated, trying to put up a good fight here to prove that they are worthy of the name that they'll be rocking here, hopefully soon.
That's good, because when we announced them today on the tweet, they were the only ones without an ad. So good to hear that that's going to be changing sometime soon. Also, it'd be nice to not call them Rat Enterprises for too much longer. But here we go. Good start for the team as Gimmick will launch the shot, and it does rebound off one of the opponent's cars.
Yeah, not only that, but AXB, you've seen his involvement right away. Gets a beautiful 50 in the corner or on that side wall and ends up keeping it on his own possession. And then from there, just a beautiful pass infield, and that's something that we've been highly requesting all throughout this weekend, is where's the infield pass plays? He has been using that backboard and doing a ton of very direct play. But the first one out of the gate here, Gimmick's involvement, something that you talked about in the pre-show, absolutely crucial to their success, as Torment comes in a little bit high on the shot, almost has a bar down. But they're going to be able to sustain it until Typical gets a little bit of the ball, able to play it the other way. Does deny the boost here in the corner. Has a lot of aggression coming from Torment, trying to break out of their own half. And a demo from Arsenal. Some things never change.
Absolutely not. He will be just as aggressive as we have ever seen him. Got more demos. Typical forced to play it from a position that he wouldn't have necessarily preferred to. His Gimmick will squeeze the ball in. And this is the perfect start for Rat Enterprises.
2 for a hot looking Gimmick. And this is just a difficult situation for Typical. A completely out of boost, it looked like, but I'm just falling off that backboard, watching it kind of loft in front of his own net. Easy for Gimmick. You know he's going to be fast to it. Gets 2 for himself here. Another kickoff. Going to go back to AXB. High flying, just nobody on him as he flips it over the top. What could have been a possible counterattack. That's where I think the difference is that you're noticing even from our first series with Alpine, where Alpine kind of provides that space because there's a player so far back. And in some of these higher level teams, immediately that third player knows, if we want to sustain this offense, we have to move up. You're getting a piece of that here.
Right now, not really much of anything settling down for Space Station Gaming, although this will help. AXB misreading off the corner. It's the first time we've really seen Space Station Gaming have a chance to set themselves up. It goes over the top of 2 of them, and that leaves one player, Rettles, all by himself. He needs teammates back, and Sipical will deliver that with a monstrous demo. A little bit of a worrying moment, though, for Space Station. They're going to go back onto the offense. Do not want to be dropping down by 3 in game 1. But best of 7, every single matchup we've got today. Single elim. This is the last opportunity for all the teams. Got to make it count. That is a good shot. XB will keep it out, but only for so long. Arsenal's there to finish off his own play.
Yeah, just really good efforts. Torment deciding to try to play this one slow, and I initially thought it was the right idea. You know, force a 50 or whatever it may be, but Arsenal takes such a unique approach coming from behind the defender and sweeping across. He gets a dunk, then able to follow it up. So punishing Torment for playing it a little bit slow, going for the possession game. Puts Space Station right back in it.
Feels like Torment definitely panicked on that play, because typically when someone's coming towards you, you either want to make sure that you're definitely going to get the flick over them, or you haven't got the time for it, you go for the 50. And he tried to flick over despite the fact that the opponent was so close.
Yeah, usually on that one, you actually break check it and go behind it so you can force it. But sometimes the flick with being on top of the hood feels like the best option in this one. Arsenal proving that it's not, as another play develops here and just catching the defense sleeping. Gimmick gets his 3rd.
Arsenal just doesn't realize Torment is going to give him all the space that he wants, and even then some. Typical completely out of position, and Gimmick has got himself a 3-minute hat trick. 1 goal every 60 seconds so far. He's had to work for some of them definitely harder than others. Either way, he'll be very happy with how this has played out. 2-goal lead reestablished. Space Station Gaming Lots of work to do now. Sipical needed to make contact. Torment is now on the hunt. Looks like some block. AXB, not a great touch from him. Requires another player to come in, and that is a player with 0 boost. All right, now, Space Station Gaming. Very slow compared to their typical selves. Getting a lot of times where we've seen challenges, and it is almost universally been Rat Enterprises that have got a player on the ball next.
Yeah, I do want to give credit to Rat, though. Looks like they came ready to play. I mean, right out the gate, just super aggressive in the face of the other team, not trying to give them any space. Other than a couple mistakes here and there, they've been pretty clean, especially with the pass plays and the way they've developed. Not afraid to go for some solo efforts as well on some of these setups, but again, immediately working in an infield pass play, I think, is the #1 thing that takes me by surprise. Based upon how this has all been developing, but a beautiful pass play here. Reynolds is just able to throw it in.
I mean, kudos to the setup. Sipical spots him and launches it. Reynolds, well, he can't play any better than that.
Scooping off that sidewall.
Wow. They've been so impressive when they actually create their own opportunities, but it might not mean much. Arsenal, how on earth did he recover? And Space Station Gaming now suddenly in with a chance of this. Reynolds looks for another one. Double tap attempt, and he's got it.
What a heroic save from Arsenal. You ask how he got the recovery, but even more important, you're talking a 2-goal swing here. From one side to the other, just a matter of seconds. Space Station ties it up.
Just like that, Space Station go from sleeping to very much awake and in this game. 3 each now. Sipical, infield, over to Arsenal. Torment has to be proactive, keeps it away from him. And now he's got a chance to try and win it for his team. And Torment, he's taken 7 shots, but that's the one that made it.
It almost feels like a boxing match. Nobody's even blocking anymore, just rifling shots one after another. What a response here from Rat Enterprises.
This is only game 1. Could very well be in for a treat if they all look like this. Arsenal hands it straight back over to Torment, who seems like he's feeling generous, does the exact same thing. Space Station have got to try and control it now. Rettel sets up for Sipical. Is it going to be number 4? No, it's not. Huge save. Keeps it out off the post. Looks to transition to the other side of the field. Gimmick will end up putting the ball into the far corner. He's not going to be back for a while, but Arsenal's mistouch is going to require another player. It's back into the midfield. Torment will be the first player there. And it is a win for Rat Enterprises despite a massive scare in the final moments.
Could have been tied up as well. That shot from Sipical a little bit light and a little bit off the mark. It looked like we were going to get an overtime, but eventually, Rat Enterprises, they strike first. They're able to hold on, and I mean, what a statement at the beginning as well. I mean, obviously, AXB coming in against his old team, having a phenomenal job of setting up half of these plays, but the focus is going to be on Gimmick, I think, on this one. Just a hat trick. You talked about it, you know, a goal every 60 seconds at the start, and the pass plays that have been developed, but his aggression, his ability to be very decisive when he wants to go for the ball has been absolutely on the money.
And it's one of those games as well that we come out of, and I was ready to be a lot more critical of how lackluster Space Station Gaming were. They were so far off the pace in those opening 3 minutes, but it's hard to do that now because now you have the mentality of, all right, we see more of that in the next game. You know, don't leave themselves 3 goals off in the first 3 minutes, then maybe you got a better chance of winning it.
Yeah, I mean, the one that's going to stick out in my mind is that half-lift save from Arsenal. How he got that recovery.
Was ridiculous.
And then immediately transitioned by a big clear to Reynolds was just... That is the reason why it's doubted, or deemed, I should say, as the most exciting esport. A matter of seconds from one side to the other. Space is going to come out of the gate pretty good here.
You do have to be perfect for a very long time in this game, especially when your opponents are playing well. It's the reason why I'm a huge fan now of the final day single elimination brackets, because it means by the end of it, you've got the 2 teams that are popping off the most, as it is going to be decent shot from Rettles. Just had to try and get there and what to get it on target, but couldn't quite find the power to turn it in.
Yeah, to add to that, you know, we saw a lot of trends in the early World Championships with these lower bracket runs and a team having momentum. I mean, Cloud9's I mean, what, 38, 35 games? They played the most they could on the way to their victory against Dignitas, which shocked everybody in that bracket reset. And I think ever since that moment, there was just kind of that feeling of like having the ability for two teams that have yet to lose in the final day. You know, the whole tournament is get to that point, and then after that, it's like you can't lose. And that level of play coming out, Space Station now really heating up. It just goes and doubles down. Like, it's exciting seeing that two teams that have yet to lose that are really popping off, and I think it's a testament to how tough these guys have to fight for it.
And it's definitely a feeling that I think Gimmick and Torment want back. It has been a downward struggle for the last year and a half. Maybe XB is the one that can breathe new life into them. They are down by 1 here in game number 2. They have to try and scramble back. Arsenal is going to be the quickest of all of them, and he will secure it. This is really good gameplay, though, from Space Station. They've calmed this down now, and they're just outplaying their opponents through the fundamentals.
Yeah, it just seems like they've really settled into the series here. A little bit of aggression here, a little bit too much even from Rad Enterprises. Leads to a counterattack. Typical, obviously, with the efforts. He's been quick to the ball all day long.
Oh, wow, what a bump.
Crucial one of that.
Yeah, just we've seen a few of those today. Players willing to get themselves up into the air and then hold position there just so that they are one more target, one more obstacle to go past. Sypical gets a phenomenal second touch. He might be able to keep this going. Couldn't quite find contact. Doubt a passing play would have reached the other side of the field either way. That's what Sypical does. If he's got an opportunity, he will try and go for it. And what we are seeing a lot more of now is these bumping plays. And there is no clue on Rat Enterprises' side as to how to deal with it. That is the 3rd time in the last minute that goalkeeper has been headhunted.
It's unfortunate for Torment. He's in a perfect position, you know, facing north-south, ready for this clear. And then all of a sudden, he's gone. And it leads for a wide open shot, makes it nice and easy. That's what I think makes this Space Station new roster very dangerous. Whether it be Reddles, whether it be Arsenal, it does not matter. Someone is going to be going for someone on that defense. It's going to open up opportunities, especially when you have someone like Sypical who can buy time for the team at any given moment.
No, the last game was one of the more exciting ones we've had throughout this tournament. Space Station Gaming and trying to make sure that this one not even close to being the same. And dominant so far in game number 2. Pass over. Gimmick takes the shot, but had to turn into it. It's never going to be able to hit that with too much power. That's the thing about Space Station. They will just keep going until they get so many goals on the board that you just feel embarrassed by it. As Torment narrowly avoids being hit. It's going to be turned into plenty of time for Space Station. To midfield. XB there too early. Torment still looking for his chance to come into the rotation. Space Station Gaming, they're not launching downfield hit and hope. They are leaving themselves options in their own side of the field to pass to. And that makes when they go for the clear even better. Another bump off the backboard. Sypical with the set for Rettles. And it was horrible because it went off the crossbar. And those are so hard to read offensively. Space Station Gaming just have hit a rhythm this game. And they are not letting go of it.
You say that.
It's happened a few times today. I'm just ignoring it now.
Yeah, they send quite a bit on offense, and that's been kind of their bread and butter so far. Where every single player or every single play from Space Station has had that follow-up with the player kind of coupling with a demo or a bump play or making sure the follow-up is there. But what's really tying it together has definitely been the fact that when these plays are developing, rather than, like you said, the booming clears just throwing it the other way, there's a moment where Sypical, you know, he could have played that downfield, but instead he opts to play it off the backboard and just draw at least a defender out because he knows the pass isn't going to be there. So the decision making has been on point, but again, there's still a couple mistakes here and there that have been leading to opportunities. And are we going to get a repeat of last game? This looks very familiar.
Okay, lads. Starting to look like we're about to get a little bit more tense over this final minute. Rat Enterprises very much in this game now. 1 minute to go. Space Station Gaming have not been on defense too much this so far as they look to try and make it 4. Sypical won't be able to get the double tap. Instead, put all in on his first shot. Gimmick had the option downfield. Torment needs at least 10 car lengths more if he's going to reach that pass. He left it for XB, who had a lot of distance to travel. Arsenal keeps the pressure on, ends up removing himself from the field for a little while longer, but he has got the 100 boost. Passing play is over to XB, who had to jump early to avoid a demo. Ever since getting that one goal closer, Rat Enterprises have not been able to put anything together. XB looks to make it awkward. Typical did drive out a little bit, but recovered just fine. Almost put himself out of position. They have got it within one, but Space Station Gaming, ever since then, haven't allowed them too much. Maybe one more opportunity before the ball hits the ground. 2 players up as well for Space Station. Torment pops it even higher. First time for AXB, not quick enough to prevent Rattles from getting a block. Gimmick chooses to go by himself. Gonna bounce, and that is straight over to Space Station, who will finish it off. But can't necessarily say that was a convincing final minute and a half.
No, a great 3-0 start for them, and then allowing Rat to kind of slowly crawl back in. Need to be careful in that one. I'm sure for the Heart, they would have liked to close that one out with a strong finish, but again, they're able to do it there. Good defensive touches and challenges in the midfield. Allows them to hold on, so a good bounce back game for them in this series. Obviously a best of 7 today, so still a lot to go, but again, back and forth, and I think that's what we expected from this series, is both teams slowly taking shots at each other to see who will come out on top, and as of right now, it's hard to give a nod to either one because it's been relatively even.
Yeah, once again, it's just so much time spent with one team looking like the better of the two, and then the final minute, suddenly that instantly switches. It's not even been a gradual thing so far. I think Space Station will be relatively happy, though, with at least 80% of that previous match. Looks like something they can build upon and just continue to replicate as we are now into game number 3. And we are continuing with the demo trend with Gimmick now racing the other side of the field. It's going to be a difficult shot to take. Almost made it. Still forced Arsenal to jump. And Rattles had to play sweeper keeper. Just about keeping that ball out of their net. Space Station, though, had a warning shot fired at them very early on. Need to make sure that they know where that third man is because they can't afford to overcommit them. There's another shot into their top corner. The infield pass intended for Torment. He got there late. And if he was there any earlier, you've got to say that had to be a goal.
Good aggression here, though, by Rat Enterprises. Something they had difficulty doing last game was sustainability up on the offensive half, as Gimmick with the earliest pre-jump and minimal boost still able to put a block in front to lead it to AXB, but the defensive Space Station been able to hold strong. Looking for a clear here. Toretto's going to play this one downfield. Sickle does get full boost, but Gimmick's already up, plays it the other way. Does end up checking back to it with a half rotation and bringing it back to the other side. Arsenal going to try to play this one slow. Gets a 50. Might be able to play this out to Redos, and Redos actually with the fake ends up getting it past, going for the goalie, of course. What else do you do at that moment? But it doesn't lead to anything. Space Station still on offense, though. It's typical up in the midfield. Makes a couple touches here as AXB just sits and waits. No real pressure on it at all. Scanning back and forth to Shogun, but Arsenal up top and able to drop that one straight down. What could have been from that, but a demo as well. Both teams getting a little bit chippy here.
Rattles will launch. Arsenal has the boost to try and go for it. And it is a save by Torment. I don't even think Arsenal really wanted the ball. He was more after the player. As Sipical turns in, and he turns the ball into the net as well. Just nice and relaxed, keeping that pressure going. And, well, you saw on your camera, what is a goal for Space Station without a little bit of an attacking a defender as well?
Yeah, you kind of see it on the back end. The camera angle doesn't really give it justice, but immediately after that play developed, just the first instinct is having the trust of the teammates behind. You get that first player in rotation to drop back down and go for the bump play. So again, Space Station, something that they have been known for quite relatively in every aspect of their game, honestly, both on offense and defense, is those bump plays. But what could have been here for Gimmick, doesn't have the right angle on it, plays it across. It's going to allow Space Station to clear this back the other way.
Gimmick has definitely cooled down since game 1. Rat Enterprises would like to heat that back up, though, very quickly. Rattles Gets enough contact, but it's only as far as Torment decides to try and go solo. Plays over the top of Typical. Rattles now all by himself. Has to try and guess. Gimmick, how much does he want to commit? Not too much, though. Gets his teammates back before trying to keep that pressure on. It might actually swing out over to him. Oh, Gimmick staying around a little bit too long. Torment will see his 100 boost stolen. So 2 minutes on the clock. Space Station Gaming currently up by 1-0. That might change, though. Might be up to 2 in just a moment. Feels so strange, Lawler, seeing XB's name on the field and saying Rat Enterprises is not Space Station Gaming. I cannot get used to it at all.
Yeah, it's going to be a weird adjustment. I mean, the same thing applied, right? When Squishy went over to Energy. It just feels off, but that is kind of the way that we're trending here. Obviously, we got a long season ahead of us with a ridiculous touch from Arsenal there, actually going underside with it. But yeah, man, it's like I mentioned yesterday, it's a new era of Rocket League that we're going to be seeing here in the esports scene. The way that these guys are going to approach and the long-term commitment that they're going to be making here. So we get down to our final minute here in Game 3. Both teams that won a piece in the series, hoping to put themselves one step closer to that semifinal where they'll go on to play Rogue. Good touch over the top here, forcing 2 defenders out. Should allow Torment to deny this boost, but Typical already in midfield, able to win a 50 and play it the other way.
Typical went so aggressive on that one. He went up with 0 boost just to make sure that his opponents weren't going to get anything for free. Was the correct decision to make. XB needs someone around that can start challenging this immediately afterwards. Torment gets something decent. The XB back on, over to Gimmick. Too obvious though, the infield. Space Station Gaming keep it away. 20 seconds now on the clock. Try to see if they can find that one clutch goal. Infield pass. Gimmick this time was challenged again. Just wanted to see if he could pop the ball up to try and play afterwards. Keep going infield. But Rat Enterprises have not found the end result that they want on those plays. Space Station Gaming just need to find the ball into the floor or maybe into the net. 2-0. And they have now found their second game of the series.
Big credit to Arsenal here in the midfield. Extremely decisive on his challenges. Able to stop and shut down a lot of these plays. Even with those pass plays developing, you mentioned it that they just haven't been able to get it going here in the third game, and a lot of it is credit due to Arsenal. So at first it was just the recovery in net, but he's definitely brought that into the midfield and allows Space Station to get their second victory here in the series.
I think Rat Enterprises now need to start varying this a little bit more. It seemed like pressure was on, they knew they needed a goal, and they kept going for the same thing over and over because they thought, okay, this is the highest percentage play we have. You got to take some risks on that. Unfortunately, as much as you don't want to, as much as you want to go for the play that you think is the most likely to succeed, every time you do it, it's diminishing returns. And Space Station Gaming very good, very quick at spotting what they could intercept, and they just kept doing it over and over. If you're not going to throw anything at them that they haven't got to think any harder on, except for, okay, ball's over on the left or right, they've got a player in the middle, I will just drive through that middle bit right there, then you're not going to get anything past them.
It doesn't even matter if that middle bit's there too, if he's getting demoed the whole time. So again, there's a lot of opportunities I think that Rat has to really mix it up. I think the pass plays are good because they're respected now. This is where you have to, kind of take that change. I mean, obviously these players are all very talented. We saw even XB on that sidewall at the beginning, the capabilities in air, the control that these players have. So mixing a couple of solo things here and there, make one of these players have to come up and go for you. Just going to see how it benefits, but this one going past Reddles is going to just play it into his own corner. A great fake out here from Reddles forces Gimmick to kind of commit a little bit harder. So again, you're seeing Space Station really settle into this game. I talked about it at the beginning of last match, how it seems like things are just kind of falling into place, not feeling too pressured, and they're looking comfortable here with the first goal. Only 29 seconds in, or 31 seconds. I did the opposite, but here we are.
Yeah, Space Station Gaming have hit a level here that seems consistent, seems replicatable. Not too sure if that's a full word or if I'm at least somewhat close to one that is actually for real.
Good enough, man.
Replicable. Okay, production, thank you very much. Gonna go back to school for English at some point.
Yeah, it's overrated, man.
I don't know, I think for our job, maybe. Might be a little bit of it.
Yeah.
Good news for me is I can usually make up words and just say, oh, you know, it's an English phrase. You just wouldn't get it.
I ain't gonna question on it, man.
No,
Because if it is, then I just look at like it's just, I don't win in this.
Arsenal just over the top. Him and Space Station Gaming still looking comfortable here. Although that could change here. Good touch. Puts Arsenal a little bit awkward, especially with multiple waves of offense ready to come towards him. Torment just not quick enough, though. And Typical will be able to beat him clean. This has got even worse as well. As Rettles sees the awkward bounce, and his opponent didn't.
Yeah, he's been doing a really good job of utilizing his space here. A lot of these fake challenges, just drawing out defenders. Obviously, Rat Enterprise is trying to play fast and quick to apply some of that pressure and hopefully get a weird pinch out of it. But Rettles, this is twice now. Once in the back right corner where he also had Gimmick coming in and just had his number. Going for 2 fake challenges in a row, and he draws them out and gets that jump and creating that space for himself, providing a lot of opportunities, doing a good job here as well. Reading that 50 loss Space Station to stay up on offense. What looks like he was going to go for a challenge immediately turns into a demo. And I think that's the capabilities that these guys really want to work in is they commit to the play, but if it doesn't work out, at least get something for it. And in their circumstance, it tends to be a lot of demos. It's an interesting play on that one. AXB on the top, just trying to shadow out the player and box him out. This one's going to play the other way. Arsenal decided to take it a little bit slow.
If you're a Rat Enterprises fan, starting to get a bit worried now because we have seen this story play out before on this broadcast. A bit more so for NRG, but it was Alpine Gaming that started off well against them. And then NRG's just looked consistently like the stronger team. That's what this last 8 minutes has felt like to me, Lawler. I feel like Space Station found a rhythm, and they've been able to stick with it.
Yeah, they look extremely comfortable. I just haven't seen them have to panic at all. Even on defense, the shots and the plays that are developing haven't really been threatening at all. There's been a couple here that I think the last time that Rat scored where it was just more of like an awkward mistake on the back end, but other than that, like Rat hasn't really had a shot that Space Station has really had to deal with. So again, just taking their time, slowing it down, getting the field and the plays working. Almost feels like a good warm-up for them for their next match that they're really looking forward to in Rogue in that semifinal. But still plenty of time for Rat. Rettles comes in, tries to go for a challenge. Might have been a goal, but shot again here on target. Can be a quick clear from AXB up to Torment. He does get it past, but already in a good position is Rettles. As it plays back the other way, this could be a chance.
Oh, huge bump from Gimmick. It leaves it for Torment. Power? Nah. Lots of it.
Yeah, that touch from Arsenal. Not the one he's looking for. Obviously, he's just trying to delay that going into the midfield, but unfortunately for him, he ends up playing it just straight up and it goes right back down in front of their net. Coupled with the defensive mistake and the aggression on that back wall. Does allow Rat to get back into it. We've seen this happen numerous times, but nothing's been able to show for it because of the midfield control from Space Station. But a huge clear here, and unfortunately for Gimmick, Rettles is there again, so looks like they're going to counterattack this the other way and be rewarded for it. As Typical with a fantastic read off that crossbar.
And not for the first time, Space Station Gaming use the offense of their opponents to their advantage. Just keep getting these loose balls in the midfield that they can launch down to the other side. It's what got them the 0-second goal earlier on. It's what's got them another one here. Space Station Gaming back to a little bit more comfortable 2-goal lead. Pop over to Typical. Great 1-2 between the two players for Space Station Gaming. I'll even get some more out of this. Rettles hunts around. That was the Peeps play as well that he was so solid with during DreamHack Montreal. Is there anyone that's playing it around that corner who you want to just launch around? Almost like a Doomsy Dish demo. It would be him.
It's just a different kind of way of approaching the game that what people were used to. Obviously, nowadays we kind of expected, but in the past, you know, that first player closest to the ball was always the one that would make that touch. But what the Peeps really popularized was the fact that you could take that first player to open up the defense by going for a demo or a bump play, and then just let the ball kind of trickle in on its own and let it carry the momentum that you put on in the initial touch. And again, Peeps able to win an entire DreamHack major with that. We'll see how players start to develop around that and being a little bit more used to the tendencies of some of these players. As AXB is going to drop this one in, they put him back within one. And there's still a chance here, Shogun.
Can any team win a game without making it really hard for themselves in the last few moments? It's a great play. Just constant pressure being put on, and finally they get the ball to drop to them in a good spot. Very much the same way that Torment scored previously. Oh, good kickoff. It's off the backboard. Rattles crucial contact. He will launch that as far as possible because XB decided to try and go more offensively focused than defensively focused. It means they had to try and scramble back, and it was just too much work for them to do. Space Station Gaming on to match point.
Yeah, Red did a really good job there on the tail end with Gimmick. Yeah, that 50 that it finally worked in their favor where it ends up going mid and they get a goal out of it. But even towards the tail end, you can just see Space Station, the game IQ to have the awareness. I mean, on that back end, on that side wall, they know they just got to kill it. He just sits on the side wall and denies the clear. There's nowhere for the player to go. He doesn't even hit it and just let it touch the ground. So Space Station now at match point. A lot of pressure here on Rad Enterprises, but at this point, I haven't really seen much that's going to start swinging it in their favor. They've got to change something up here. And quite honestly, I think it's just a matter of taking those solo plays. It's something that worked very well for them in groups, is allowing any of these players, rather than trying to go for the pass or the direct approach, just take it alone, because at least you're drawing somebody out with you. So again, I think Rat is having a difficult time of making Space Station respect the touches that they're going for, because all of these fake challenges in the space that they're creating for themselves is making it almost too easy.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, especially on the solo plays, because the more you go for other things, the more powerful that infield pass would become. Right now, they have just kept going back to it, that it's not really respected anymore, as Gimmick will find them an opening goal. And again, not for the first time, that corner has claimed another victim.
Hey man, some things remain true, and in this case, it's Gimmick being aggressive. This is now another time where he's just able to bully his way to get the ball in front of the net. This time he's rewarded only 10 seconds in. And for the first time in what feels like a long time, Red Enterprise is going to strike first, see if they can hold on to it or what they can do with it. Either way, it should provide a level of confidence for them. The biggest thing here is Space Station, after any goal, has been able to respond relatively quickly. At this point, Rat doing anything but allowing that to go in. It's good cleared downfield for Space Station. He'll put it in front of the net. Go with a shot, plays it right over the top. That's exactly what Rat Enterprises doesn't want.
It was almost, I really want to take a look at the defender for this one. It was almost like a jump, an attempt to save out of pure obligation, rather than any actual expectancy to really save it. What a shot. Sipical puts us back to one each. Don't want to be seeing Rat Enterprises being able to settle on that one goal lead that they had, and now they won't be able to. Back all tied up here. Arsenal for Sipical. He might have Rattles as an option, but all right, he had Rattles as an option. I'm sorry, Gimmick. I didn't mean to offend you by that. Gimmick has been very physical so far in this game, as XB's forced to slow down to avoid being bumped. Almost opened up an opportunity for Space Station Gaming to score. Arsenal, does he have anyone on the right-hand side? Rattles is coming over for him. Decided to play the pass even further back, and Rattles almost finds the double tap. Space Station Gaming are finding so much success here, Lawler, by just delaying the infield passes, and they're actually starting them up in their own side of the field. And rather than launching a shot at net, they're just going for the double taps off the backboard. Yeah,
the difficulty is because Rat is playing so aggressive. As long as they win that initial challenge, and they've been doing it with those delays that we've seen throughout this entire series, honestly, it gives them a lot of space, and because there's already a player that they're at a disadvantage on Rat, we'll just bring it down the other field pretty easily. But I do like the creativity, trying to mix it up. We talked about how Rat's been having a hard time as those pass plays just aren't developing anymore. But you see what you can do when you go for the solo plays. I think Reynolds is a prime example. He does get the pass, but rather than trying to develop more into it, he just sets himself up with the double touch off the backboard. That alone's going to draw a defender, and it's going to make it. And if he connects with that a little bit better, we may see Space Station with the lead here. So, again, some things that they could be learning from the other team, but an opportunity immediately, again, something we talked about at the very beginning. Arsenal, very decisive. Able to control the game with these challenges. As Rat going to get a demo, Gimmick still playing aggressive, and it might lead to an opportunity here. But Sipical has the answer, and luckily for Rat, not a whole lot of boost to work with as he plays this one low, and possession goes back and forth. But what feels like forever ends up again on the Rat Enterprises defense.
They are still trying to avoid that one big play. That could be this one. Typical goes flying past the ball. Now Gimmick has got AXB to work with, and you can see how quickly Space Station Gaming have been spotting those passes. Even with a player rotating back, they already know to try and just whip them around to the side. Get into the way of it. 2 minutes on the clock. Rat Enterprises desperately need them to be the next people that get the goal. But so far, Space Station Gaming all over the offense. Have not gone away just yet. Torment. Can't find a teammate, and that's 2 players over there. Arsenal's already lingering on the wall. Gimmick looks to try and escape. A potential demo, which Typical looked like he could have been aiming for. Rattles launches long again. Let's see if there's a mistake from Gimmick. So far, has not been forthcoming with one. Space Station Gaming still with all pressure, though. Just need to find if they can do something with it. AXB takes his time. Not the best first touch. He's going to try and bait in Rattles. Not the best first touch from Gimmick. Still, though, working with it. Typical couldn't quite read him. Didn't know if he had the flip reset or not. And now it's awkward for Typical. Huge demo prevents the shot. And if that was behind Typical, he had no chance of saving it. So definitely owes his teammate for that one.
Yeah, it's a huge demo coming through, and that's kind of the communication that comes through with Space Station. That should have been a goal. There was a big chance. You talked about the awkward touch from Gimmick, and it's because Space Station had a great job of setting up an offensive plays. This one's going to bounce over. Is someone there for the follow-up? AXB absolutely clutch on defense as we get down to the last 20 seconds here, trying to close it out. It's Typical. Who else but Typical to put it in top right?
I feel like Typical just got very bored there. Saw Gimmick come out, and Gimmick gets punished for leaving the goal line right over the top of him, top corner. And that could be series for Space Station.
22 seconds left. Rat needing something, otherwise they're going to be eliminated from this tournament. Winner going on to play Rogue in the semifinals and a chance of guaranteed money. Just bumped out of the play, trying to maintain possession. He plays it down to the other half. With only 5 seconds remaining at this point, Shogun. Something big needs to happen, and there it is! Torment able to take it with that solo play. We've been looking for it all series long.
The one opportunity he was going to get, and he nails it. Launched right across the face of goal. Torment didn't overcomplicate it. He didn't go for anything flashy. He just took one shot, saw it was in a good spot, and launched it. Now XP might be able to finish it in regulation, over the top of the crossbar. Set up from Torment. Follow-up will be there from XB, or no, it was Gimmick, who couldn't quite turn it in. Huge overtime now. Rat Enterprises have to get this goal, otherwise they are out. Gimmick with the opportunity. Plays over the top of one. Huge bump, though. In comes Torment. What a save. Rattles keeps this match going.
Typical down the other way. Gets a 50, goes for the bump in the demo play, and just like Space Station fashion, aggression on the offense and a counterattack gets them the victory. They move on to the semifinals.
Huge from Typical yet again. Just comes through clutch when his team needs him. And that is a phenomenal play to give his team the victory. Scored one to put them up, saw them drop it back down to Torment. And then he comes through with another massive play. Space Station Gaming have booked their spot in the semifinals, and they'll be taking on Rogue for a spot in the grand finals. Wow. Another one to chalk up as a looked like we knew what was happening, and then the last moments were just pandemonium.
That one's a little bit scary on the back end, and I know Space Station's going to be really happy to close that one out. That's something that in weeks past, obviously there was some internal animosity, it felt like, which led to this AXB leaving the team, and that was part of their issues. They just weren't able to close out games. They didn't feel like they were on the same page, and pretty awkward, I guess, in their approach. And that answer has been pushed aside for Space Station here, looking very much so on form, very much so in control, and not pressured really at all. I'm curious to see if Rogue's going to be able to apply some of that with their high flyers and a lot of solo plays that I think are going to make them respected out of Atomic as well as First Killer. But again, Excited to see how that one develops. But again, Space Station, congrats to you guys. Another 4-1 on the other side of the bracket as well, as we move into our semifinals.
And we will be booting into those semifinals very soon. But the way it looks right now, Envy against NRG, Rogue against Space Station Gaming. I think this is the 4 teams that a lot of people will be looking at and saying, okay, these were the best 4 teams of the off-season. So looking forward to seeing who is going to come out of this bracket on top.
Yeah, this is for kind of the exciting moment to it. These are the first times we get to see these rosters that are confirmed for RLCSX compete. So again, the guys that have been performing well in the offseason, even with some of the changes that they've made, are the ones on top. So glad to see some sort of consistency in the chaos that has been all these roster changes.
Oh, I can't wait for it. Man. I can't wait for it at all, because this next few months, next year or so is going to be just ridiculous. And I hope people sort of get to see the teams that we've got right now and then compare where they're going to be just in a few weeks' time, not even a few months or anything like that. But when we come back, we get to start off our semifinals. We're kicking off with the matchup that I can't wait to see. Envy are going to be taking on NRG. It's Turbo Pulsar against his world champion ex-teammates.
I'm watching them close, acting like friends, but really they foes. Thought they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Yeah, by any means. Yeah, I gotta get it, the mindset. I gotta get it, the mindset. Hey, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Hey, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Hey, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe, I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say, if you ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Yeah, got no time to waste, can't be with me if you not at my pace. You not at my level, you not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Thought they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Yeah, by any means. I gotta get it, the mindset. I gotta get it, the mindset. I gotta get it, the mindset.
Yeah, I got the plan, I got the fan, I got the keys, I get to work. I am the man, you know what I'm saying, so leave it to me, cause I get it first. Yeah, woo, I've been going all day, man. Same plan, can't change that. Till I'm right around, whole squad sitting back, chilling in the Maybach. Yeah, only as deep as your roots go. I don't do corny like fructose. If you got the drama, that's word of my mama. I'll cover you up like a tombstone. I was last in my past, now you see I'm the one. They say work, never work. If you work and it's fun, we on the winning team. On top where you find us, we can do anything. Non-stop till our time's up. We on the winning team. On top where you find us, we can do anything. Non-stop till our time's up. We can do, ayy, we coming up from the dirt, ayy. They trying to get us to fall, ayy. I don't even gotta flex now, boy. It's only win by default, ayy. Taking off with the ring, ain't nothing left, man. We the kings, ran with the team, ran with the dream, ran with the one fan in the seats, ayy. I pay my dues, check the receipt. Looking at you, you already peaked. Way back then. You can't follow with my tracks, man. I was last in my past, now you see I'm the one. They say work, never work. If you work and it's fun, we on the winning team. On top where you find us, we can do anything. Non-stop till our time's up. We on the winning team. On top where you find us, we can do anything. Non-stop till our time's up. We on the winning team. On top where you find us, we can do anything. Non-stop till our time's up. We on the winning team. On top where you find us, we can do thumbs up.
My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business.
Yeah, look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss, time's right. And I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high rises, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Scenario, win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come You hear the crowd, we need that rain. Me and my team, deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping, yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, oh, right now. Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, oh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Oh, shut down. Oh, shut down. Say, oh, right now. Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, oh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Oh, shut down. Oh, shut down. Oh.
Y'all came here for the fame, I came here for the heart. Y'all came here for the game, I came here for the sport. Y'all came here for the fame, I came here for the heart. Y'all came here for the game, I came here for the sport. Yeah, run it, we gon' stay 100. Run it, give it all or nothing. Run it, we gon' stay 100. Run it, give it all or nothing.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the ESPN Invitational as we are just charging into the semifinals. My name is Sleegi. Joining with me today is Lief. And Lief, man, we've got one fantastic game to start off these semifinals with Team Envy facing off against NRG.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's from groups to now. If groups were already this good, I expected the finals to be just as good. These are all going to be bangers from here on out, with Envy versus NRG coming up first, Rogue Space Station still in it later. Unfortunately, we've lost Alpine, we've lost Rat, but they were good matches regardless. I mean, just to take a look back before this match starts, while the teams get ready, I just want to get your thoughts on what we've seen so far from the teams that made it. NRG, obviously, actually both matches only going to game 5 with 4-1 in both series. For Alpine, how you feeling with them going forward? And same with Rat. How do you think they're doing right now with AXB?
I mean, it's such an interesting dilemma, right? Because NRG and Space Station are two just outstandingly good teams that it really just comes down to how they're playing on the day. I really do think that with Rat Enterprises, especially looking at how they were playing, AXB, I feel is a good fit for that team. He just hasn't had enough time to really get used to it and submit himself in with how they play. And that's going to be a huge thing for them to, I think, start to really turn things around. And with Alpine, it just didn't feel like they had the same energy that they did yesterday. It just felt like they were lagging behind a little bit. And in these single eliminations, with how brutal they are, you can let the momentum kind of get away from you. And they just were never really able to get it back where they needed to.
And now for NRG, I mean, like, again, it felt like group stage a few days ago was just a little bit slower than we expected. Are we liking what we see from them today? Do you think Envy's really going to have to keep that consistency strong to hold off NRG, or is it going to be not full peak NRG that we have seen a few weeks before this?
Well, NRG, anytime they start to get into these pressure situations is when you really start to see them shine. And I think that really showed with that initial game against Alpine Esports. It was a lot closer to, I think, what many people were expecting to see out of them. It's going to be a tough game against Envy here. I really do think we're going to see at least a game 5 or 6 between these two teams. I am not really expecting any sort of sweep, but NRG is going to have to continue to increase the pressure because Alpine, as good as they are, I mean, really, I think everyone would agree, are just not on the same quality as Envy. And Envy, especially with Turbo right now, have been looking just honestly phenomenal.
So looking at this match directly, a best of 7 to get themselves into the grand finals for this large prize pool, $25,000 across this tournament for the ESPN Invitational. Envy and NRG, let's take 20 seconds before we let them get on the field here. How do you think this is going to play out? Is NRG going to steamroll through, or are we going to see an Envy start off really strong today?
I really think that we're going to see Envy start off strong. I think they're prepared. I think they're ready to go in here and grab a win. I don't think it's going to be easy for them. I don't think with whoever comes out of this, I think it is going to be a fight. But in the end, I think Envy, especially with how they've been performing in this tournament, if they are on their game, I just don't see NRG being able to fully complete that and go into these grand finals.
Well, we got it right here, and we're going to find out if you're right, Sleegs. Team Envy versus NRG. In a best of 7, game number 1, NRG's gonna have to see how Envy's playing, because yesterday they were hot and cold. Envy's obviously hoping to come out playing hot this entire series, but with the best of 7, lots of time to adjust.
Lots of time indeed, and it starts this game 1 with some initial pressure from NRG. We saw an early opportunity from Justin a bit ago. Not quite able to finish it yet, but they're still in this Envy half as it comes off the corner. Great pass over to Squishy. That is the exact sort of start that NRG needed to this game.
Well, exactly. I mean, coming off a game already 4-1 against Alpine, they've got the vibes, they've got the momentum, and this is just a good start from kickoff. 30 seconds in, they've had the pressure the entire time. So NRG off to a really great start. Envy's going to want to answer that goal as fast as possible. You don't want to stay scoreless at the beginning of a series for much too long.
No, especially not in these sorts of games where you know the quality of the team. I mean, Turbo getting taken out there going to be a critical factor for this Envy team as he plays against his former teammates. 4-time world champion is really going to have to show up here as he tries to get a pass over to Atomic in the midfield. Be Squishy, block in the corner from Atomic. It comes back in. Garrett, good pass over to Justin. He's got Squishy on this right side. Squishy opting to fall back a little bit. He comes off this corner wall, pass over to Garrett, redirect is centered. As he looks to follow it up, the double touch opportunity was a bit of a stretch, but Justin was looking to just sneak it through. As Envy again finding themselves on the defensive right now, NRG are just persistent in that pressure, and it results in a second goal.
Well, I mentioned the last time these guys faced off, I think was back at the, or at least relevant to this, was the Brawl 10K, where Team Envy actually took this against NRG. With Turbo moving over to the team. So I'm sure NRG's looking for some revenge here, and they're off to a good start with 2 goals in game number 1. But I mentioned already that it's a best of 7. There's lots of time for them to adjust, but NRG is just looking so good right now. It is all in their favor.
And I think part of the thing that's helping is the rotations for Envy right now. I'm just going to be honest with you, are not good. Atomic was pushed far front post. He couldn't get turned around when the play came back his way. Is caught facing the wrong direction, and NRG, just with the speed that they're showing right now, able to easily get on top and sink it in. Envy really need to tighten up and make sure they're communicating with each other on these rotations, because they cannot continue allowing NRG to have this sort of space to operate. They're finally seeing some pressure coming out of them right now in the NRG half. It'll be a bump from Atomic, sets up Turbo for a shot. Just high, missed follow-up on target, and that is what we want to see from this Envy team, setting up space.
I mean, this is great off the crossbar. Miss from Justin, though. If he had gotten that, this play wouldn't have happened here, but that's the way you got to do it. Capitalize. Miss was in a good spot to receive that pass from Justin had he gotten it, and to punish it. And then he was also there if the miss had happened. So just really, really great positioning from Miss to punish that.
Still a long way to go for Envy in this game, though. 2 goals down, 2 minutes in. It's a pass over to Mist. It's going to be a bit too high for him to reach as he gets the follow-up, though, on that left side. Justin now losing control. Atomic will play it off the back wall. Turbo's there, backing off a bit, letting Garrett put it into the midfield. We'll see Justin now pop up over Atomic. Garrett on his way back as Squishy pushes forward, trying to squeeze it by Atomic. With a miss on that boost, it'll force Squishy to rotate around as Garrett on the back wall will get another clear. Back down again, Turbo. Not able to find that. It's a power shot from Justin off the right side. Garrett to follow it up with a center. Squishy was in the area, but another clear away from Envy. And every time they get defensive like this, it really feels like NRG is just out for blood.
Yeah, I mean, if there's going to be an opportunity opened up, any kind of fault, NRG is going to shark on that really quick. Good passing play. That's a shot. Missed again, but I don't know if it's over yet. Garrett almost cleaned one up there. Pressure's not done. Envy still struggling to get possession.
NRG, on the other hand, doing a great job of holding on to it. Squishy almost able to sneak that around. I think one more goal from NRG here could spell the end of game one, so Envy need to make sure that they keep this pressure alive as Miss plays it into the corner. That going to be coming back around. Atomic backing off, and Turbo thinking Atomic was going to find the touch, backs off as well. It's Atomic now moving downfield. Was looking for the bump on Squishy, but Turbo's there. Pass, just not placement where it needed to be. Another drop from Atomic should give this to Garrett. And we're going to see a reversal of field. 1:15 to go. Still a 2-goal game. Completely doable. But right now, Envy just not showing anything deadly when they're threatening in that half.
Just a reminder, this is exactly what NRG wanted. You know, you want to be able to justify making that roster change. And the last time they faced off, they ended up losing to Turbo Pulsa. So having a 2-goal lead game number one and starting off the series with a win is exactly what you want to justify the decisions made.
They still got to survive the next 45 seconds as Atomic wrapping back around to this right side. We're going to pass in the midfield. Justin unable to find it, but neither is Turbo. Squishy shot taken, saved by Atomic. Garrett will follow this one up. Double touch miss. Squishy thinking about the back pass, opts not to go for it. He drops it back down. Time really beginning to run down here. 22 seconds and counting. We'll see this drop back down in front of goal, and unless Envy can start to really turn up the pressure, which it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do, NRG sets to take this game one. And even though it's only a 2-goal game, it really felt like they had the advantage pretty much the whole way through here.
Oh, Sleegi, you're actually absolutely right. I mean, this felt like the pressure and control, was just entirely in NRG's favor this time. It never felt like they were caught off guard at any point. The only mistake that really happened and then was punished was, again, that miss off the backboard by Justin, which is a hard read to begin with. But, you know, they've been playing just some clean Rocket League today. This is much better than we saw in group stages.
Redirect from Mist, you know? It's garbage time, but, I mean, I got to give them that redirect. That was actually pretty clean.
Hey, I mean, at this point, goals don't matter anymore, right? So it's why not help the other team. 0 seconds, keep the ball up. You all know how it is when you can't possibly lose. Go for it. Beautiful redirect, you're right.
Yeah, but NRG taking game number one. I think this is the start they would have hoped for. I mean, obviously, every team coming into a series wants to win that first one, but especially against a team like Envy. I mean, they really shut Turbo down. He only had 2 shots on goal, was only involved in 1 save, completely shut out of the play. NRG was doing such a great job of utilizing passing and space to get around them that it really just felt like Envy unable to start generating any sort of pressure when they really needed to.
Yeah, Envy's got a lot of questions to answer right now. I mean, they're dealing with a lot of pressure from NRG. Anywhere you go, there's a player there ready for a 50. The speed is just above Envy right now. NRG is definitely sitting with the upper hand coming into game number 2. So Envy's got, again, as I said, some questions to answer. And I feel like a lot of that's just going to be trying to get the rotations where they can support each other. Right now, it just feels like there's a lot of, I'm waiting for NRG to do something and then see what I do with it instead of generating those opportunities themselves. So if they can work together, get some more passing plays and disrupt any of that possession that NRG has, they might be able to turn this one around, but still in favor of NRG coming into game number 2.
Yeah, I think I am as well, especially just if they can continue that performance. But Envy is a team that is really good at making adjustments, especially Turbo. So we'll see if they can come out and start to swing things back in their favor. We get underway with game number 2. Atomic early opportunity blocked by Justin. It was a bit too soft. Another pass coming in, missed, unable to reach it. It'll be Atomic. Intercepted by Justin, looking for Squishy on the left side. Redirect is there, but it's slow and high. Garrett back into the corner. Squishy, good stop at Atomic with a fantastic recovery. It forces Justin up on this back wall. Mist and Turbo both sitting in midfield, waiting to see how this develops. Mist gonna lose that 50 to Squishy, who picks up the boost. Turbo set up, Atomic was there, but Justin, another good save, and that's gonna be an excellent follow through from Garrett. Nothing that could be done defensively there, and NRG off to another lead.
Yeah, you saw that one coming from a mile away. I think a big part of Envy's success yesterday was the fact that Atomic was just getting beautiful reads. His 50s were on point, and today he seems to be just a little bit behind. I don't know if it's just in one of those days where your mind's not just as sharp as it was the other day, or if it's just the speed that he hasn't caught up to yet. So that 50 right there was the exact result of it. He lost it, and it, as the third man, you can't be losing that because it went into the hands of NRG and they got that free easy goal.
Well, free and easy till a goal, and Envy's going to have to handle a second one as Squishy just able to land it underneath the bar. NRG absolutely on fire right now.
Yeah, no, I think it's the speed. I really need Envy to start getting ahead of the plan. I've just been watching Atomic, so I'm going to jump to the other player, so I'm not just, holding him down right now and critiquing just him. I'm going to jump to his teammates as well, but Atomic's definitely feeling like he's just a little bit behind the plays right now, and I don't know if it's just the result of NRG being so fast.
Well, whenever it is that is in NRG's favor right now, they really need to keep it up because Envy does not have a response as of yet. We'll see them trying to create some space here in the final third. Garrett with another powerful clear downfield. Missed side wall. Blocked by Garrett. It'll be Turbo, but he gets another touch from Garrett getting in his way. Squishy looking to make it to midfield. Miss will get it clear. Turbo's up for it. It's a good bump. Comes back down in the NV half as Atomic wraps around. Ooh, good corner block there from Garrett. That could have been a setup for Envy had he allowed it to go through. Squishy, 2 demos coming from Squishy and Justin there, allowing them to really wrap around defensively. Get this ball moving back downfield. Envy, though, with quick pressure the other way. The blocks continue to mount up for NRG, who just feel like they have a response for everything Envy throws at them.
Yeah, right now I'm watching Miss and Turbo work together a lot. We're seeing those passing plays. They're getting caught a little bit weird on defense sometimes with their boost. Atomic saved them a minute ago, just from getting a good 50 with Justin there that bought them some time to get boosted up. But they're still struggling a bit behind when it comes to possession to NRG.
Well, that's a bit of an unfortunate kill there from Squishy, but thankfully for him, no one on Envy able to take advantage. It's another pass coming across. It'll be Garrett back into the corner, missed, cleared. That's straight into Squishy. Envy giving away possession when they really need to be holding on to it because NRG is more than happy to waste as much time as they can off of this clock. 2 minutes. It's all that remains in this game number 2.
Oh.
Envy finding chances, but they're not finding the execution. And, you can have as many chances as you want, but you've got to finish them.
This is what I was talking about before, though. We're seeing Mist and Turbo work together a lot on these plays. I guess classic. We got to add that. There needs to be a Wikipedia entry on the Turbo own goals. Not much you can do there with that pinch. I mean, he was trying to save it. It's not really his fault entirely. But he was on the receiving end of that, so.
Yeah, just a bit. It's a bit unfortunate there on the positioning. Like you said, you can't really blame him. It was an awkward spot. He tried his best to do it. I mean, the angle was going in either way, but it's just sort of indicative to how Envy has been playing. Their positioning really hasn't been super strong. NRG taking advantage of it with the speed they've had on display. We just have not seen a response out of Envy just yet. It's a best of 7, so there's plenty of time, but right now, things are not looking good for this Envy team who have something to prove, and they can't get one there. Missed wrapping back around in the corner. Squishy, patient, just playing it out. Garrett back in support, but he doesn't find the touch. But the teamwork with NRG just firing on all cylinders right now. This one's going to be wide, and Justin will take it up the back wall to clear it away.
Lack of pressure here. I feel like someone should have been sooner. And again, I'm still questioning just how warmed up Atomic is at this point, because I like Mist's positioning. I feel like Mist is playing pretty well. Maybe we just switch Turbo back to third man and let Atomic get a little more offense here. And it seems to be that's what they're starting to do, and Atomic's getting some more shots. I feel like that's where he's a bit more comfortable. So maybe that's the adjustment we'll see coming to the next game. But this game is going to be over with 30 seconds left and down 3 goals, almost 4. NRG's definitely taking game number 2.
Yeah, especially with that missed clear there from Atomic. Had a small but still present opportunity to try and send a banger in the net, but instead, it's another win for NRG, another disappointing performance for Envy in this series. And, you know, there's a lot of things I really feel like they need to be trying to do better as the second game in 3-1.
What a doink, though. This was great. Atomic lost it on the roof. Mist takes it over and just gets right under it. That feels good when you get a doink like that.
Well, NRG, they're going to be up 2-0 here, Leaf. The first game ended 4-1. That was my bad. But, I mean, either way, 2 goals in 2 games for Envy is just not enough to keep pace with this NRG team. And, you know, what do you really, like, I've been talking a lot about Envy needing to get in rotations, but what have you been noticing? I feel like there's a lot that they could really try and improve going into this game 3.
Well, again, I feel like a broken record at this point. I mean, the entire game I was talking about Atomic, and I really don't want to pin everything on one player as well, right? I feel like a lot of times Mist is expecting a teammate to be there as a third man, and it's just a little bit behind, I think, what Mist is expecting. Now, does Mist adjust to that? Is it Atomic needs to move up? Do we switch who's taking a bit more tendency on the offense, who's taking a bit more tendency on that midfield? You know, I guess that's an answer we're going to find out in game number 3, but that's something I'd like to see. Right now, it's just they're being overwhelmed with a lot of speed, and Envy needs to pick it up. That third man needs to be in from that midfield to put on more pressure. I mean, near the end, we saw a point with Justin off the backboard. He had like 10 seconds to just do whatever he wanted with that. There should be someone there, at least getting a 50, dropping that in front of the net. Someone should be pressuring Justin to make a decision at that point, and it just wasn't happening.
Yeah, it really wasn't. And it looks like server room live gone down, so we're going to try and get that back up quickly. But, I mean, Envy, it just feels like they're spending so much time in their own half defending. And, I mean, again, you know, threat it sounding like a broken record myself, but NRG just has the speed right now, and they're taking advantage of that space. We're really seeing that dynamic that Justin and Squishy extenuate super well, which is passing to each other, taking advantage of that space. And space, like I said, is something that Envy is giving them ample of, and it is just going against them time and time again. They're already 2 games down in this series. If they lose this next one, they're going to be facing series point. They have to try and find something, anything to turn this series back around before it just completely gets out of control.
And it's not going to be easy. I mean, here's the thing. Sorry, one sec. They're asking us live.
There we go.
It's live. This is one. I didn't build a test server. I don't have magic admin powers, so hopefully it's good for them.
It looks like the pings are good, so we will be getting in to game number 3. Let's see if Envy can start to turn things around, and that they can with an immediate goal on the top left.
Well, that's a good start. How does he get? Oh, just a beautiful flick. I mean, you catch him off guard. Squishy's coming from the wrong side. I mean, there's no way he's going to predict Mist is going to get control that fast. Good start. I mean, that's how you want to take control of kickoffs.
Well, kickoff again, but this time it's going to be in favor of NRG. The side wall it goes. We'll see Justin taking advantage. Missed with the return back downfield. Garrett now back off the side wall. A good touch from Squishy. Turbo back on top. He'll play this into the corner. Atomic chasing it down, able to find the demo. Justin playing this back across field as Squishy takes over. Be back from Garrett to Squishy as he sends it all the way down. Favorable bounce off the back wall. Pass to Squishy, but Atomic getting in front. And now, even though Envy in their own half, it does feel like they're a little bit more comfortable on defense.
Man, and I also got to say, NRG is not giving them an easy time to try to make these adjustments. Their speed is so... Justin is playing so fast right now. And the passing plays and the awareness from his teammates, too, is just good. You always saw a great passing play on offense there. That's what I like to see. NRG is just looking phenomenal right now. So it's not an easy task for Envy to just fix their mistakes and get to it. But they're going to have to if they don't want to be knocked out.
Well, let's see them pushing right now. It's another great pass, or not a pass, a clear coming from Turbo. As a pass coming into Justin, Turbo getting in front of that one again. Excellent defense still standing here for Envy, but NRG still applying pressure. Justin into this corner, Squishy on left side coming mid. Justin just looking to get the setup on the pass. It's Squishy again, just touch. Some miscommunications happening right here as Envy finally able to clear some space.
I just gotta still say though, like the damage has already been done. I mean, Squishy had so much time because Justin bought it for him. The communication is so good with NRG. He literally camped on a boost for the full 10 seconds there to get that mid boost, and then he still got in and stole a boost as well. So the damage was done already. That offense wasn't gonna last long from Envy.
We're still seeing NRG push right now as well. Justin taking another shot off that pass from Squishy. We'll see Garrett up in the air. Missed with a good save. This straight back into the hands of Justin. Brown pinch would have been fantastic, but he can't quite wrap it around on target. Another one coming through on the pass from Squishy. Garrett, opportunity, but he sends it wide. No double touch to finish it off.
The positioning right now from NRG on that midfield is so good. They're staying so spread, but not to the point that they're going to lose any pressure on offense. Just enough that they can watch the entire play happen and move in when they need to, and they can see their teammates for passes. This is why you're seeing so many passes coming out from NRG right now, and why Envy's been stuck on the back end for so long.
Let's see if Envy can get out of it right now. They've got an opportunity to create some space. That's Atomic. Not quite able to get that into the corner. Turbo will take a shot, but blocked by Justin. Squishy on the return into this corner. Great follow-up. Garrett was there. Now Garrett will look to clear to back down. Look for the back pass into Justin. Squishy sitting at the midway point. Has missed getting in Justin's way. Be off the back wall again. Another good touch from Squishy, but NRG struggling a little bit right now to maintain possession. It's not something that we've seen them struggle with up to this point in this game. Envy normally been the ones that have more issues with it as they almost make it 2-0. Opportunity getting stopped. Justin was credited with another save, and now Envy looking to grab one back if they can hold on for the next minute and 10 seconds.
We'll see. I mean, this pressure's still kind of in favor of NRG right now. They're playing that nice, slow, patient game. They're not trying to force or rush anything, but with a minute left, goal down, you're going to have to do something, especially if this goes in. Now, they're still all right for one goal. They can at least hit overtime, but they're playing that slow, smart game, and a lot of times that pays off.
Ooh, Squishy with an opportunity. Garrett also had an opportunity to get that shot in, but sends it just wide. 40 seconds left on the clock. Is missed, able to clear this to the left side. Be a push downfield from Turbo. Garrett back wall looks to clear it away, but Turbo staying with. 30 seconds now left. NRG still looking to try and get things back level in this game 3. So we'll see a pass over to Justin. Shot taken just high. Squishy follow-up also high. Lots of space for Atomic to work with. He sends it down, and Justin, not enough speed to find the touch. And Envy, barring a miracle from NRG, will take game 3.
I mean, there is a kickoff. It's possible, but very unlikely. Envy should be able to grab one here, and it's crazy they've been able to hold off. I think they've gotten themselves a bit more in the flow. I'm going to watch them on game number 3, but NRG did feel like they still had a lot of control in the field. It's just their accuracy, I'm not going to lie, I think is what plagued NRG quite a bit here. Even when they did get shots that turned into saves, if their placement was a bit better, they could have had goals. So accuracy for NRG, if better, this game could have been a different story.
I mean, but sometimes that is just how the cookie crumbles in Envy. I got to give them credit. We started to see them in much better positioning. It felt like Turbo really starting to wake up here. He was in the spots where he needed to be. Mist and Atomic were there in support, and they really worked together as a unit to make that happen. And it shows with the efficiency that we saw from them in that game. Only 4 shots on target from Envy. 2 of them go in. only one was saved. So you're really taking advantage of those sorts of opportunities. And that's exactly what Envy needed to do and needs to continue to do if they're going to get this series back level.
Well, again, we'll see if the accuracy can pick up from NRG. They had control of that midfield for most of the game, but Envy was able to hold off, keep goals out of the net, and if they can just keep holding on, they can scrape by another win here.
Well, Envy starting to come alive a little bit here in game number 4. We'll see if they can continue it on. Because again, this is a best-of-7 semifinals. And it is single elimination, so loser of this series will go home as Turbo. Applying that initial pressure, good second touch. It'll be missed back over on this right side. Around the corner, good block from Justin. It'll be Squishy to receive. Excellent redirect, but he gets stopped short from a bump on Turbo. Garrett, shot taken. Demo, not enough to allow that goal to come through as Turbo will look to take it all the way downfield his own. He's looking for the dunk, but Squishy playing it well. It's still missed, applying pressure. As he puts it in again, it's Justin, not the greatest of touches. Turbo there, shot, and Squishy has to get the save on the return.
Early pressure, but no goal to show for it. They got to make sure they don't overstretch their offense here, because that almost turned around for a chance for NRG. Still in front of the net. No pressure for Envy. I think they're still just trying to find those holes. They know how good NRG is right now with all three of them in net. Forcing someone forward might not be the best, but there's that overstretch of offense I was just talking about. Squishy was almost able to punish it.
Almost is not cutting it at this moment in time as Squishy looks to put it through again. Is another great block from Atomic. Pass over to Turbo as well, and power downfield. It forces Garrett to make the save. That shot just barely on target, but it's enough to put them out of position. Turbo back on the return, gets a good controlling touch, looks for the follow-up, and Squishy with the speed able to find it, but it feels like NRG are reaching for these plays right now, and if Envy can keep it up without leaving too much space in their own half, I see a goal in their very immediate future.
Still lots of time in this game with 3 minutes left. Squishy's trying to solo play. He's got backup from Justin, but I wonder if it's going to crack. No, that was the 50 they needed. Otherwise, Envy was going to be in a precarious situation. Turbo was their last man, so great 50 from him.
Another shot opportunity caught just wide by Garrett as he's able to get in the way. He'll take it back down. Good pass over to Justin. A little bit too much power, but Squishy will look to finish it off on target. Turbo right there in the way as we cross over into the second half of this game. It'll be Justin on the return in midfield, looking to carry it all the way down, but missed in the way. Good little pop there from Justin as he also gets the beat, looking for the Doomsy. Be back over to Garrett, back wall, great pass. Squishy reaching for it, looks for the double, but it gets away from him. We're starting to see some attacking pressure come out of this NRG team, and Squishy on target, missed somehow, finds the save, and there it is. Justin able to finish it off.
That was so close. What a scary situation for the last offender. Missed, trying to put that high, but it went off the crossbar instead. And I think that was an own goal. I think Squishy missed that shot. And I couldn't tell who was behind it. I thought it was Justin, but no, I think that was an own goal.
I mean, either way, I'm sure NRG is going to be happy with it. You know, in live, it really did look that way, but checking the replay on the stream as well, no, yeah, it does look like it was an own goal. That is absolutely insane. A crazy break for NRG, who are able to take the lead as they look to make it 2. What a finish from Justin.
Yeah, this is a huge momentum shift for Envy. Just when it seems like they finally found their footing, it just turns around so hard. NRG still with control. That own goal hurts them so much. Now they're 2 goals behind with only a minute 40 left. This is not the situation that Envy wanted to be in. That definitely hurts, and they want back that other own goal.
They're going to have to work hard for it. 90 seconds. That's what's on the clock right now, and they're down by 2. Missed. Taking it downfield, looking to connect with Atomic. It's an on-target shot, but absolutely no speed on it. Turbo will get another pop. Follow-up is there on target. Atomic far down and in, and it gets Envy back within 1.
Turbo's honestly been playing pretty phenomenally lately, but Atomic knowing he could get there first. Just a great touch up from Turbo. He might have been able to get the shot as well. Good follow through from Atomic, though, knowing that he could get a nice bit of extra power over Turbo. But nice setup from Turbo in the first place.
We're going to see Garrett with an opportunity now to put it off the back wall. Justin unable to follow that through. Great touch from Atomic. His miss looked to wrap around. Turbo clear. Back into Justin. Atomic will be up for it. Clear back into the corner, but Justin on top again. Missed. Finally able to clear some space, but we'll see them look to take it farther downfield. It's Squishy. Not finding it. Pass into Turbo. Blocked. Garrett sending it all the way downfield. Is missed. Picking it back up. And now Squishy with an opportunity down the other way. He's got one to beat, but he can't get it around Atomic. 30 seconds. Envy still trying to find an equalizer in this game. Justin looks to continue to rack up their points. It'll be back over to Squishy again. Time becoming a critical factor for Envy. Again, if they lose this game, they will be facing series point. Final 10 on the board, and it's missed with control. Justin intercept. Atomic pass into midfield. Turbo shot taken, blocked by Garrett. One final opportunity potentially here for Envy, but they cannot wrap around, and NRG set themselves up on series point.
What do you do in a situation like that? It looks like, I mean, you heard me at the beginning. My initial qualms with Envy was that Atomic just wasn't playing to his full potential. He definitely seemed a bit behind some of the plays, but now it seems like he's getting his reads down pat. It seems like he's on point. A beautiful pass from Atomic at the end there, out to his teammate. And it just gets blocked by Garrett, I believe it was, or either Squishy. Either way, NRG had someone there intercepting those plays. When you finally have what you need to start getting shots on net, and those shots are instantly blocked and intercepted, that's got to be demoralizing.
No, I mean, it absolutely has to be demoralizing. And you're going to see how they respond to that going into this game, because it's going to be all on the line for Envy now. They don't have really any more chances for mistakes. Their backs are against the wall, and they've got to try and win the next 3 in a row. So it's going to be interesting to see how they adapt. We started to see that a little bit in game 3, but feels like NRG also wants to be with modifying their play style to fit how Envy is playing as well. We see an initial great shot coming in from Justin there. Turbo forced to get in the way. Squishy taking it slow. Good 50. Back over to Garrett, but no one's there except for Mist, who'll take it up. Drop down slowly again. Another pop-up from Garrett. Back into Squishy. We'll see Turbo wrapping around this in the corner. Justin doesn't find too much. It'll be another pass coming in. Opportunity blocked by Atomic. Squishy shot also blocked by Atomic. We're seeing NRG mount pressure, but Envy holding strong in their own half at the moment. Squishy again off this side wall. They're still looking for the hole necessary to win it. Justin with the soft touch, able to beat it around, and Envy finding themselves down 1-0.
That was a beautiful pass from Squishy and just great speed to get up. Missed. He was on him. He had the read, but that shot went just too far out of the way of that second defender. Good placement. Not a lot of speed. You thought it would have been saved, but good placement regardless from Justin.
We'll see what the response from Envy is, because that will start the death timer for them here in this game. 3:30 to go, and they absolutely must find a goal or they are out of this tournament. Turbo back down to Atomic. Justin, great control, looks to get the flip reset, got it off, but not able to get it on target. Follow up though, what a beautiful pass from Garrett. Squishy finishing it through. And that is NRG putting themselves up by 2.
Garrett, oh my goodness, on his way out, just pops that one up right beautifully for Squishy. Not too high, not too low, just where he needs it. Beautiful team play from all 3 players on NRG.
Now things going from bad to worse for Envy, who have to try and climb out of a 2-0 deficit. 3 minutes, they've got the time. They do not have any room for mistakes. Turbo putting it left on the left side. Drop down, Mist was there to block. Be a pass over to Atomic. Mist was looking for the bump, but it doesn't matter. Justin can't get it under control, and he'll end up just dribbling it into his own net. Envy get back within one.
That was a smart play from the beginning. Turbo took out one, so they knew they only had one defender to get to. So Mist jumped up for the bump after passing it out to Atomic. A smart play, and I thought, honestly, that wasn't going to go in, but it does squeak by. Overall, great play from Envy. Unfortunate for that defender that it went through.
We'll see if they can use that a little bit to their advantage here. It'll be Justin on the side wall. Gets one past Atomic. Turbo, though, with the block. Atomic coming it back into the corner. Squishy looks to send it down the other way as we cross over into the second half. Be Missed, taking great control, but Squishy back on top. He's not able to follow it through, but Justin might. Was a pop-up there from Mist and Turbo. Atomic finally sending it away. NRG very aggressively stanced here. Squishy gonna get demoed, trying to maintain control. We're gonna see another shot coming in just high. Justin getting bumped out of the way on that one. It's Garrett keeping it in the Envy half. Mist finally creating some space. And we're seeing Envy still defending a lot in their own half, but NRG have got to be careful they don't get too aggressive here. They've got the lead, they just need to hold on to it.
A minute 30, though, that one goal is going to spell the rest of their tournament life. Envy's looking a lot stronger than they did in game number 1 and 2. But NRG doesn't look like they've slowed down at all. In the minute 17, a goal is still doable, but they're going to have to keep their brains turned on the entire time.
And no time to relax yet. Envy still in control at the moment. Miss, not the greatest of touches, but Atomic will push it forward. The pass coming into Turbo, blocked. Squishy able to get the save. Garrett now unable to get that around Miss. It'll be Justin in the air. Straight back down again, side walls. Atomic as he looks for Turbo. They keep setting up these midfield passes. They haven't worked so far. It's Atomic unable to get on that one. Will be Turbo back in control for this. Final 35 seconds. Envy still needing one to push overtime here. Otherwise, again, they are out of the tournament. Will be Justin looking for the back pass. Garrett there, and that's going to make it super difficult for Envy to try and come back. NRG 26 seconds away from a grand finals.
I'm not, oh no, I feel like Miss could have saved that. Was that a miss flip from Miss there? I really feel like he did not intend to do that. He was watching out for the demo. I believe that was a pure accident on the side of Miss, and that hurts.
Yeah, it's preventable mistakes, I think, has been the name of the game here for Envy. They might be able to grab one back. Justin, though, on the recovery, able to get around, and Envy, unfortunately, just not able to make it happen. They grab one game, but the series is going to fall as NRG claim it 4-1 and will move on to the grand finals, where they will face the winner of Rogue and Space Station Gaming.
Well, whoever's writing the script has been predictable today. 4-1, 4-1, 4-1 in all our matches so far. Envy, a rough start there for sure, but NRG showing why they're a powerhouse of North America. It was a mixture of both. NRG was playing so good today, and Envy just was a little bit lackluster until the end. I do like what we saw from the end. Atomic, a bit of a rough start, but he definitely pulled it together, and that's hard to do in a series when you're having a day where you're just a little bit off at the beginning. To be able to pull it back that quickly, and just shows why Atomic is one of the best players in North America, to be able to make those adjustments. But it was just a little bit too late for Envy, and they do fall short, but they're looking pretty good. I mean, you make it to the semifinals, you're in the top 4 in North America yet again. Envy has been showing that they are a team to be reckoned with over all these tournaments we've seen them in. So huge shouts to Envy. A rough start. We saw it yesterday, the hot and cold. I think there are just a couple consistency things that Envy needs to work on going into this next season or circuit of RLCS-X. So I think they know what they need to do, but NRG is looking so good, Sleegi.
Yeah, I mean, they really are, and that is why they are finding themselves here in the grand finals. Again, they will face the winner of Rogue versus Space Station, which we'll be seeing here in just a few short minutes. And, you know, regardless of who comes out of that game, I think this grand finals is really setting up to be one that is absolutely spectacular, especially here on the eve of RLCSX. We're getting a chance to see how these teams are going to be looking against each other here shortly. And I'm excited to see how this all resolves. But again, Space Station, Rogue, we're going to see them here in a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere. Plenty more Rocket League action coming soon right here on the ESPN Invitational.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, shh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the ESPN Invitational as we get ready to head into the second semifinal match. My name's Sleegi. Join with me, as always, is Lief. And Lief, man, I was expecting a little bit more out of that NRG and Envy match, but I think Rogue and Space Station might still have the possibility of potentially taking it all the way to 7.
Yeah, I mean, what we've seen today against Space Station is one of those teams that got a 4-1 over Rat, who's not looking like a terrible team, right? So it's not like that was an easy win for Space Station Gaming. I do think there's a little bit to clean up for them. Coming against Rogue, this is still in the upper hand of Rogue. We talked about it yesterday, kind of a bit of our predictions on who we thought was potentially going to take this overall tournament. And I think we were both slightly in favor of Rogue and then NRG if they had fixed it. And it looks like NRG has fixed their problems from their first group stage there. But Rogue, in my mind, is still one of those contenders for first. And I'm not sure for you, Sleegi, if anything has changed now that we've seen these teams play again.
I think I'm still sticking with my prediction from yesterday. I still think Space Station Gaming has a really solid opportunity to move on here if they're playing on point. I mean, we saw it earlier against Rat Enterprises. They had a bit of a slip up. They lost that one game, but I think overall, especially watching them, they seem to be playing much better than they did during groups. And that's saying something because they were playing really well in groups. And I think that if they can continue that pressure and really focus in on the Rogue play style, they have a solid chance of going in the grand finals. And I think if there's going to be two teams that have the ability to take down NRG right now, it's these two we're about to see right now.
Yeah, for me, I really, sorry, I'm just letting them know they can test this.
Not a problem. Their pings are good.
Yeah, we got to make sure the players are good in there. They're not all pulled in Percy's and having 100 ping the entire time. So for me, Space Station Gaming, I mentioned it yesterday when we were watching them in groups, what I was looking for them to fix. And it's actually funny. I was thinking about this earlier, watching Rat play. I'm a big fan of SSG because of their play style, but I realized a lot of that did rely or the success of that relied a lot on AXB. And I realized, I think I'm actually just really a big AXB fan. So I'm a big fan of Rat now. But for Space Station Gaming, my question was, can Reddles fill in that position where Sypical and Arsenal used to have those fast handoffs? Can Reddles now move up on offense, do that same thing they did, and then have either Arsenal, Sypical play a good third man? And it seems to be they're adjusting fairly well. A little more perfection to it will be fine. But I think they've already started off really well. So my eyes, I'm happy with where Space Station Gaming is going. I can see why they brought Reddles on. The thing is there's still more adjustment needed before they can take down Rogue.
I mean, that's what we're going to have to see here, right? Because Rogue, especially one of those teams that I know a lot of the Rogue fans have been waiting for this team to perform like they have been recently. They take 3-0 in group stages. So it's going to be really important, I think, for them and for all of their fans watching that they try and move on. But in the same stroke, Space Station Gaming has been one of those teams that when they are on, they really feel like they're one of the best teams in NA and potentially in the world. I feel like they truly have that potential. And this is going to be one of those critical moments in their time, especially gearing up for RLCSX, where they need to really focus and dial this in, because moving into next week, it's going to be starting league play. It's going to be starting everything in advance of the Worlds. And they really need to get started on a good foot here.
Yeah, for Rogue, I just expect that fast play. Again, on offense, we have Turo and First Killer, who just like some crazy offense. Sometimes you go up for a ball, and they were already there 3 minutes ago. And that's going to be something that Space Station is going to have to deal with. Those three guys are also really fast, though, so I feel like it's not going to be too difficult, but they might still find themselves lagging a bit behind. And with Crow having that punching power himself, but also the smarts to just know when he needs to stay out of a play, is just a deadly combination for SpacestationGaming to go up against.
That it is, but we get underway with game number 1 of this semifinal between Rogue and SpacestationGaming. Loser gets to watch the rest of the Twitch stream, while winner will go on to face NRG in the grand finals. We get things underway. It's going to be a send downfield from Rogue. Arsenal to intercept. He gets credited with the save. Zip trying to press forward, but it'll be first killer back down the other way. Arsenal, great touch. He looks to take it down this right side. Follow up from Turo, not quite on target. As Reddles will clear some space. Good response from first killer, but Zip back on top yet again. Pop up there coming in from Turo. As he gets the follow-up touch. Arsenal, excellent patience as Reddles getting in front of the other one as well. We've been seeing solid defense so far. A lot of offensive pressure coming out of Rogue. See if Space Station can start to work their way downfield and get some opportunities of their own.
Yeah, good start for Rogue. They've been putting a lot of pressure on to the defense of SSG right now, and a lot of goal line saves have been having to made. They just seem to be hitting the backboard quite a bit, and I'm wondering if they're looking for passing plays or if they just don't know what to do with the ball, but they're going to have to figure that out soon, or hope that one of these plays come through, because SSG just keeps making these clutch saves.
I mean, that's more just really fortunate placement of his car there, getting in the way of that one. Should have really been a goal for Rogue, but Space Station able to stay in front for now, 0-0. Let's turn Turo looking to get this in midfield again. It'll be Arsenal dropping it off in the corner. Pass off the back wall. It'll be a clear again. Typical looking to go further downfield, try and create space. He can't get it on Turo. Arsenal back up in the air. Soft touch from Kronovi. Arsenal going for the touch on Turin Turo. Shot taken, cleared away by first killer. Follow-up shot taken, but it's wide. Is Kronovi able to maintain possession on this side while he's got Turin Turo in support at midfield? Look to get the pass through. A little bit of a double commit there. But with Reddles unable to make that touch, it's first killer again back downfield here. We cross over into the second half. Still 0-0. Looking for this opening game goal in this opening game. But it really feels like Rogue has been the team with more opportunities, although Station starting to get themselves downfield a little more right now.
6 shots for Rogue, 5 saves for SSG. You think they're going to get scored on, and they somehow break out. You mention it for just even 30 seconds, and they manage to find this hole. That's what happens when you put everything to offense. Your defense disappears, and Rogue gives up the first.
And that is going to be huge, because with how few opportunities Space Station have had, they take advantage of a critical one there, and it could be a second here. Arsenal taking it slow, patience almost paying off. The bar just barely getting in his way. It was a couple of feet too high. That soft touch, not quite going to make it. Some confusion happening on the goal line. Reddles takes a shot, and first killer still manages to get in front. A huge opportunity for another goal, and Space Station still pressing right now as Rogue scrambling defensively to try and clear their own half. Their rotations falling apart, but the shots being placed off by Space Station right now.
In the first half, it was all Rogue on offense. Those stats have been perfectly matched now by SSG in the latter half of this game, and they have a goal to show for it. So Rogue, again, gonna want to work on opening up in those scoring lanes, getting some demos. You can't just rely on that ball going in the net, because right now SSG's defense, they're getting some crazy saves.
The drop there from Sipical that could set up Turo. He almost was able to get it through Reddles, so thankfully able to read it well. It's turn. Turo going to drop this back into the right corner. It'll be a clear downfield from Kronovi. 1 minute remaining as Arsenal pushes. It'll be Reddles playing it safe. Gets it around 2. Bounce off the ceiling. Sipical setting up a double touch. It's on target, and that is what Sipical is known for.
Super clean. You said it yourself. Sipical's known for this. If he's going for the ball and he's given space, he's going to get it. And that's why Turo went up for it. He knew Sip's going to hit a shot like this. But unfortunately, both those defenders were coming back from the wrong angle. No one was in the net at that point. And that's what happens when shots are just kind of pummeling off the backboard. You're setting people up for it, and you're going to lack someone sitting in the net.
Well, now this Really looking like a game 1 victory for Space Station. Still 40 seconds, well 35. Still an opportunity for Rogue, but they really need to try and take advantage of something now. We see them pushing a little bit. It's going to be turned. Turo off the backboard, had an opportunity for a double touch. Falls just apart. Kronovi blocked by Reddles, and with the final 20 seconds ticking down, there's some space opening up again in the midfield. Turo off the ceiling. Arsenal will clear it away. And with this touch from Sipical on target, it'll be Space Station Gaming taking game number 1. And it really feels like even though Rogue continues to have solid opportunities, the defense on Space Station right now is absolutely insane.
I mean, at the end there, you saw a couple double commits on offense. You don't blame them too much in the final 10 seconds. You're down 2 goals. You need to get something if you want to keep this game alive and not be down in the series. But even at that, they were still getting a little scrambly. So I hope that mentality doesn't carry over into game number 2 for Rogue. They had a good start here. They were doing their best to get their shots on, but it was just incredible defense. You also just mentioned it now. Incredible defense from SSG to start off this entire game. The first 2 minutes were just Rogue pummeling the net, and the shots were on target. Only one of them wasn't a saved shot. So it's not like Rogue was missing the entire time. They had shots on net. It was just SSG was goal line after goal line save. So as I mentioned halfway through this game, they might have to start looking for to open those scoring lanes rather than just hoping they're going to be there. Get some physical play in there on your rotations out. I know right now the rotations just seem to be a bit in front of the box, but try to cut them across the net. Get those bumps and demos. We know that these players know how to do this. So I'd like to see that coming into game number 2 for Rogue to be able to open up some of those scoring chances.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see it as well. And it was really apparent there as well on the stat line how great Space Station was at getting in front of those balls on their net. They had 8 saves. That's huge because it was only 3 from Envy for that entire opening game. And it really shows that, I mean, sort of what we have both been talking about, Envy with opportunities, but Space Station, they just say, no, we're not going to really allow that to go in. We're good, thanks. So we'll see if that continues here as it's more pressure coming out of Rogue. They're not able to finish it off. Sipical and Reddles looking to try and send it back downfield. So wraps back around. Kronovi was looking for the top corner. Sipical getting in his way. Reddles, good kill. Follow-up sent it into the side wall where first killer will take over. Pinch from Arsenal. A Sipical looking on this left side. Comes up off the side wall. Back to Turo. There to receive. It'll be back over to Arsenal. Opportunity, but he plays it straight into the waiting arms of first killer, who finds the demo on Reddles, but not before Reddles can drop it back into their own half. Ooh, Crow looking for a redirect there off of that initial pass. Had the angle, just needed to find the touch. And those are the sorts of plays I think that could really see Rogue putting some points on the board because they will find Space Station really not in position or ready for them.
Yeah, right now, seems like they're looking for there it is. That's exactly what I was talking about. Get those demos, and you almost get a goal as a result. There it is. Perfect. It's what I wanted to see. Coach Lief coming in for Rogue right now. Get those demos on the goal line, open the scoring opportunities. Otherwise, those saves are going to come in. You would have had a second defender there. That's what we wanted from Rogue, and they got a goal of it.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely hitting the nail right on the head. The demolition preventing that player from being able to wrap back around. Solid placement, and we saw Space Station still continue. Well,
you just instantly stop mid-sentence. No, that's not what's happening anymore.
Well, you know, sometimes that's just what happens. I don't really think anything can be said more than what we saw on screen. So we're just going to continue on. Minute 30 gone, and we've got a tie ball game at 1-1. Bit of an unfortunate touch, but they make up for it quickly with that shot from first killer.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate start. I'm glad for Rogue fans out there that they got this one back, and I'm glad for Rogue players as well they got this one back. 2 kickoff goals in a row. Momentum's always reset on kickoff, so it's good they got that one back because they finally were able to break through after game number 1 having the difficulty of getting a single goal, and then having it answered in game number 2 right away it's definitely not a feel-good moment.
Not at all, but we still see Space Station. They're within 1. They've got lots of time on the board. But Rogue starting to show up a little more, and now Space Station gonna have to work harder to try and make these plays happen, because it's a continuation of last game where they're not getting a whole lot of opportunities. And if Rogue is starting to capitalize on more of theirs, they're going to be facing a lot of trouble here as this game continues on. Going to see Crow.
Only one goal behind though right now, but I feel like Rogue has finally figured out what they need to do and get physical. They want another goal for assurance though.
I mean, yeah, at this point, just try and score as many as you can. With the comebacks that we've been seeing in this tournament, no one is ever safe, especially not with a 1-goal game. And Space Station pushing now as we cross over the half number 2. Be a pop-up from Sipical. Rattles back around, plays it off the back wall. Arsenal's there. It'll be off the ceiling. Sipical a bit too far back. He's able to get that follow-up touch. It forces Crow to jump for it. Rattles with the return. First killer, dropping it into the corner. Opportunity for Sipical, but he ends up killing the ball. Arsenal, last one back, but he's able to get the beat. Dangerous play, but he's able to make it work. First killer taking his time. He's able to beat around Rattles. Sipical now out of his own corner. We're really seeing Rogue playing patiently. They're like doctors in a surgery, just trying to find these holes and take advantage when they can. We're not seeing the bombastic sort of plays from them, but more just the precision, looking to take advantage of holes when they see them while not allowing there to be too much space in their own half. Whoa, no. Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm going to have to watch. There's a guy. Oh, my goodness. What is... Oh, no. Okay, I thought he got that in. No, first killer. What are you doing? What are you doing? That hurts. It's hard to read, but that hurts.
Space Station goals this game have been off of really inexplicable own goals. And you know, if you're Space Station, you take what you can get. I mean, you're not going to really complain about that. And if you're Rogue right now, you've got to figure it out, because now you're down 1.
Yeah, it looked like Rogue had it figured out at the beginning. And then it just, they reverted back to what they were doing in game number 1, and that obviously didn't work. The own goal hurts, but now it's just kind of falling apart at this point. Rogue needs to just give themselves a slap in the face, get themselves back in the game, and get back to what they were doing at the beginning of game number 2 here.
It feels like those sorts of plays really take the wind out of your sails. Rogue just has to stay focused and look to get things back under control. Space Station trying to take advantage of the momentum they've been gifted. Rattles plays it almost an own goal of his own. Sipical just able to get in front of it in time. Crow will come back around. Rattles with the save. Take it off the wall, but first killer drops down into Arsenal. Pick it back up, gets a great beat. Not quite enough speed to follow it up, but Sipical might have a chance. Takes a shot. First killer forced to make the save. There's 33 seconds left in the game. Sipical into this corner, gets another touch. It's not quite what he was looking for, but double commit coming out of here from Rogue. Kranovi to finish it off, and that is what they needed. Getting themselves back level with 21 seconds to go.
Yeah, a lot of confusion in the corner for SSG. Just beautifully placed for first killer. It did need to be tucked away by Crow, but all of that was worked by first killer as he just blast past those 2 defenders in the corner. SSG confusion resulting in a goal.
Well, if SpacestationGaming is unable to come away with a victory here, that's going to be a massive opportunity lost, considering how Rogue has been able to play this game. Final 6 seconds ticking down. It'll be Sipical playing it into Rattles. Last chance opportunity here for Space Station to end it with 0 seconds, but they won't be able to do so, and so we've got overtime in game number 2.
Rogue's looking to take this one. We have them again as favorites coming in this, but SSG seems to be in a good spot doing what they're doing right now, unless Rogue makes those big changes. If not, this will continue to be a close series. I still expect it to go the distance. I wouldn't be surprised if Rogue took a win on this one.
Great shot coming in from Sipical. First killer with the speed to respond. It'll be back over to Rattles. Shot taken Turo. I mean, he got the save. It's a bit dicey, but now he's got first killer moving back down the other way. Flip reset was there, but Sipical reading it well, gets up quickly. Side wall for Novi. Little bit of a double commit in Space Station. They get their signals crossed and they give away a victory here as Rogue able to just barely escape.
That's twice now. We've seen SSG get scored on as a result of confusion. That communication needs to be worked on. It needs to be fixed. Reddles or Civil, I think it was, one of them needed to be up challenging that. I don't know if someone called someone off. It resulted in that touch just going into their own net. Yeah, no, that's twice they got scored on as a result of miscommunication. So really hope to not see that. You never like to see that happen to any team. I don't want to see that happening coming into game number 2. And then for the side of Rogue, they made it through, but look, again, it was a result of your opponent just making a mistake there that otherwise probably would not have been a goal. So they're still going to have to look for those the scoring opportunities that they generate rather than hoping for those mistakes, because you can't rely on another team to make a lot of mistakes, especially not at this level.
Yeah,
unless they just keep happening like that. Unless SSG keeps it up.
Well, I think one of the big things for Rogue as well is they seem to stop scoring on their own net a little bit here. I mean, they gave Space Station the opportunity to win that game. Fortunately, they were able to take it themselves, but you can't keep giving Space Station opportunities as Space Station taking their own opportunity there, 10 seconds in, getting themselves the lead.
Yeah, that was a mistouch at midfield. It looked like it started off with first. He sent it back. Crow panicked, and it put it right into the hands of SSG. Just a simple mistake, given a 2-on-1. It's not going to be easy to save that.
It's another clear coming through from Arsenal. Powerful touch all the way back. Typical. Rotating around to beat Crow on that one. It's an opportunity for Arsenal. He might have been better off to leave that one for Typical. Turinturo will play it back downfield. Dropped by Reddles into the corner. Typical, good follow-up. I think they were able to combine on a pinch for that play. Typical still following it through. Almost took it all the way downtown from that play. So get another block that throws Crow off. Arsenal follow up, looks for the double straight down. And it'll be Typical putting it back off the right side again. Rogue having trouble breaking out of their own half right now.
Yeah, Rogue's just been having a bit of struggle from the first second of this game. Again, that's why they got scored on, is that mistouch. I'm wondering if they're trying to switch up their game plan and just can't get it together, or if I'm not sure what happened.
Well, it's still Rogue pushing. They're finally getting a little bit of space, but Reddles with the clear to the side wall. So great follow-up from Arsenal. Looks for the demo on first killer. Doesn't quite find it. Had he been able to pull through, would have been an easy goal for him. Arsenal, great patience on that play, able to block the shot from Kronovi. As it comes off the back wall, will be Turinturo to follow it through. First killer jumps up, it's Typical beating him to it. It's Kronovi in this backside. First killer near goal as Turinturo wraps back around. Now Zip should be the one for this one. It'll be back into Turinturo again. Space Station continuing to find the touches, but they continue playing it away into the other team as we see them do again here. And they can't afford to keep just throwing away possession like this. Yeah, no, they can't afford to keep throwing away possession like that.
That was just a beautiful play, though. Crow thought for a second if he should go up for that, whether it was communication or just good game sense. He realized, nah, first killer has enough boost. He's going to get up for that one. I'm just going to take out the defender. Just a super heads-up play from Kronovi.
Well, it's 1-1 now. After that, Rogue looking to get another on the board as it comes back down. Kronovi unable to beat Arsenal, wrapping around into the corner. Good initial touch. Follow-up is there. Reddles will look to send it downfield. Reddles not going to be able to find that double touch. It was almost beautiful as he looked to drop it in. Nothing there. Typical. Good drop down into the corner. As Arsenal takes back over, but it's back into Crow. He's got first killer waiting at midfield as he looks to get it around. Reddle staying in front, but it could be Turinturo with the opportunity. Not able to get it through, but it's still Crow on the offensive. The demo coming in, but they're not able to take advantage of the space, and Space Station escape again there.
That's gonna be a goal. Oh no! I the second I saw the miss on the backboard, I didn't start talking right away because I'm like, oh, that's an easy save. But Typical just completely off on that one. Someone should have been up there to meet that on the backboard. They shouldn't have had that opportunity for the second touch anyways. But yeah, first it's like, I'll take it, no problem.
And now that's going to see Rogue take the lead as well. And after so much of Space Station holding on, it's 2 goals in concurrent fashion here for Rogue as they look to take their second game in a row. Arsenal shot taken, saved by Kronovi. He's able to get just enough of a redirect to send it wide. Typical getting demoed. It'll be Kronovi again. Reynolds was getting bullied on that back wall, but he was able to retake control. And what a pass to Arsenal. Not quite enough to drop it down, but it's still potentially there. Turo getting in front. And that truly feels like an opportunity Space Station should have scored on.
It does feel like it again. A couple mistakes coming from game number 2 into this game as well now from SSG. I mentioned I like how they're fitting together, but there's still a little bit of time to go, and this is exactly what's happening. Crow should not have the time of day to do that, especially with 2 defenders. I know the ball is high, but both Reynolds and Sipical should have boost there. To me, that's a miscommunication, and that's something that needs to be solved.
Well, they surely don't have a lot of time to solve it in this game. Less than a minute to go, and they're down by 2. There's still plenty of time left in this series. Again, it's a best of 5. It's currently tied 1-1. But we're going to see first killer, another drop. Great double touch. You knew it was going to go in. Reynolds just not going to be able to find his way to that one. And Rogue running away with this game 3.
Yeah. I wouldn't even say it's Rogue running away with this one. It's more like SSG tied their shoelaces together and tripped over themselves. I definitely feel like a lot of these mistakes are things that we don't typically see from SSG that's allowing Rogue to have these opportunities. Of course, we've seen first kill with the mechanics to finish these shots off, but the opportunities, I'm not sure they should be there in the first place.
30 seconds left in Rogue, continuing on their way as they place it into this corner. I think earlier I may have said best of 5. I did mean best of 7. Everything today is a best of 7. We're still tied 1-1, although Rogue will look to make it 2-1. Final 13. There's not going to be a response here from Space Station. It will be 2-1 Rogue. And they're now 2 games away from moving on to the grand finals where they'll face NRG. And Space Station, they've looked good, but they keep making these little mistakes. And Rogue, I mean, they just aren't.
No, exactly. And that goal's not going to matter at 0 seconds. I think at that point they didn't care and they just wanted to see if they could get another one. So I'm not worried about that going into game number 4 here. But Rogue took advantage, and that's what you want to do. If a team starts giving you those opportunities, you take advantage of those. And I really think that defensive communication needs to be fixed. Like, this is not a thing that, like, oh, work on it when you can. This is a thing that has to be fixed for the next game. And I'm sure they're talking about it right now. Multiple times they've had someone on defense thinking the other person's going to go up when they both have boost, and then no one goes, and it gives those opportunity. Crow got basically a free goal as a result of that. We had a miss. I forget who it was before, but either way, there was like 2 goals that probably should not have been goals, and that would have been a tie game maybe at that point. So I'm hoping to see those changes for this next game, because like, you don't like to see that happen to any team.
No, you really don't. And I think as this game continues on, we could see Space Station start to correct those mistakes. But I mean, Rogue, they are looking absolutely phenomenal right now. They are continuing to mount the pressure. And after that first game loss, it has been a huge turnaround for them. And it looks like they're continuing it here. Initial pressure in the first stages of this game. Space Station, they've got to be careful. If they lose this one, they're going to be facing serious point, and that's going to put them in quite the difficult situation as we get things underway. Typical. Looking for Reynolds on that one. It was Arsenal to follow through. Ooh, great pass, Reynolds to finish, and that is what Space Station truly needed. A lead early on here to start building some confidence on their end.
No, exactly. Getting an early goal to get themselves into the lead is just going to get a bit of that breathing room to say, okay, we got some time just to think here, but we still need some more. So you're absolutely right. An early goal is always going to be advantageous mentally.
Let's see if Space Station Gaming can keep this up. It's Kronovi moving it downfield. Great block from Arsenal, but first killer back on top. Follow up from Typical into the sidewall. Double touch was there, but no one able to follow it up. It'll be back down the other way into Reddles. All the way downfield. First killer. Good 50. It'll be Reddles back on this right side as Kronovi will look to 50 him. He gets the win. Second win against Typical as it rotates up and around. Turo trying to make that happen on his own, but it comes back out the first killer. He just looks to bang it in to the space station half to give his team time to rotate back around. And rotate back around they do indeed as Turo comes away with a massive save.
That was a nice banger there. I like to see the offense from SSG. It's the defense, though, that I had some questions on. And again, another double commit there, which means the problems might not be fully solved. It's going to give an opportunity for Rogue just to keep a bit of offense from midfield.
Typical again going to be looking to send this downfield. Taking his time, Reddles was in position. It'll be first killer now. Off the side wall, he's going to get beat by Arsenal. Shot taken, Kronovi forced on the save as Arsenal steals his boost. It'll put Kronovi in a bad spot. Reddles off the backboard. First killer following up that clear from Turo. It'll be popped up again. Arsenal to follow it through. Booming clear from Turo as Reddles forced to play this into the corner. Follow up typical. Clearing it away. Kronovi staying on top. It's Arsenal back wall. But he's going to be able to clear this into the right side. Turn in Turo. Pressure. As Rogue continuing to try and find a way back into this game. We're at the halfway point. It's still 1-0 for Space Station. And Rogue finding opportunities. And they're getting really close to finishing that one. Almost, but a save from Reynolds off the post sends it all the way back downfield.
Not sure how they kept that one out. Both the defenders there were struggling as you see them side flip just to get in the way in that ball, but Reynolds just gets a piece of it. Keeps themselves alive. I like to see that we're seeing some more backboard play from SSG on their own side. You just don't want to see the ball getting that close to the goal line, though.
Ooh, and an opportunity for Typical as he looks to get the bump on Turo. It's just not in time. Reddles will send it downfield again. Drop down from Arsenal. Reddles with the receive, but he wasn't necessarily in the perfect position for it. Touch to the side wall. First killer's up. As it comes back downfield, turn Turo waiting in the midfield. He'll wrap back around this one. For Novi again. Back into the corner. Typical clear downfield. Arsenal struggling to be able to get around this on Kronovi. As Turo will finally find some space downfield. Odd rotations coming from Space Station right here as they're really bunched up on this left side. Typical looking to get it over one, but it's not quite there.
You mentioned something there that is exactly what my initial concern with this roster was. Taking AXP off of it was having players bunch up. They're all offensively minded. They all want to get to that ball. And someone has to be that player that just says, okay, my two teammates are up. I need to back off a bit. As they all just watch Turo work some magic off the backboard and a goal to tie it up for Rogue.
And that is just excellent placement from Turo. And you see it again there. And just as we were talking about it, they're bunched up. They're not giving each other space to work with. It limits the amount of angles that they have to cover. And it allows Rogue to get the equalizer in this game. And it's super important for Space Station to grab it back because trying to face a series point is stressful business, especially when you're trying to come back from as much as they would be facing here. It's absolutely massive that they try and find something in these final 40 seconds because Rogue is hungry, Rogue is pushing, and Rogue wants to try and go into this grand finals as first killer, getting an amazing touch, playing into the top left corner.
How does this make it in? There's two defenders in the way. Bounce, bounce, ping pong. Oh my goodness, to the top corner too. I'm not even sure how that made it in.
Well, Space Station Gaming, 33 seconds to work with as Rogue storming back into this game. We'll be back down for Turo again. Shot taken high off the backboard. It'll be Kronovi, follow up, blocked by Typical. First killer wrapping around, 20 seconds. Another one coming through. Typical will have to take it on his own. They got one, maybe two attacks left in them. That block from Kronovi, massive. It'll be Reddles playing it back over to Arsenal again. Arsenal takes the shot, saved by first killer. They've got one more opportunity, and that clear from first killer is going to kill it in the tracks. Rogue one game away from the grand finals.
Here they are at match point, brute forcing their way through for that last goal there that put them ahead. SSG, I hate to say it, but man, it is a rough time out there right now. I don't like to see that. You mentioned it multiple times. While we were talking about it was happening, there was a lot of miscommunication on who should be that third man watching, who should be on the ball. There's a lot of hesitation happening, and it's resulting in Rogue having that pressure. SSG, if that was cleaned up, I mentioned yesterday, I liked what I was seeing. That's changed a bit today. They need to go back to what they were doing yesterday to make that work, because right now it's not. And Rogue is going to win this series if that happens again in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's do or die time for Space Station Gaming now, essentially. They've got to win the next 3 in a row. Otherwise, they are going to be eliminated here. As Rogue just playing out of their minds at the moment. They continue to be able to come back from any sort of situation that Space Station puts them in. And if they can keep this up, they're setting themselves up well in the matchup against NRG, but they've got to close things out here first. First killer. Looking for Crow. Be Reynolds back down the other way. Current Turo with the pop-up. Locked down from Arsenal. First killer could pop up. It'll be Kronovi, the follow, but it's wide. Typical will look to take it through. Reynolds back on top, but that's back in the first killer. Current Turo sitting out in the midfield, able to pick this up. Good 50 there from Arsenal. But now Space Station looking to create some space downfield. Kronovi giving away to Arsenal to look to follow it up. Back wall again. Space Station trying to utilize this back wall to set things up. And it might be an opportunity here as Sipical slides it by Space Station. Open up this game 5.
They get the early goal, but we saw this happen in the last game as well. And obviously that didn't go in their favor. We'll see if they can change the storyline in this one and use that goal to their advantage to build on it, or just hold off a shutout against Rogue. But I'm not counting Rogue out yet just because of that early goal.
It's another good block coming in from Arsenal. First killer pop up, back down, typical there. So Arsenal will look to wrap back around. See it clear from Reynolds. Typical, a bit too far forward to take full advantage as a minute and a half is gone. Arsenal will jump back for this one, clear downfield. First killer will look to retake control, but Reynolds has other things to say as he gets the 50. Typical is trying to finish it off. First killer still with possession. Kronovi right in front of goal. Look to sneak it by. Pop up. Turo. Soft touch. Arsenal able to get in front of it as another power shot comes through, and Arsenal again clearing it away.
And it seems a lot better now. We're Arsenal playing a lot of that backboard right now, as long as they know the roles. But again, someone needs to be on that, otherwise these shots are going to continue to be pummeled towards the net. Arsenal got it out. Bad recovery, couldn't fall through, but still a little bit scary.
I'm not quite sure how Rogue wasn't able to score off that play. It pinballed around the net. They just weren't able to follow it through. Would have been able to get them level. Would have been really big for them here as we're getting to the halfway point. Space Station trying to capitalize and sending it back downfield, but Kronovi now with space. He takes a shot. Arsenal there to receive. Typical now again with possession. Turo getting in his way. It'll be first killer again with a clear, but this is right into Arsenal as he pops it up. Looks to take it a bit slow. Off the ceiling and Reddle. Shot taken. Turo with the save again. Feels like Space Station just caught in the loop right now, trying to pass it in center, hoping that one of these plays will work. Reynolds pass down to Arsenal, and there it is working finally. It follows through, and Space Station up by 2.
Yeah, that was just a beautiful pass. Off that touch, Reynolds instantly knew where he was going. He knew a teammate would be out there, and then when he did get the look, sure enough, there was Arsenal. Good play, and they've managed to change the story that we saw last game. They've held on to the lead. They've even extended it now. It was a little bit scary. Rogue almost scored. You mentioned it before. Rogue almost scored on that one drive. It's not over yet, but if they can be smart defensively, they've got this game.
We'll see them continuing to push here. It's still 1 minute and 40 seconds, and Rogue has shown that they can come back when they need to. Backboard cleared by Arsenal. Typical will look to send this downfield. Will look to follow it through. He's got Reynolds in support, but first killer back down the other way. Arsenal had pushed too far forward. Demo coming through. Turo and Crow a bit confused as who to go up for, but it'll be back over into this right side. Follow-up is there. But Typical getting back in the way. We see Arsenal carrying. Great flick and control. Arsenal up by 3, and Space Station responding. We get back underway, 3-0, 109. We'll see another clear into the corner. Back down, Arsenal, clear downfield. Typical again. Ooh, good shot near, not quite on target. Reynolds was looking to finish it off. But I think more than anything right now, Space Station just needs to try and maintain this lead. They cannot start to give goals away to Rogue in these final moments.
Sorry about that. I don't think I was muted and left you to dry on that goal. I didn't get to see it anyways. I was stuck on Reynolds, who got blown up, so I didn't even see what happened. So it worked out.
And it's all good in the final 30 seconds, though. And Rogue, I mean, they're still pushing here. You never want to give up in these games, even when it looks bleak. But I really feel like Space Station has done a fantastic job at responding and getting things back in their level. They still got a ways to go. Rogue is still going to be on series point there, but they're at least able to get one step closer.
Yeah, no, this is just what SSG wanted. Again, a little bit rough on the defense, but they've been managing to just hold Rogue off past that midline and just keep some offense. So if you can do that, you don't need to worry about the defense. I like to see that SSG is getting on the backboard a little bit more. They're able to stop any of those shots that are drying out the defenders from Rogue by just bouncing it at backboard, and drying the defender out. So now they can get a control of it. They stop that attack from Rogue, and Rogue's been put at bay because without that offense and control on offense, what are they going to do? So SSG's made a good adjustment. Even just those small things make a huge difference when it comes to how the flow of the game goes and how much possession you have. So I like to see the adjustments they made. A couple mistakes still, but I like to see the adjustments. Rogue now have to figure out how to get through that. Maybe they just keep it low. They don't put it off the backboard anymore, but they're going to have to readjust how they're approaching their offense.
Yeah, they really are. Rogue still 5 minutes away. If they can get a victory, they'll be able to go through to the grand final. So it's still the ball is very much still in their side of the court, but they cannot afford to give this away to Space Station. It's game 6. And if Space Station can grab one here, it'll definitely be momentum on their side going into a game 7. So Rogue, I think you're going to see them extra hungry here, trying to come out and get to an early lead and hold on to it. Because I have a feeling if this goes to game 7, Space Station is going to be the ones potentially favored.
It's tough. We also called this yesterday that we knew that this was going to go to the distance. I know the script was there as 4-1 and SSG's ignoring that, but we had a feeling that this is the one, if any, that it was going to go far, because SSG was looking great yesterday. Rogue was just been looking phenomenal forever the past couple months, and you'll like to see it.
That you do, but we see early on here some initial pressuring points from Rogue. As Typical will clear it back downfield. Drop down, Arsenal, clear over top. That's another touch from Kronovi. Typical to return. Ooh, hit off the ceiling, almost throws him off, but it'll be Kronovi again off the sidewall. Reynolds getting that just over top Arsenal. And now Typical looks for the pass instead of the shot. Interesting decision there. Rogue was looking to respond. Still 0-0, and it feels a bit hesitant from both sides of the ball right now.
Well, of course, I mean, everything's down to the line now. You know, you don't want to give up an early goal that could result in a loss. First killer, going to send one away. He got so close to that, right off the backboard. No one home. You know he's going to finish him.
Yeah, just an excellent shot there. Makes it 1-0, minute and 30 seconds into this game. And Space Station have really got to dig themselves out of this. They do not have chances left over. So Arsenal gets a clear down to Reddles, pass over to Sipical, back up to Arsenal, look to drop it back down. Sipical trying to finish, but they can't make the multi-person play work. And now Rogue back on the other side of the field, trying to find the bumping plays as Turo gets it center. The first killer playing it into the corner, but it's a powerful touch and it gets back right into Sipical's hands. Shot coming through just wide, bit of a double commit. Now Arsenal really far forward at the halfway line as it comes back center again. First killer's there. What a save from Arsenal at the final moments. Turo, though, on the follow-up, straight into Reddles. He finds the demo on Sipical and Reddles having to follow through. Demos on both sides, and Space Station able to avoid a 2-0 deficit for them.
So what I like to see, though, we're getting back to that demo play for Rogue. They absolutely need that to start finding that offense. As I said, the backward play is getting a lot better from SSG. That's why that one save came through from Arsenal. Just came off the backboard. Otherwise, he was not saving that shot from first. It's for Rogue, trying to force their way in now. That's the only way they're going to be able to extend this lead.
That's another demo coming through from Crow there. Sipical looking for the ground pinch. He was able to get it off, but he sends it wide. Arsenal wrapping around now. Turo will look to meet him on the wall. Gets a good clear. Battles to follow through. Sipical sitting at midfield. He's sneaking up. Arsenal taking the shot. It'll be first killer sending it away with Turo to clear it off. Side wall again. It'll be Reddles unable to follow that up. Sipical looks for Arsenal. Takes the shot. Saved by Kronovi. And it feels like even though they have the opportunity for a shot there, the likelihood of a save is just so high that I don't know if it's worth really going for unless you're just looking to pepper the goal until you can find a shot that will just sneak its way past this defense.
I mean, as long as you're getting the boost steals, that's a strategy that works. Just keep peppering, take their boosts. Eventually, you're going to wear them down. Again, offensive double commit.
We're seeing them try and work their way around the defense. Kronovi, Turo, and First Kill are holding on so well right now. They are just being hammered in their own half. First Killer pop up, final 60 seconds. Still 1-0 advantage for Rogue. 50 coming through. Sipical clear away. Turo with control, gets a flick over one. Kronovi looking to follow it up. Sipical able to get in the way. Massive save. They go down by 2 there. Becomes a very difficult ask. Almost able to get it in on target. Sipical will look to follow it up, but he can't get it through as it's cleared away again for First Killer. Space Station Gaming running out of time right now. First Killer whiffed up 50, the fake, and the fake that may win them the game.
That's what you like to see from First. He's been popping off lately, getting so many shots, even if they're getting saved. What a 50, just nose down, straight to the ground, pushes it straight through and finishes it off that post. Great play from First.
30 seconds. Space Station needs to have a performance similar to what we saw from them in Codename Covert by getting a bunch of goals in the final moments. It's going to be tough to do. Rogue has looked so strong so far. Difficult playing it off the side wall to be a clear away from Turo. 15 seconds. Arsenal wrap around, solid touch. Reddles to send it downfield. They need to score off of this opportunity. 50 from Arsenal. It's typical on his own end. They don't have the momentum. They're not going to have the goal. And it's going to be Rogue facing NRG in the grand finals.
We had Rogue as a potential, and we also said NRG, if playing good today, is not a team you want to count out. They're looking like one of the best in North America. And that's what we get. Grand finals, Rogue versus NRG. Rogue looking pretty strong. There were some flaws there. They definitely had to struggle against SSG. But they've just been looking like a good team for months now. So I really can't expect less from them. So Rogue, though, I feel like going into this match against NRG are definitely going to face some struggles. I feel like NRG's overall cohesiveness has been a lot better. All 3 of those players have been fast, been looking out for each other with great passes, where I feel like a lot of what we saw out of Rogue were solo plays, a couple pass plays here and there, but a lot of it was just one guy going for a pass play and then a follow-up afterwards from a teammate. So they're working together, but just not directly. They're working as more of a support thing than a direct accessory to a goal. So for Rogue coming into this finals, I think NRG personally, Sleegi, I think NRG's got a bit of that upper hand here, but I'm excited to see if Rogue can just use that brute force, that first killer. He's looking like he's playing good right now. If that can just work alone.
Yeah, no, I would also agree. I think NRG has got a bit of the edge, but Rogue has that element to them, especially in the later games where they can start to turn things around. So it's going to be an interesting series. I expect a lot out of Rogue. I do expect equally as much out of NRG, but we'll just have to wait and see. That is the grand finals coming up in just a couple of moments, where we will finish things off one best of 7, NRG and Rogue, to decide the winner of the ESPN Invitational. Don't go anywhere. We've got the final game when we come back.
Coming up from the dirt, ayy, they're trying to get us to fall, ayy, I don't even gotta flex now, boy, it's only win by default, ayy, taking off with the ring, ain't nothing left, man, we the kings, ran with the team, ran with the dream, ran with the one fan in the seats, ayy, I pay my dues, check the receipt, looking at you already peaked, way back then, you can't follow with my tracks, man. In my past, now you see, I'm the one, they say work, never work, if you work and it's fun. We on the winning team, on top where you find us. We can do anything, non-stop till our time's up. We on the winning team, on top where you find us. We can do anything, non-stop till our time's up. We on the winning team, on top where you find us. We can do anything, non-stop till our time's up. We on the winning team, on top where you find us. We can do anything, non-stop till our time's up. Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high rises, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. Now believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, right now. Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, right now. Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the ESPN Invitational. We are at the final game of this tournament, the grand finals between NRG and Rogue. My name is Sleegi. Join with me is Lief X. And Lief,
Hello.
we're here. We're in the grand finals.
We did it. 3 days of action, 2 days of groups, now into a single elim bracket, all best of 7. We started the day with 6 teams, and now we are down to 2. NRG Alpine, SSG Rat, Rogue, and Envy. All but NRG and Rogue have been eliminated. And we headed into our final best of 7 in the grand finals. NRG has had a bit of a break. Rogue just coming hot off their game. They're getting warmed up and tested. And I think NRG's already feeling good. Rogue should be feeling good coming off their last series as they took out SSG. But coming to this final match, Sleegi, any upper hand predictions? Do you think any team is looking at quite a bit ahead of the other, or do you think it's going to be super close?
I do think this is going to be a super close game. I don't really see either team super running away with it. I know we've seen a lot of 4-1s in this tournament, the 4-2, the only break from that in Rogue against Space Station. And I hope that we can see a close game here. I think these are two teams that are at and around the same skill level. So if there were going to be two teams that potentially maybe push this to a game 7, it would be these two right here. I still think NRG is coming in with a slight advantage, but I would love for Rogue to make a statement here and win this tournament and ahead of RLCSX, because that would be massive for them.
Oh, for sure. I think Rogue's already made a statement, though, and I think Rogue fans who've had their hearts broken many times before are rejoicing at the roster that they have right now. Turo in first on offense is nuts, with Crow as that anchor behind them. And Crow also being able to punch goals home too. Just a great overall roster, well-rounded, and they've been making some serious waves over the past couple of months. They've been consistently sitting as the top, one of the top teams in North America, but so has NRG. With only a slight little slump that we saw yesterday in their groups, or 2 days ago, I forget. Either way, they had a little bit of a slump, but it's over now. It's not a problem at this point.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's just... okay. At this point, it's just a matter of putting together at least 4 solid games of Rocket League to try and come away with this best of 7 win. And again, $25,000 prize pool is what is on the line here. First place getting 55% of that. So pretty hefty sum, and these two teams are going to be trying their hardest to get it, and it almost starts with a goal from Garrett G, but Turo able to just reach it in time.
Yeah, almost a good early goal for NRG. Rogue's probably going to want to get one. They know they have a tough challenge ahead of them. So they'll be looking to just make sure to stay calm and composed. But if you get too chilled out, that speed of NRG is going to overtake you. That almost rolled in to the top corner. NRG counting their lucky stars.
Oh, and a good return going back down the other way as well. Garrett was looking to make that happen. It'll be Justin back into the side wall. Off the corner it goes, and Squishy looking to follow, but Turo getting in his way. Pop up from Garrett G. Still looking, get it through, and what a shot from Garrett G that gets NRG on the board first.
Garrett G, the ceiling double tap, flip reset to put that one away. Even First Killer had no idea that was coming. What an incredible play from Garrett G. He is in the game right now.
That he is. It'll be up to Rogue to try and send it back down the other way, but NRG showing they are on point right now. Turo with an opportunity to respond, almost sends it underneath the post, but Justin getting in his way. It'll be a follow-up from Crow on target. Garrett forced to make the save. It's back down, Turo. Wrapping around, Jot taking on target. Justin to clear into the side wall. Be Squishy, side wall again. Good 50 as First Killer comes around. First Killer still with it. He's able to get it past 2, only 1 to beat. Looks to get it over Justin. Bump, not quite there. Squishy now sending it back down the other way. It comes off the back wall. Squishy drop down. Justin, good shot, but a better save as First Killer gets in the way.
I'm getting worried for Rogue right now. This is the NRG I love to see. Those short, quick passes down to the ground. You saw that touch off the backside from Squishy down to his teammates. That is what's going to be so dangerous on offense that Rogue needs to keep an eye on.
More offensive pressure coming from NRG right now as Squishy was looking to drop that down. Kronovi dredging for it, so it's Turo. They're able to come away with the save, but NRG still pushing. And my goodness, Squishy finding the angles, locks it in the top right corner. 2-0 NRG.
These guys met up in the group stages, and Rogue took it 3-0 in that best of 5. And now NRG looking to turn it around. They had their revenge against Envy. They want their revenge against Rogue. They're making sure Rogue can't cut off those passes. And they're getting to them super quick.
That they are. Rogue down by 2, and they're continuing to give away possession here. Have to try and find a way to respond. Turo dropping it down. Bit of a bunch up here from NRG, but Justin following it up. It comes out and around. Justin unable to find the touch. It'll be First Killer playing it out to Turo. Garrett not quite there. It'll be Kronovi again, but Justin getting in the way. Pop up again is Kronovi, unable to find it through. First killer off the back wall. Be Kronovi, shot taken, saved by Squishy. Drop down was there. Garrett G looking to clear some space, but Turo getting in his way. Kronovi waiting right in front. Turo is trying to force it through himself. Squishy picks up the boost. They'll put Rogue in an awkward spot here. First killer reaching. He gets the touch, but it's not on target. And Turo backing off, realizing he's the third man back.
Now a shot. Squishy tried to solo it. With 3 defenders there. Good patience from Rogue, but they need to convert that a lot quicker. You see how slow they were getting out of their own end. They need to work together to get that ball some speed to move back down to the blue side, and they're going to lose their opportunity for a counterattack.
And they are. It's another one that trying to get past there on Turo as he passes it back into midfield. Off touch from first killer, drop down, Crow taking shot, but Squishy again with the save. Turo unable to wrap around. It's Garrett pushing pressure. Kronovi rushing back to try and get in front of this one. It's a demo coming through that opens up some space for Rogue, but they're still down by 2, and with 30 seconds to go, becoming more and more difficult for them to try and mount a comeback in this game 1.
That was a lot better, though. You saw what they did on defense there. 3-man pass just to move the ball up past those attackers, get past the midfield. There's no follow-up. They gave away possession, but it's a good start to at least shut down any offense from NRG and maintain control as you move past that midfield line.
Well, with the final 10 seconds counting down, Rogue out of time to mount their comeback. They're picking up the pace a little bit, like you said, dialing in on a couple of the things that they really weren't doing well. But NRG is just continuing to maintain that sort of pressure. And as they take this game number 1, it's going to be absolutely critical that Rogue figures out what they need to do and fast, because NRG is a team that once you start giving them space and time, they do not let up on it.
Indeed, they do not. NRG take game number 1. We talked about them having a bit of an upper hand going into this for multiple different reasons. Rogue's offense looked just a little bit, I guess, a little bit straightforward, right? It didn't look like they were looking for each other a lot. We saw a bit of defensive passing coming out of game number 1 here near the end to be able to shut down NRG's offense. If they can carry that through to the next game, they're going to find themselves on offense a bit more, but they're going to need to do that on offense as well, instead of just going for those solo plays. First killer was able to, kind of pull them through that match against SSG, but that's not going to work against NRG. NRG is so good at positioning themselves defensively that they're going to be able to shut down those solo plays. They'll have 1 or 2 players waiting for you at any given time. So Rogue's going to have to look for some different offense than what they've been doing.
Yeah, they really are. And so going into this game 2, NRG, I think we could all agree that they just need to sort of maintain that pressure. Rogue, on the other hand, they just need to start figuring something out. I didn't really see a whole lot of them. It was more NRG. If they weren't pressing, they were controlling. And if they weren't controlling, they were defending well. It just never seemed like Rogue was ever able to get anything off the ground. So going into this game 2, it's going to be really, really important that they get off to a good start, because NRG is pressing. They want this win, and they want to win it in style. They want to prove that they are the best team in NA and potentially even the world.
Well, NRG's off to a good start. Since the day started, they've been looking solid. This is the NRG we saw when they first brought Squishy onto the roster just a few weeks ago. They kicked butt from an early start, lost it 2 days ago, but they're back into it now.
Another onto the left side. Squishy will take control, pass out in the midfield. Garrett G playing it into the corner. Squishy was there to finish it off, but the play falling apart, or does it, is Garrett G getting the turn when necessary and slides it underneath the bar.
First goal. Garrett G has been popping off for NRG. What a quick turn. The awareness to know, hey, no one's in net. I don't need to make this a pass as well. He had a teammate creeping around the edge of the box towards midfield there that he could have sent it to, but he had a straight shot. Why not just put it on net? Good heads-up play from Garrett G.
NRG off to the same start that we saw them last game with an early goal. It'll be a pop-up from first killer as he gets tackled away. Garrett G Unable to find that touch. It'll be Kronovi playing it into the corner. Turo shot taken. Almost scored. I don't know how Squishy was actually able to find that save. What an insane effort. Back over again. Kronovi unable to beat Justin. Turo wraps around it. 50 doesn't quite go their way as Turo again will look to follow it through. First killer taking it from him. As into the corner it goes. Kronovi taking a shot. Save, or not really save, but a clear away from Squishy as Turo trying again the center, but Rogue pushing it too far over to side. Justin now. Not going to find the best of touches. Squishy caught in an awkward position. His first killer wrestles for control. It'll be Turo on the back wall. It's a pop-up from Garrett G. Still in the NRG half, but now they're going to look to try and set something up down on the other end of the field. We're going to see first killer again. In the midfield, Squishy clear down. Will be Turo with a pop-up. Follow up there. First killer going to be able to send it through. Another save from Squishy. It's Kronovi coming back around. He gets bumped off of it. Garrett G will look to send it back the other way, but Turo in front. Now he's got some space to work with, connects with first killer, and they're not able to make it happen. And as we cross over into the second half, Rogue still struggling to find any sort of offensive pressure.
Man, just all the touches on NRG's defensive half are so good. They never give another opportunity off the backboard from a straight shot on net for Rogue to be able to follow up at all.
Well, Rogue needs to try and figure out what exactly they need to do here. They are running out of opportunities. 2 minutes to go. They still haven't got a goal this series. Turo will play it off the corner. Laid out by Justin. It'll be first killer to receive in midfield. Follow up available. Garrett G gets in the way. Squishy plays it back to the left side. He's got Justin in midfield. Turo with the touch. Another one coming through. First killer off the ceiling, able to get the follow-up. Justin takes a shot. Kronovi able to push it off the post. And another lucky save. It's still 1-0, but with 1:30 to go, Rogue, they've got to get some opportunities in this offensive third. They have just been spending too much time on defense. First killer shot opportunity. They don't make it happen, and this will be an easy goal for Justin.
Justin bullying Garrett out of the way too, saying, I got this. I'm just going for the ball. Don't worry about it. And yeah, no, what's happening right now is, first off, you wanted that shot from first killer to go in. But secondly, a lot of that offense from Rogue is pretty narrow-minded right now. It's just straight towards the net. Let's get a goal in the net rather than looking backwards towards their midfield line or the front of the box for a teammate to get those passes that are going to be a lot harder for the defense to read on the side of NRG. So I wouldn't suggest going for too many demos right now because catching any of the NRG players is going to be difficult. But start looking for your teammates on offense a bit more, and you should be able to pull those defenders out of net on the half of NRG.
Well, time running thin here for Rogue. Final 35 seconds. They're still down by 2, and NRG pressing deep in their half. Squishy looking to connect with Garrett G. Just wide. Justin follow-up. Saved by first killer. Squishy looking to come in again. And another save by first killer. Kronovi will send it downfield. He cannot connect with first. Turo shot stopped. 15 seconds. Squishy looking for Garrett G on that pass. Final 10. Rogue, if they're going to have any hope of coming back in this game, need to score off this opportunity. Kronovi sends it on target. It doesn't come its way through. And NRG is going to be up 2-0 in the grand finals. Just 2 more to go. And they will be crowned champions here.
NRG looking like he wants to get, or they want to get, sorry, it's not one person. It feels like they're one person. They're also good and synergetic. Looks like they want to just end this in a full force sweep. The last time they showcased on anything ESPN branded, they got swept, and they did not put up a very good fight against their opponents. And now they're looking to do the exact opposite in a best of 7. They're looking right now to get a sweep over Rogue. And this is why I asked you at the beginning, do you feel like it goes in favor of one or the other? And I very, very much believe that NRG had the huge upper hand. I can't word today. A huge upper hand against Rogue, because Rogue, again, their offense just doesn't look like something that's going to be able to break past the super structure of NRG's defense. So I would not be surprised at this point if Rogue maybe gets one game, but if this goes to a full sweep.
Yeah, I mean, right now, NRG really are making a case for themselves as the best team in North America. They are just absolutely shutting down every single opportunity that Rogue has had for them up to this point. And that's really surprising, because when we saw them play, like you were sort of mentioning, back on Friday, Rogue swept NRG. And so if they're able to get the sweep here in the grand finals, I mean, not only does that show a massive turnaround, but what has Rogue changed where they were able to sweep them just a couple of days ago, and now they're struggling to get even a single goal?
Again, doesn't honestly surprise me too much. I mean, but just looking at their play styles coming into this, I figured Rogue was going to struggle to get some goals unless they switched what they're doing, and they just haven't yet. Again, that's why last game I mentioned, I'm going to keep parodying this until it happens, that they need to start looking for each other back to mid or in front of the box rather than just going for some solo plays off the backboard, because the touches from NRG right now are going to shut down every single one of those opportunities.
Oh, opportunity for the first goal of the series for Rogue, but they put it off the post. Garrett G will clear it away. His first killer plays it into the sidewall. Turo with possession. Squishy back in defense as Garrett G comes around. It'll be turned Turo to take back into the corner. Was looking for a pinch. It's not quite what he was able to come away with. Now Garrett G left with a lot of space. Going to take it up the side wall. He's got Justin in support. Sent back by first, but Squishy is there. Squishy not quite over to get that Kronovi. It's in a dangerous spot. Miss coming from Justin. Garrett forced to play it away. It'll be first killer. Follow up. Back wall. Squishy able to respond and play it over. A little bit of a team bump, ho. As now Justin forced off the back wall again. First killer in turn. Turo playing back in defense. Squishy unable to find that touch. It'll be back over to Garrett G. Justin now, good initial pressure, gets the follow up, and Justin solo play all the way downfield and puts it through.
I mean, he didn't have much to work for, in all honesty. He had one defender coming from the far left, another one getting bullied by a teammate. It's just all of NRG working together to make sure that anything they do is a team success. Defense, offense, holding that midfield, everything is done with thought of a teammate in mind.
I feel like that's really the operative difference between these two teams is it sometimes feels like Rogue are just unsure of where they need to be with each other. They're not taking proper use of space or passing. And NRG, like you were mentioning, they're doing such a great job of utilizing these passing plays. They know where each other are. They're playing on point. And it's absolutely working for them right now. Rogue needs to start finding some of that on their own. Otherwise, NRG is just going to continue to run all over them. We're going to see Squishy getting this off the backboard. It's straight down. Turo with the save. Kronovi redirect, and if he can follow it up, he can. It'll end the drought for Rogue as they get their first of the series. We're going to get things back underway. 2:43. It's 1-1 now.
Keep hitting the mute button back.
It's not a problem at all. Sometimes you're just so engrossed in the game that you just can't help it. But, I mean, plenty more to go. We see Rogue maybe getting a first touch at a comeback here, but it's going to take a lot more consistency from them, especially if they're going to be getting these goals.
Yeah, I was basically saying it's not something we'd expect from NRG. We just had a bit of a push up too far there. I don't expect to see a mistake like that happen again, and Rogue again is not going to get a gifted goal like that again.
They're going to have to try and work for it here. Justin touch. Back in the midfield as Kronovi presses forward. Into the corner it goes. First killer takes a very controlling shot. What a play from first killer. He knows exactly what he needs to do to break it around. And that's going to propel Rogue into the lead now.
That was a pretty smart play from First Killer, not gonna lie. He just waited for Garrett to fly by that one, and then he was given all the time of day by Squishy and Justin and Net to just kind of take the shot where he wanted to. Heads up from First Killer.
Back down again it goes. Kronovi back over to First Killer as they try and extend this lead even farther. Be a centering pass from Kronovi. Garrett G with a clear downfield. Block there from Turo. First Killer sends it all the way downfield. Follow up, not quite there. Sidewall will be Turo again, clearing it. Looks to get it center. Kronovi a bit far back. Kronovi now again playing it off the corner. First Killer shot taken, scored. First Killer. Now Rogue is really feeling like they're waking up and they're off to a 2-goal lead.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't think just having First Killer trying to force his way through was gonna work against NRG, but it started to in this game number 3. He was doing it against their match against SSG, and now he's doing it here. Good pass out from Crow. And I like to see the teamwork.
I do as well. It was something that we were talking about. Rogue absolutely needed to start doing, and you know, maybe they're listening to us. Maybe they're listening to us up here talking about their game, because it feels like as soon as we start mentioning the lack of teamwork on their side, they start really picking it up.
We're just super geniuses. We'll just pretend that's what it is.
Yeah,
We know what they're about to adjust.
Well, that's why we're here in the grand finals, right?
Not even close.
Oh, man. Well, we'll see if Rogue can maintain that sort of attacking pressure. Turo not quite able to get it over Garrett G. It comes back around. Justin clear away. Final 30 seconds. Back into the side wall. Turo up in the air. First Killer in support. He'll get the pass over. Follow up not quite there. Could be still an opportunity, but Crow opting not to push forward. And I think that's the smart idea. If you're Rogue in this situation, close out the game, make it happen, and go into this game number 4, getting yourselves back within 1 in the series.
Yeah, Rogue using First Killer as their cannon. Brings himself to a victory. NRG crumbled a little bit under the speed the First Killer had, and that's going to be a target in their sights now. NRG is going to have to keep their eyes on First Killer, because he is just starting to pummel that ball towards the net, especially with Crow just getting a lot of those shots out to center. And it seems like he's coming from the left, so I wonder if NRG's noticed that and if they're going to start to try to watch out for any of those cross passes from the left side of, or the right side of their defense, but the left side of Rogue's offense into the center there, because it happens a few times now and it's been resulting in goals. So NRG, they have some clues to go into this next game to shut it down, but Rogue's going to want to carry that momentum through, and First Killer's doing a good job of making sure that he's getting that ball on target.
Yeah, I mean, I think NRG definitely is aware of the sort of changes in that game that allowed Rogue to grab the win there. Would not be surprised in the slightest to start seeing adjustments come out of this NRG team. However, Rogue really starting to build some momentum, and Rocket League, I think, in my opinion at least, a very momentum-based game. And so if they're able to continue to propel that coming into this game, it could be massive win here. They get themselves back level. And after a couple of games where NRG felt like they were unstoppable, Rogue finally starting to show up here a little bit. It's going to start with Justin, controlling his own half on the dribble, gets demoed for his efforts. Bushy plays it back across. Justin respawn. They'll be turned. Turo, First Killer, looking for the double touch. It's not quite there. For Novi now. Follow up again, not quite there. Turn Turo. 50 into the corner, straight back down. First Killer, shot taken and scored. What a goal, put so much power. And First Killer continuing to put Rogue in the lead.
And Rogue, First Killer coming through. We talked about him just at the in between that series there, that if First Killer can keep that momentum and speed going up, that they're going to be able to find some of those little tiny holes in defense that NRG inevitably leaves open. But for the most part, NRG's going to be there for most of those plays coming straight on. But First has seemingly found a kryptonite to that defense.
Well, let's see if they can keep it up. It's Garrett G trying to push back downfield again. Squishy follow up was on target. Not the fastest of shots, however. Justin Back around the corner. Squishy not able to get it through. It'll be Garrett G back on this left side. Touch a bit wide. Turo taking it a bit slow. Off the corner it goes. First killer back on top. Squishy wrapping around. Looks for the back pass. It's Garrett G again, but it's played into Turo. Sent downfield. Squishy on the back wall. They'll look to follow it up. Garrett G coming up midfield, but it's a bit too powerful. There's another 50 coming through. Could be an opportunity for first killer. Straight in the Turo. Drop down. Kronofi in the area, but backs off as he looks to follow it up there. But Squishy coming away with the win. Garrett G close. No cigar. Follow up a tad in front of Squishy. And now Justin again. Looking to send it through. First killer able to get the save facing backwards, but he clears it nonetheless, and Rogue maintain their lead. As Justin still trying to push it, finds the angle, but it's off the post.
Garrett G had an opportunity to move in, but he decided that wasn't the best. He saw Crow moving up on that ball, so no follow through from them, but almost an incredible angle from Justin.
We're gonna see Justin again there as well, clearing that back into the right side. Ooh, miss from first killer. Garrett G demoed on trying to control, but it'll be Squishy. He sends it downfield before he's bumped. Second half begins now with Crow getting an amazing double touch off the backboard. Kronovi. Man, it really feels like Rogue has just shaken off all the ice we saw in those first two games.
What an incredible shot from Crow, the legend. He's been here since the beginning, and he's showing that he's going to continue playing for a long time to come. Beautiful double touch. And that puts him into the lead by 2 goals.
2 goals. It's not going to feel like enough just yet. There's still over 2 minutes left to be played. But Rogue beginning their comeback train. First killer sends it downfield. Soft touch from Justin over to Garrett. Justin still forward, but Kronovi dropping it down. Squishy last one, but he gets demoed. Justin trying to clear space, but first killer's going to be up for it. It's a double commit from Turo, however. Justin looks to get the pickup. Garrett was looking for a demo, but couldn't find it. He'll look to turn on this. Good clear from first killer as Crow dropping it back down again. He's going to look for another double touch. He's not going to be able to find that one, though. The angle was there, but it would have been very difficult. Turo missed opportunity. Kronovi follow-up not there. Rogue continuing to see opportunities. NRG holding on, but they're still down by 2 in time. Every time I look at it, it's just continually getting further and further. It feels like it's speed running down.
Crow almost with that impossible angle again. You know, I talked about wanting to see them work with each other with a bit more passing to each other, but I guess you could also go for take the impossible angle shots and score them option of offense.
Ooh, opportunity. Follow up, first killer, just tied. Turo, follow up, just wide. That play over from Garrett to Squishy, sends it back down the other way. Or an equal return from first killer. Garrett with control, looking to slide it through. Kronovi staying in front. It'll be Turo back into this corner. Double commit from first killer is just up in the air. It's gonna get a solid 50. Garrett will look to follow this up into the corner. Squishy trying to set up for a shot opportunity off the pass, but first killer getting in the way again. Rogue holding on to their lead for now, and they are trying to get this series back level. Okay, well, I mean, that's a great way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, why not grab another one? 15 seconds left. It's not like it really makes much of a difference anyways. Physical play as well. It's not only the impossible angles, it's the physical play. We see a lot of bumping and demoing. Not so much of demoing, but a lot of bumping and boxing out coming up from Rogue. And they had to make a change on offense. I'm glad to see that they recognize that, and I'm glad to see they've made those changes. Now the upper hand goes to NRG to figure out what they can do to shut that down. Because Rogue has figured out what they need to do to grab some wins here.
Yeah, and that bump on that final goal, really critical. Kronovi looking to send another through. Turo follow up. He still got it in the air. Rogue are looking for an exit goal here. NRG have other thoughts about it. Maybe they're looking for an exit goal of their own. Garrett with an opportunity and a save from Crow will end the game. Rogue winning 2 back, get this series back level. And now we've got a very important game 5.
Rogue making those changes. We just kind of talked about them briefly at the end during those final seconds there when it was apparent Rogue was going to win. Rogue's made the changes on their offense. What they were doing before wasn't working. It was just kind of straight shooting. First Killer kind of led the charge. He was getting some passes from his teammates, but then they decided, let's start getting physical as well. Let's start getting ourselves in the face of NRG because their defense is super strong. Their defense on the side of NRG is generally so well rotated that you have 2 people in net. So 2 things, get them out of there. And the second thing, go for some crazy angles. We saw First getting some really good shots, even Kronovi getting some shots. Whether they missed or not, they're going for those tight angles and the physical play. And that's been working on NRG. So now the question is, how is NRG going to answer?
Well, I mean, I think one of the best ways to do it would just be to start and try and recapture some of that speed that we were seeing in those first 2 games. It feels like they weren't really able to maintain it. They slowed down just a little bit. And Rogue, with their increase of speed of their own, especially with the use of passing plays and whatnot, really started to feel like they were able to recapture some of the energy necessary. And now it's just a matter of which of these teams can maintain their momentum. We saw an early start from NRG that looked beyond solid, but Rogue with their return, I really don't know how this next game is going to shape up.
Well, if I can get us a lobby, we'll find out. And I'm working on that right now. So again, I'm going to leave you to carry me while I tell people to get in here.
Not a problem at all. But again, going into this game 5, I think it's very important to remember just how far Rogue has come to get to this point. They won 3-0 in the group stages on Friday. They even 3-0 swept NRG on Friday. So in this grand finals, to be down 2 games and bring it back to a game 5 to decide who will go up on series points, it's a truly incredible accomplishment. And I want to see if they can try and finish it off here because they have really picked their game back up.
Well, that's a good start. Garrett G off the bat, straight to the ceiling, straight back down. He doesn't need nobody else. NRG in the lead.
Not really. I mean, obviously, not really the best of starts for Rogue, but not really a whole lot you can do off that one, especially off the kickoff. We'll see how they respond as Demo's coming through now. Physicality of the play picking up. It'll be squishy. Back again, right side, dropped in front. Garrett really far back. It'll be Crow playing into the sidewall and Turo to send it back downfield. Squishy now. Good touch. First Killer was there, but Garrett also there. Gets the power necessary. 2-0 NRG. And they have gotten 2 goals that are just coming off of Rogue being in really poor defensive positions.
So I guess NRG's answer is to have Rogue make mistakes.
I mean, it's a solid plan.
We'll see how long that lasts, though. I'm sure Rogue's not going to let that keep happening. They had a lot of good momentum from the last 2 games. They're not going to want to give that back to NRG right yet.
No, they're really not. They're going to want to keep this up and try and climb back. We've seen them down 2-0 before in a game, and they start to come back. So we'll see if we can do it again here. But it's going to be even more difficult with opportunities like that, almost finding their way through. Turo with possession, able to get it around 1. First Killer, quick response off the corner. Crow going to be in the air, takes a shot, saved by Justin. As now Garrett looking to come back down the other way.
Starting to look like they had a chance for some midfield pressure, but Turo lacking boost had to back off, and it gave NRG a chance to move forward. But what a quick counterattack from Rogue. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter if you back up into your own end if you can turn it around that quickly.
Another corner hit from Turo there, as they've been hitting it against his backboard consistently. It's another one coming through and over for Novi, not quite there. It'll be a turnaround as Turo looks to take possession. That demo on Garrett G not taken advantage of fully. It's another demo on Garrett G. They're just bullying him right now, trying to open up this space. They're looking to drop it down. Kronovi will be in the air. Good beat from Squishy. And now First Killer is going to get caught out of position. It's an open goal for Justin, but he can't quite wrap around it.
Close opportunity, but they don't need another goal at this point. They just need to maintain this midfield pressure. And NRG is generally pretty good at it, but I like to see just the speed of Turo and First breaking past that. Oh my goodness. That would have been the quickest handoff I've ever seen for a goal if that went in.
Really would have. Halfway point. Rogue still trying to get their way downfield. It was an excellent opportunity. Crow was looking for the bump to open up that space. And Garrett G playing it slow into the corner. First Killer and Turo doubled up on this. Kronovi trying to fall back as he gets a good touch over one. We have power shot off the backboard. First Killer getting the demo, but he's unable to turn on it. As Garrett playing mind games, able to get one fake, able to get two. Garrett just swerving his way around that, realizing that he knows how Rogue is going to react to his presses. First Killer was looking for the redirect. Her and Turo back on top of it again, but NRG holding steadfast to this lead right now.
What was smart about Garrett there too is he knew he didn't need offense at that point. They're up ahead. He just needed to buy time for Squishy to get back on the field after being demoed.
Another drop through. Justin wrapping around. There'll be Turo back off the wall. Squishy plays it into the left side. Kronovi will be up for it. Sends it all the way downfield. Good 50. First Killer playing a bit too quickly forward, but it's a great turn. Turo plays it off the backboard, but another clear from Garrett G. Justin with the follow through. It'll be Kronovi now. Drop down. Justin with the clear. Turn Turo. Last man back. Kronovi still in his own half. He only just passed over now. As Garrett G getting another one towards net. It's Kronovi that has to try and get in front. 60 seconds left. And NRG looking to set themselves up on series point if they can come away with this win here. Kronovi, other ideas as they try and claw their way back.
I've been watching Turo just get super physical this entire time, but at the end of the day, it wasn't him that was needed. First Killer takes Garrett out of the way, and Crow is going to be able to put that one away. The physical play is starting to overwhelm NRG. And I'm sure that's probably going to start ticking them off.
Yeah, just a bit. I mean, we almost see Turo able to get back on top of it again there. It's going to be Crow, not able, but First Killer with the follow-up. Turo wrapping back around, just in an awkward position, and Kronovi not quite able to push it through. It was an opportunity for Rogue to get things back level. As Turo sends it back downfield again. Kronovi, great follow-up, but another clear coming away from NRG. Speed of play picking up in the final moments here as Rogue desperately try and find themselves back level in this game. Come back down. Turo pass over to First Killer, blocked by Squishy as he sends it through. Saved by Crow. Final 10. This opportunity is going to matter the most. Demo coming through. It's going to be off the corner. Not a whole lot of power. Turo playing it safe. It might not be enough. Justin lets it fall, and NRG are going to be on series point.
You said it yourself right there. NRG match point looking to win the ESPN Invitational against Rogue. Rogue's not out yet. They made an adjustment last game. First Killer started popping off, and then the rest of the team followed suit with a lot of speed, aggression, bumps, and demos, and it was starting to work. Only a 1-goal difference on this game, but NRG did follow through. They are at match point, and Rogue has to make sure that their plan coming into this potentially final game here is a solution to win if they want to stay alive at the ESPN Invitational.
Yeah, this game 6. I mean, this is where we're going to see whether or not Rogue has what it takes to push this through. We've seen them perform so well in the final stages of series. They've been in game 5 after game 5 throughout their history, and they usually perform pretty well. But NRG, one of those teams that it's really going to depend on you shutting them down, getting the ball downfield, and setting up your plays, because you are out of chances now.
Yeah. No, I think they're just going to have to keep looking for that physical play, because if they can just start getting in the head of NRG, then they might be able to start breaking through. The speed that the Rogue is playing with right now is enough speed to win. Again, it's just making sure you remove that defense on the side of NRG.
We're going to see how it rolls. Game number 6. NRG on championship point here. We get things underway. Rogue very desperate to send us to a game 7, and I'd love to see it. But they're going to have to work for it here as NRG pressing early in this game. It'll be a great clear downfield. Turo out of the corner, pass down, but not quite enough. First killer. Not there. Pass all the way downfield. Turo will get the wrap and look to send it back. As he comes into the side wall, first killer unable to make it through. It'll be Turo off again. Squishy unable to find it. Garrett last one back, has to come away with that save. Now we're seeing Rogue with pressure of their own. Back and forth this game goes as Garrett gets a great touch. Squishy almost with the dunk. It's not quite enough. Justin dropped down, saved by first killer. As Garrett wrapping it around again off that punch. It'll be Turo that's got to clear it away, but that's straight in the Justin shot taken, and first killer cannot make it in time. NRG up first.
A lot of good pressure from NRG right now. Turo not with the best touch, sends it straight to Justin. I know he was looking for a teammate to hard clear that one. They wanted the counterattack, but it just got intercepted, and the NRG speed pulls them out of goal.
Kick off again here. It's going to be in favor of Rogue. Going to be Crow taking a shot. What a bump! And Kronovi right off the back on that kickoff. Going to be getting Rogue back level.
Smart play from Turo there. So many times players just want to get that shot themselves, catch the defense off guard. No, he sends that one high off the backboard and goes for the bump play himself. It's been working for them for so long, and Rogue follows through with another one, and it, of course, results in another goal.
NRG sending it back down the other way as first killer picks it up. Minute and a half gone. It's 1-1. First killer trying to take it slow. Kronovi hit off the back wall, but a good touch from Justin puts it away. Carrot G, Demo. Squishy coming out of net to find that touch. Now Justin again. Kronovi sending it through. Squishy should have this touch, but it's a great block there from Kronovi as Turo comes back through. They keep trying to find this shot. Kronovi again unable to find it. And first killer back around. It'll be Justin over to first killer again. Drop down. Garrett on the line, but it'll be Turo pushing back forward. Crow in support as first killer wraps back around. It's hit off the back wall and Squishy clearing it away. First killer will push forward. Follow-up not there as he gets demoed out of position. And we're seeing a lot of attacking pressure coming out of Rogue right now, but I'd really say that NRG is handling it phenomenally.
Well, they usually do. That's the thing. And I wasn't expecting it for the last too long. I just know the physical plays were going to start to disrupt that defense. But Garrett himself has been pretty vocal on saying that demos aren't the future, and all you have to do is avoid them. So they know how to get around some of these demos, but it is definitely going to be a little bit tilting if they keep happening.
Absolutely. It's still sitting in this corner. Squishy taking it a bit slow. First killer getting in the way, but Garrett G also opting to take it slow. They're being patient. They're waiting for their opportunity to strike, but Rogue not really giving them too many chances. Kronovi off the back wall again. Gets a follow-up touch. We'll look to follow it downfield. Good 50 coming in from Justin as it sends it back. This game about as close as you could hope for. First killer coming away with a massive save. Final 1 minute, 30 seconds. That's Turo playing it into the sidewall. First killer jumps. It's a 50 with Squishy. Kronovi pushing forward. Justin with the ball, but he doesn't do it fast enough. It'll be off the corner again. Turo gets one touch. Flip reset was there, but he couldn't get it on target. Squishy only one in defense, but he's able to get a power shot over to Justin, just not able to connect in time. Still tied, and Rogue desperately in need of a goal to send us to a game 7.
Well, they were in a good spot there with boost, while NRG was lacking a lot of the boost, but they gave up that midfield. That would have been their opportunity to get that goal. And now with the ball back in the possession of NRG, they're going to have a tougher time scoring a leading goal.
Drop down, handled competently from Crow. Squishy looks to get it out center again. Justin's there. Kronovi in his way. Justin unable to follow it up. Doesn't have a whole lot of boost. Wishy now looking to push on his own. Final 25 seconds. That doesn't come through. Garrett G's shot blocked. It'll be back to First Killer, sending it downfield. Rogue holding on to their opportunities as the final 10 seconds begin to count down. Pronovi unable to get around it. It's Garrett sending it downfield. First Killer back the other way. They can't let it touch the ground, otherwise we will see overtime. Final opportunity as Pronovi sends it off the backboard. It's a miss, but First Killer plays it away. And an opportunity thrown as we go into overtime of Game 6.
You know how nerve-wracking that would have been going up for that and missing that at a 0-second situation? Very.
Well, now we've got an overtime situation. NRG score, they are the champions. Rogue score, we go to Game 7. And that will be absolutely bonkers as Turinturo looks to send it through. 50 from Crow, drops it back down. Squishy sending it all the way downfield. It'll be First Killer, last one back, playing it back into the corner. Ooh, good follow-up 50 from First Killer as it drops back into the corner again. Squishy will follow it through. Turinturo with the center. Pronovi set back up, looking for First Killer. He's able to make the connection, but it's wide as Garrett G plays it back across. It's another pop-up from Pronovi. First Killer still with it. They're trying to press. They get another follow-up touch there. Turinturo's in the air. Great 50. Pronovi a bit too far back, though, and he's got to be careful. Garrett G in position, takes the shot. First Killer stays in front. It would have been wide anyways, but could have set up for a backboard. Is now First Killer going back down the other way. Turinturo, great 50 on that one as well. And an opportunity developing for Rogue after that touch. It'll be Justin back with control, and back and forth this game continues to go.
Both teams showing promise on offense. Honestly, I'm stressing out for both these teams right now. Golden goal opportunity for NRG. One goal to keep the dreams alive in this best of 7 in the tournament for Rogue, and both having a lot of opportunities.
That they are. That's a massive clear there, though, as NRG looks to send it back downfield. A missed touch from Turinturo. Passes there. First Killer gets in front. NRG pushing as much as they can, but Rogue holding on for now. Each save critical. But with each passing second, NRG continues to build momentum, and it's Pronovi, Turinturo, and First Killer who are backs against the wall right now. Another one.
Overtime now, and I really can't tell who's got the upper hand. Like, it keeps going back and forth.
That was a huge opportunity for Rogue right there. It's another shot all the way down, and Justin able to send it through from downtown. And NRG, they will not go to Game 7. They are the champions.
Are you kidding me? That went in? You had two people back, but Justin with the power shot of his life. With a pass from a teammate, no better way to finish it than when you do it together, and NRG are your ESPN Invitational champions.
What a shot from Justin as well. Absolutely deserving of a bang on that one. Just clearing it all the way through on his own half. Rogue trying so hard to push forward, but in the end, it's a long shot. They're not set up for it. They were trying to defend against close, and NRG realized that. Justin, he takes a stab in the dark, and he hits him right in the heart.
Bro, I was stressing on that one. It was like so many opportunities from either team. NRG was just running house. Rogue seems like they just cranked up the speed to 1,000,000, but then they also had chances where they gave up the pressure on offense because they obviously didn't want to overcommit, but then it gave a chance for NRG, and I was on the edge of my seat, stressing hard, and I know chat was too. What a way to finish it, though. A banger from downfield, and Justin to secure it all. With NRG, your champions, Rogue put up a heck of a good fight. We have to be real at how good Rogue was in their adjustments. They came into this, for me, as the underdog, not underdog, but having not the upper hand. NRG looked the strongest, but Rogue, I'm super impressed at the adjustments they made throughout this series to make sure they went toe in toe with NRG.
Yeah, it was absolutely phenomenal. Just an amazing performance from NRG. Rogue taking it all the way into a massive overtime in Game 6. They fall just short, but it's an excellent showing from them here. And really, I think spells good things in the future for this Rogue team.
Yeah.
Especially with RLCS X on the horizon. Just overall fantastic. But that's the game. That's the tournament. I think we're going to go to a quick break, bring Arda in for a little bit of a discussion. But man, what a final game to end things off on. Well, with that said, again, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to bring Arda back in. We're going to discuss all of the action before we go. So don't go anywhere. We've got a little bit more before we finish things off here on the ESPN Invitational.
Everything I can, you know what the name is. Plus I've been through the training. Straight shot how I'm aiming. Never stop, try to put me in a box, boy. You can never frame this. I am what you might be. Too fast and I'm too strong. I might juke y'all like I'm lightning. Spook y'all like I'm frightening. They ain't never seen it like me. Got my team right beside me. High tide, I'm rising. My time, that's timely. I got many dreams. I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams. I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams. I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams. I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. I put that on me. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that. Better every step. Yeah. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that. Better every step. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that. Better every step. Yeah. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that. Better every step. I got many dreams. I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams. I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams. I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams. I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me?
I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Nope. Do you understand what you're witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving it out for me. Just do it and stop at a target G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one stunner, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother
Thanks for sticking with us here on the ESPN Esports Rocket League Invitational. NRG are your champions. I am here now with the super geniuses Lief and Sleegi. And I got to tell you, boys, I had a whole monologue set here. The whole pattern of NRG losing game 3 by 2 goals in the playoffs. And there was even a comment in Twitch chat about how it's all part of the script. They always have a game 3 loss here throughout this entire Invitational. And then Rogue went rogue and just threw the script in the garbage. And now we have to do it on the fly. But nevertheless, NRG still your champions. Lots to take away from the final. Let's start with that. 4-2 victory here for NRG. A lot of people were predicting them to win the tournament in the first place. And there you see the bracket there, Sleegi. Any surprises here, even from the performances in a losing cause, when you look at this bracket?
No, I mean, taking a look at it, I really don't see any surprises. A lot of the games were super close, right? We thought Alpine might have had an opportunity there, although it would have been really tough for them. Space Station performing about how I expected. I anticipated them maybe doing a little more, but it just came down to whether or not they were on their game. But I think if you'd shown a group of people this bracket before, a lot of people would have filled it out similarly to this, maybe a couple with envy over NRG, but overall I think it's really hard to argue how dominant NRG has been throughout this offseason and especially in this tournament.
I'd have to say that like the only real surprises on how if teams perform bad maybe were Rat and Envy. Maybe you want a little bit more out of them, especially Envy, again having a bit of issues yesterday and even coming in today. Just consistency throughout even just a specific series against one team just seems to be something that you want them to fix because they look like a powerhouse team.
Any concern from Space Station Gaming? They lost 4-2 to Rogue, have a new look there, obviously, with new names in the lineup. Any concern there about that result?
Not really. I mean, a concern for the team overall. I wasn't like ridiculously surprised. I think everyone by this point knows how much of like an advocate I am for AXB's position on that team. And now that he's gone, I was questioning it, and I still am questioning it. It seemed like during group stage, they figured out what they needed to do, not perfectly, but they were allowing Reddles to get in for those quick handoff passes, and then either Arsenal Cypical would play that third man, and they all kept rotating it. But it's always hard to do that if all three players are offense-minded players, right? So AXB was always that strong anchor. So it's going to be hard work for Space Station to get all three of those players in the mindset that one of them has to fill in what AXB was doing, because I mean, go against me if you want, a Sleegi, but I really think that AXB was a huge part of what Space Station was.
I mean, I have to agree with you. AXB, he played his role well on that team. And while I think Reddles still as well as a potentially really good fit for them, I think only time is going to tell if whether or not that roster move was really the right move for Space Station moving forward. Obviously, they see a lot of potential in Reddles, and obviously as well, a third, fourth position in a major tournament is not a bad result for them. I think they're going to try and take this as a learning potential, try and figure out what they might not have executed on as well going into RLCSX, because their roster is locked in now. You can't make any more changes, at least for this split, so they're going to have to live with it. And only time will tell, I think, if it was the right move getting AXB off that team.
Well, a third or fourth place finish in this tournament earned you $2,500. That's exactly what Team Envy and Space Station earned from their third and fourth place finishes respectively. Rogue as the runner-up won $6,250. NRG as your top prize, $13,750. That is 55% of the $25,000 prize pool here on the ESPN Esports Rocket League Invitational, sponsored by Psyonix. Why don't we talk about some of our favorite moments? You guys were half of the commentary team, of course, along with Shogun and Lawler. What were some of your favorite moments from the tournament?
I mean, I'm a little biased, but I think really that shot from Justin at the very end to solidify their win, it exemplifies how he is able to operate as a player. It exemplifies the sort of moment of that overtime he sends it in. It's one that I'm looking forward to going back to, as well as just some of the, to me, really, all of the goals that really came at the most critical moments, whether they were fancy or not, is just truly, to me, what sort of makes these tournaments.
I think my favorite moment was when Sleegi and I were right about predictions. But no, when it comes to the teams today, I think back into group stages, in all honesty, seeing Alpine have an opportunity to show off what they can do against some of these top teams, I think was a really cool thing, because come RLCSX now, this was a good glimpse into what some of these teams that are considered more on the bottom end, closer to that bubble range or the old rivals range, what they can do against some of these top teams, because things are on the top ends getting better. The skill levels starting to spread out a lot more across the teams, but at the same time, those bottom teams are getting closer in skill to the top. And RLCX is just going to amplify how fast that effect is going to be and how fast the rest of the teams are going to start getting better. So seeing a team like Alpine step in and show what they got was really fun, because I know they have a lot to adjust still. And you saw them adjusting stuff mid-series at times and to the next opponents during groups. But I think they have a bit of ways to go, but it was a great start and great experience for a team like that. And it's just going to spread, as I said, to the rest of the teams they end up playing with.
And I know when we look at Group B, a lot of people will say, well, this also speaks to the fumbles of G2 since the last season, since season 9, and their success there and some of the results that they've had recently. But Alpine started off 3-0 against Space Station in that group, and they took it to a 5th game against both Envy and G2. So they had some really good results, even if it didn't go their way here in the playoffs. Definitely something to be proud of. They've been very active on Twitter, talking about the tournament, and they've been very proud of their results. And I'm sure that this looks very positively in the organization, at least in terms of results here. Let's talk about results overall. Obviously, NRG were the favorites going in. They win the tournament here. But either way, Sleegi, starting with you here, whether it's a team that impressed you going into Season X or a team that you're concerned about based off of these tournament results or some of their gameplay, which teams would you point to?
Well, I definitely think you can point to NRG and Envy as two teams that are really going to have a dominant stance coming into RLCSX. Both of them played fantastically. I feel like Turbo and the rest of Envy having not necessarily the best of days today, it's not really got me too concerned. The one team that I am sort of concerned about is G2, because they had that stint earlier on in this year where they looked really just unstoppable. And now a couple of their recent performances haven't been too inspiring. It's not the greatest showing for them here. I'm not in really sort of panic mode for them yet. I definitely think they've got a lot of space to turn it around, but they've got to be careful, because if they keep having performances like this, they can start letting it get away from them. And I would really love to see them come back to how we saw them earlier in this year, especially going into RLCSX.
Yeah, it's tough, because I think and I think we talked about this before too, during the pre-shows before the brawl, Arda, about G2, and I kind of laid out what I think about them. A lot of people keep calling it towards like, oh, roster change, do roster change, get like, I see a lot of times get Rizzo off there. I really don't think they need that. Sure, he made some mistakes during this, but every player makes mistakes, and I feel like G2 is a team that's built off all 3 players being perfect. Their offense is a volatile thing. It's designed for all 3 players to be at their sharpest on that given day. And you're going to have roller coaster swings where they might be off for a week. They might be off for a month. Now, the question is that something they want to deal with, knowing that they could be off for a month at a time? But given the fact that, especially coming to RLCSX, that it's spread over 9 months now, I can guarantee you G2 is not going to be in a slump for 9 months straight. They're going to have that tournament or that regional performance that's going to pop them off. They're all going to be on point. And I think that G2 roster can stay as it is for a little bit longer, at least. Now, of course, you have to start asking, if it does end up lasting that 9 months, there's obviously something that needs to happen there, even if it's just a playstyle change. But I think I'm not worried about G2 yet. If it continues on for another month or two, then that's something that I would start being worried about. But not quite yet. I'm not quite on the case of change things up yet.
Yeah, Lief, you were just mentioning something about loving to be right or something like that.
Yeah,
that was you. Something about that. Yeah. Let's ask a couple more questions, and then we'll shut it down here on the ESPN Esports Rocket League Invitational. We obviously the roster lock happened literally in the middle of this tournament, but we've seen a lot of players sub in and out. Here we've seen some debuts. We've seen some players play with teams during the off seasons. Whether it's Reddles with Space Station Gaming or Turbo with Team Envy, maybe AXB with Rad Enterprises here in this tournament. Which team of the new changes that you've seen in particular from the teams in this tournament impressed you the most, looked like a team the most, were able to gel together as quickly as possible? Leaf, let's start with you on that one.
I mean, I think overall roster changes, the one that's going to be at the top of my list is still NRG. I think a Rat, in all honesty, is one that I'm most happy about. I think Turbo's good in his position on Envy, but I still obviously want to see those inconsistency issues that they had today, and even yesterday, fixed. But Rat for me is the one I'd like to see the most. I think AXP is honestly just a good enough anchor that it's giving someone like Torment enough confidence to not feel like the pressure lays on him. And I feel like with Torment having to be that anchor player before, a lot of the pressure laid on him. And that might have been what was causing him to have that slump. It was pretty obvious. I love the guy, but it was pretty obviously there was something going on with his play that was just causing him to not be up to par. So now in this tournament, we've seen that turnaround huge. Torment was popping off. And for Rat, in all honesty, was close to being the MVP player for that team. So I think having AXP as that confidence and anchor behind him is allowing Torment to pop off. And Gimmick's just doing his good old cut and ball chase thing like he usually does. So it's having Torment popping off now. I'm really excited to see what Rat's going to be able to pull off with an anchor like AXP behind them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of right there with you. I think the NRG with Squishy moving to that team, one of the obviously biggest roster moves, but the one I really think has the most long-term potential is Turbo to Envy. I think they really do work together well as a team. We've seen them have some ups and downs, but man, when they are on, that is a terrifying team to watch. And if they can start to get really consistent, I can really see them being an absolute force to be reckoned with and just have potentially a dominating hold. It's just a matter of them really figuring out where their roles are, what their comms are going to look like, and then making consistent performances out of it for them to really find long-term success moving forward.
I will say this as well. Turbo wins the politeness award of this tournament. He was always please and thank you in Discord for every single message, going out of his way. So congratulations, Turbo. You won something this tournament.
As Mimi, I don't think he really cares about winning more. Well, obviously he cares about winning more. He's got enough under his belt, though. He's got 4 world championships. Yeah. But so I guess he'll take whatever award he can get here because he's used to getting them. But Turbo's like, as Mimi as he is, he's always been a solid, good guy. When it comes to professionalism, I feel like he's, again, just always been one of those top guys in the role models that you want to look up to when it comes to just being professional, but also fun at the same time, and also good at Rocket League. Yeah, Turbo's a good guy.
Last question here before we shut it down here on the post show. This really closes a chapter for Rocket League competition. We are on the precipice of RLCS Season X. We're on the precipice of Rocket League going free to play. As two people who are endemic to this industry, who have been with Rocket League competitive for quite some time now, have watched countless hours of competitive Rocket League, just put this all into context. Like, what will this new chapter of Rocket League esports look like? Sleegi, why don't we start with you on that one?
I mean, I'm just honestly really excited for this new stage of the Rocket League esports system. I think Psyonix has really hit the nail on the head with this new format because it gives us more games. It adds some more weight to the big events. Worlds being once a year is going to make that event itself just absolutely fantastic. I think it's going to have an immensely great effect on helping to bring up new talent in the bubble scene, getting those players the opportunities to shine and the opportunities to play against these bigger teams. And I really think that with this going free to play and with the influx of players that's going to bring, that RLCS and Rocket League as an esport is on the foothold of becoming that tier 1 esport. I really think it has the potential to be one of the biggest, if not the biggest esport on this planet Earth. Let's spam tier 1 in the chat, by the way, if you don't mind. Leaf, final thoughts here?
I'm getting in there. Yeah, no, I think I had to. You told me to. I'm a mindless drone. I think you nailed the feel that we've been saying for a while. I mean, I remember back to the beginning of Rocket, like before there was the RLCS, when it was RLC. Lawler and I were casting back in the VVVs, the community tournaments. You have Cloud Fuel running all that stuff. I would sit up for 6 hours almost every other night talking to Cloud Fuel, and we'd always be like, yeah, this thing is going to be big, because like We just knew. We just had this feeling. And it's continuously grown over the years, right? But then there was always something just causing it to not break through. It was always just on the edge. And everyone was always saying it's going to be the next thing. And I feel like these steps Sonics are taking now are those final steps to push it into that top spot, to push it into being one of the biggest esports in the world, and an esport that's going to continue to thrive for years and years and years down the road, with free to play to bring new people in, to really show and get people to appreciate how difficult this game is to play. It just looks like cars hitting balls at the beginning, but once you put yourself in a training for 5 minutes, you're like, wow, this is actually pretty difficult. I can't even get up into the air. I can't even get my car flipped over from its roof, right? So you realize how difficult it is, and the fact that you have open circuits that anybody can get into it. There are going to be a lot more live events. We all agree that Rocket League thrives in a live event. If anybody here has been to a live event, you understand it. And if you haven't, you need to get to one. Once we're able to do those live events, get yourself to one, because Rocket League is just something entirely different in a live environment. So I think hands down, this is the way for Rocket League, and it's going to be beautiful.
The future of Rocket League competitive is exciting, as was the final here. NRG, your winners here at the ESPN Esports Rocket League Invitational. Time to close the doors, though, on this tournament for Lief, Sleegi, Shogun, Lawler. I'm Arda. Thank you very much for watching here on ESPN Esports, and we'll catch you next time.
Ay, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Ay, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Ay, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe, I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say, if you ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you're not at my pace. You're not at my level, you're not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. You dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Thought they was scheming and said adios. I gotta get it, don't mindset.
Yeah, I got the plan, I got the fam, I got the keys, I get the work. I ain't the man, you know what I'm saying? So leave it to me, cause I get it first.